Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had custom gaming quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. ACT1, Street Hero. You can't become a hero. The words echoed in Midoriya Izuku's head like a verdict. Everything around him blurred, even his idol's voice sounded distant as if carried through water. Sometimes you just need to face reality, young man, said the skeleton wearing All Might's face. Not everyone gets the chance. But that doesn't mean your path ends here. You could still become a police officer, or join the support or management departments. They're all honorable professions. His tone was kind, but to Izuku, every word felt like a hammer. You said you don't have a quirk, All Might continued. Plenty of people in those fields don't, or their quirks aren't fit for hero work. Nobody laughs at them now. I have friends in the police, in support, even some who help build my costumes. They all help people in their own way. Believe me, those doors are still open. But you need to close that one. He hesitated, as though something caught in his throat. Remember this, young man, if other kids give you trouble while you're doing your best, then they're not worth your time. Anyone who judges a person's worth by their quirks or lack of one is unworthy. Unworthy, Izuku echoed weakly. That's right, All Might said firmly. So you don't have to prove anything to them. Just think about your future. It might not be the one you dreamed of, but it can be the one you need. Those words felt like a sentence. Midoriya Izuku's vision blurred again. But I tried to save Kaken. Izuku's voice cracked. Even after everything he cut himself off, choking on his own tears. It thought that maybe it meant I have a hero's heart. All Might's eyes softened. You do, young man. You truly do. That's one of the reasons I came here to thank you. Your actions inspired me. Izuku gasped. And my actions inspired All Might? His face flushed, a trembling smile fighting through his tears. But then All Might's expression hardened. But a heart alone isn't enough, he said quietly. You were reckless. That's the other reason I came here to warn you. If I hadn't been there, you would have died along with your friend. Izuku froze. A hero needs a heart that drives them to save others, All Might continued, but they also need to understand their limits. You don't. And that worries me. Huh? You're the kind of person who would throw your life away for nothing, All Might said, his voice heavy. In our profession, we call people like that suicide heroes, the ones who die young because they mistake recklessness for bravery, who never learn their limits, and never live up to their full potential. Don't ever do that again. He sighed quietly. I've been a hero for many years. I've seen it before, bright young people burning out too soon. Watching their loved ones break apart afterward, that's something you never forget. If something happened to you, it wouldn't make the world better. It would only shatter the people who love you. Think about them. His words cut deeper than any insult could, and Izuku couldn't argue with a single one of them. You don't have the power to change things, All Might said, turning away. Let others do their jobs, or you'll just get yourself killed for nothing. But I ran there without thinking. Then start thinking before you act, All Might said firmly. That's my advice to you. I'm not blaming you, and I'm not trying to shame you. You're a teenager, teenagers make mistakes. I made plenty myself when I was your age. But you have to learn from them. Know your limits. Izuku's lips trembled. But you always say, go beyond, plus ultra. I believed I could do it because of you. I grew up on your videos. I'm a symbol, All Might said sharply. I carry a power that demands I go beyond. But even I'm not a machine and I broke. He touched the scar on his side. I was reckless, just like you. And now, I'm paying for it. The next symbol must be better, someone talented, sharp, with instincts and composure. You don't have those things, young man. You can't carry that burden. The silence that followed was suffocating. Think about the people who love you, All Might said at last. Go home. Stop thinking like a naive boy and become a man. Repay their kindness with your own. That would be better than becoming a walking corpse like me. They wouldn't want that. He paused, then added quietly, just accept that this door is closed to you. Then he turned and walked away. Each step All Might took felt like a hammer driving the last nail into Midoriya's coffin. The world was shrinking, the distance between them growing too wide to ever cross. When he was gone, Izuku finally broke. His idol. His hope. All Might had crushed everything he believed in. But I want to become a hero, he whispered. I really want to. I really am. His scream echoed through the empty street, but nobody answered. No one told him there was still hope. The wind went still. It's not given. Should I really just give up? He whispered to the air. A low chuckle echoed from somewhere beyond reality. In a void of shadow, an unknown man grinned, watching Izuku's trembling figure on a small screen. A faint gray orb of light drifted from his hand and sank into Izuku's chest. A glowing window blinked to life before Izuku's eyes. Will you accept your fate? Yes, no. Huh? Izuku blinked rapidly and rubbed his eyes. What is this? Your idol, All Might, just told you to accept your fate and give up. The door to the hero's path is closed. You don't have a quirk. You're nothing. Your fate is predetermined. Insect. Punching bag. Naive boy. Izuku's hands shook. He wanted to deny it but he couldn't. It was true. All of it. Reality, exactly as his idol had said. But will you accept it? Ah? Izuku's eyes widened. Choose. Accept reality and become a man, chase the impossible and stay a naive boy. Accept your destiny, go against God's will. What will you choose? Izuku pressed a trembling hand against his chest. He knew what the right answer was, the logical one. His mother loved him. She'd want him safe, and she'd support him no matter what. And he wanted to repay her for everything she'd done. If he picked the empty dream, he could end up like those never made it heroes, washed up, broken, or worse, criminals and villains. If he followed logic, he'd choose a quiet life, support, analysis, maybe police work. It would make her proud. He'd still help heroes in his own way and find steady work. He should accept reality. But logic wasn't stronger than the fire in his chest. I can't, he whispered. I know it's stupid. I know it's wrong. I know, but even if All Might think I can't, even if gods don't want it, even if nobody in this world believes I can, I will go against everyone. Even by myself. Even if my chances are zero. I want to become a hero. A frustrated cry tore from his throat. He clutched his chest, tears streaming, but his voice burned with conviction. His declaration echoed into the dark. The unknown watcher grinned wider. Perfect, he murmured. Please. I want to keep being, I want to stay a naive boy. Izuku whispered. He gave his answer. The system accepted it. Processing. Huh? Congratulations. For defying God's will, you've been granted a quirk. By myself, you are. You've received 100 points for your first choice. A QQ quirk? Me? Izuku's eyes widened. Yeah? Is this some kind of joke? To learn more about your quirk, say, Crybaby 2005. Keyword can be changed in settings. Crybaby. 2005? Izuku repeated uncertainly. Another screen unfolded, displaying 4 glowing icons: status, quests, store, settings. Status, he muttered. Status. Izuku Midoriya. Points 100. Quirks by myself, you are. Heroes impact 0-100, F. Reputation 0-100, F. Izuku stared blankly. What is this? Quests, he said. Quest, heroes outline. Run 10 kilometers, do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats every day for 6 months. Reward, 100 points. Quest begins, tomorrow. 10 kilometers? Izuku's voice cracked. But I've never even run 5 without falling. And what are these points for? He hesitated. Store? The next window opened. Available quirks, F rank. To unlock higher ranks, increase heroes' impact and reputation. His jaw dropped. Quirks. I can buy quirks. Yeah. Hundreds of F rank quirk names filled the screen. Prices glowed beneath them. F quirks 50 points. F quirks 75 points. F plus quirks 100 points. I can buy a quirk. I can have a quirk, Izuku whimpered, rubbing his eyes. Is this a dream? And if I keep doing the quests, I'll get more points, and I'll be able to have even more quirks? Tears welled up. How am I this lucky? I don't deserve this. Why, thank you. He clutched his chest, breaking into tears. I don't know who you are or why you're helping me, but I'll try my best not to let you down. He bowed to a sky. Even if you picked the wrong person? I'll still give it everything. But, sorry in advance if I disappoint you. At home, Izuku flopped down on his bed. He decided not to tell his mom about everything that happened for now, no need to make her worry. Crybaby 2005, he whispered. The panel opened again. Settings, he hesitated. Please, change keyword to Midoriya Izuku 1. Keyword has been changed. Izuku bowed slightly toward the window. Thank you. He wasn't offended by the original keyword. After all, it was true he cried a lot. He was a crybaby. And deep down, he understood why. His father was never around. It was just him and his mom. No one had ever shown him how to be strong, how to take a hit, keep a steady face, and move forward. His mom did everything she could, but she couldn't teach him how to stand tall like a man. That path, like his dream, he'd have to walk by himself. He shook his head and opened the store. Then froze. Rows upon rows of quirks scrolled endlessly, maybe 1,000 in total. All F rank, all low grade, some barely even powers. But Izuku's eyes sparkled like a kid in a candy shop. With 100 points, he could buy 1 F plus quirk, 1 F quirk, or 2 F quirks. He scrolled through the F section descriptions, and his chest sank. F. Balloon breath user can blow slightly larger than normal air balloons. Excessive balloon inflation can cause oxygen deprivation. F. Bleeder user can voluntarily cause any chosen part of their body to release blood. The user cannot consciously stop the bleeding once it begins, it stops naturally. F. Branch legs can transform into fragile wooden branches. Breaking them causes real injury. F. Brittle bones snap easily, producing loud cracking sounds and leaving the user in pain. F. Meal bugs are drawn to the user's flesh, attempting to bite and devour it. Izuku shivered. These aren't even quirks. They're curses. He suddenly remembered reading somewhere that about 5% of people die at birth or soon after because of their quirks. Back then, he hadn't really processed it, but now it was clear what that truly meant. So this is the other side of quirks, he whispered. The one TV never shows. Then another message appeared. All quirks can be upgraded. Upgrades require points. A quirk can only be raised to ranks you've unlocked. Izuku straightened, determination lighting in his eyes. Thank you for the clarification. He bowed politely again. That made him rethink his choices. If he could upgrade quirks later, he needed ones with potential. But even then, many quirks didn't work by themselves, they needed combinations. F quirks didn't have any good ones. Only in the F and F plus sections there were a few with good synergy, but he didn't have enough points for them. He could buy only one. He needed to think about it carefully. Izuku rubbed his forehead, lost in thought. If only I could buy 2 F quirks at least. The screen blinked. Exclusive deal, first time buyer. 2 for 1 quirks limited to 10 offers. Izuku gasped. Huh? Wait, what? 10 special offers appeared, each containing 2 F rank quirks for the price of 1 F plus. Most were awful. The quirks looked more like F than true F rank, and the pairs didn't match at all. One of the offers was: Deal number 1, Sweet Dreams. F. Sugar, please summon 1 sugar cube, but only if tea is being served. Costs sugar from the user's blood. F. Dream Walker, the user involuntarily enters others' dreams if they are in the same room. Injuries and death in dreams carry over into reality. Izuku groaned. His hope dimmed as he scrolled through the offers until the last one. Deal number 10, Spicy Silence. Steam Breath, F. Release light steam from the mouth after eating spicy food. Deaf Mode, F. Cancel all outside sounds for yourself. Activate with Deafen. Cancel with Undeafen. Izuku's heart raced. Steam Breath, Izuku murmured. Mom would believe it came from Dad. For now, Izuku wasn't sure he should tell anyone about by myself, not even his mom. A quirk with such potential, he heard stories about some people with amazing quirks disappearing, involving his mother in this could be dangerous. And Deaf Mode, it looks weak, but against sound quirks, or combine with others, he muttered. He checked the store again. And spotted one of the quirks that could be combined with Deaf Mode. F. Baby Cry user can cry and yelp very loudly. Hurts the user's ears and causes slight pain and annoyance to others nearby. Paired with Deaf Mode, it could actually work in combat. Even so, he wasn't entirely sure this was the right quirk to invest in. Maybe someday he'd find a better alternative to Baby Cry. For now, it was at least an option. Steam Breath, on the other hand, that one definitely had potential. If he could upgrade it, it might become something truly amazing one day. Izuku bit his lip. His fists trembled. His mind was still racing with pros and cons, but his heart made the decision. Spicy Silence buy. Purchase complete. Quirks acquired, Steam Breath, Deaf Mode. Deafen, he whispered. The world went silent. No humming lights, no distant cars, not even his own breathing. Just heavy, suffocating silence. It felt peaceful and uncomfortable at the same time. Undeafen. Sound returned in a crash. Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding, then laughed softly. He had a quirk. Even if it was an F rank, it was still a quirk. His whole body shook with excitement. He glanced at the clock. It was late. 2 hours had passed just scrolling through and analyzing quirks. Tomorrow, his quest began. He pulled the blanket over his head, hugging the thought of his 2 strange quirks close to his chest. For the first time in years, he fell asleep smiling. It was early Sunday morning. Izuku had never woken up this early on a Sunday, and he'd certainly never trained like this before. He yawned, stretching stiffly as he looked down the park road ahead. The place was quiet. A few people walked their dogs, a couple of runners passed by. Compared to them, Izuku felt completely out of place. They looked confident, fit real athletes. He even spotted a few his own age. He didn't share their confidence. Running 10 kilometers wasn't easy, especially for a beginner. Most people started small, but he didn't have that choice. This was a system quest. Still, the nervousness in his chest wouldn't fade. What if I fail? What if I pass out? What if I end up in the hospital and make mom worry? What if the system stops giving me quests or takes back my quirks? The anxious thoughts hit him harder than the morning chill. He wished someone would tell him that everything would be okay. But there was no one. He was alone. No one cared for him, no one would until he proved himself. Even All Might hadn't believed in him. That meant it was Izuku against the world. Izuku exhaled slowly. Even if I fail? I'll do my best. Determination lit his eyes. He clenched his fists. The road ahead looked endless. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and ran. Aya! Thump! Ah! Izuku blinked. He'd barely made it 3 meters before crashing straight into a tree. Maybe, it would be smarter to run with open eyes next time, he groaned, sliding down the trunk. 2 hours later. Izuku was gasping for air. His tracksuit clung to him, soaked in sweat. His face had gone pale, squeezed tight like a wrung-out towel. His eyes drooped like an old, exhausted dog. Finally, he collapsed onto the grass. He didn't even bother drinking properly, just dumped the whole bottle over his head, mouth open, gulping water as it ran down his face. He drank and cooled himself down at the same time. I can't, it's impossible. My legs. I can't feel them. How am I supposed to do 100 squats like this? His eyes watered, but he rubbed them dry. And maybe push-ups first? He tried to rise on trembling arms, but his body screamed in protest. Izuku gritted his teeth. Please, body. I have to keep going. I can't stop now. I must become a hero. I must. He bit his lip until it bled. Forcing himself up, he lowered his body again. Spit and sweat flew everywhere. Veins stood out on his forehead. His face flushed red. Tears streamed down his cheeks. But he kept going. 14 shaky push-ups later, he dropped face first into the grass. Breathless, he stared up at the sky. He'd known it would be hard, but this was so much harder than he'd imagined. The pain wasn't something anyone sane would want to feel again, unless they were a MSCST. But even so, Izuku smiled faintly. That pain meant he was doing his best. He forced himself up and did another set. And another. By evening, the whole day had vanished into the grind of his first quest. He didn't fail. Somehow, he finished it. When he got home, his mother was furious. And on top of that, he threw up a lot that day. It was Monday, which meant Izuku had to drag himself to school. He woke up earlier than usual, and every muscle in his body screamed in pain. But he had no choice but to keep going. At 4 a.m. he rolled out of bed, still half asleep, and managed to run 10 kilometers before class. He didn't complete all the exercises, but at least this time he only threw up twice. He didn't want to go back to school for many reasons, but the biggest one was obvious: everyone would be buzzing about Friday's incident. When he saw Bakugo in the hallway, Izuku braced himself for the usual explosion of yelling and insults. But Bakugo just looked past him and kept walking. No insults, no Deku, no shove into the lockers. Nothing. Let's keep it that way, please, Izuku thought. Long ago they had been friends, but once Bakugo learned he was quirkless, the bullying began and never stopped. He made Izuku's life miserable. Today, though, Bakugo was different. Calmer. But his classmates weren't. The moment Izuku stepped into class, they swarmed him with questions about All Might, poked fun at him, and treated him like a monkey in a zoo, just like always. Deafen, Izuku mumbled, and the world went silent. For the first time, he truly appreciated how useful this quirk could be. No noise. No mocking. Just silence. The pressure in his chest eased, his anxiety melted away. He sat at his desk and exhaled in relief. The lesson started, but he didn't undeafen himself. He was too tired to focus anyway, and the silence helped him disconnect from the chaos around him. He opened his notebook. Inside was his training plan. After just 2.5 days, he already understood how brutally difficult this quest would be. 6 months of it, every single day, and combined with school, nearly impossible. I've got 181 days left until the quest is over, and 293 days until the UA entrance exam, he mumbled under his breath, writing notes. UA is my dream school, but if I don't make it, there are other options. They also have general studies, I should apply there as well. Still, I have to try my best. Maybe if I run before school, then recover a little during class, then do push-ups and squats later, it'll be easier. Doing everything at once nearly killed me. His pen scratched across the page as he kept whispering, lost in calculations. I can't forget homework either. And I'll need at least an hour a day to check the store and write down useful quirks. And the food I need more protein and carbs. Even if it's just a quest, I want to actually gain muscle. Maybe I should sneak in extra workouts with weights later, yeah. I'll have to cut down on sleep. That's the only way. Izuku muttered all of that while teacher and students stared at him with wide eyes. Blow. Something smacked him across the head. Izuku yelped, snapped his gaze upward, and quickly covered his mouth. His teacher was scolding him, while his classmates grinned and snickered. Undeafen. He whispered. You had a run-in with a villain, the teacher was saying, annoyed. But pull yourself together, kid. If you really want to get into UA, you'll need to actually know something. The classroom erupted in laughter. Students shot him scornful, mocking looks. Oh right. I've got to study too, Izuku realized. He glanced at his classmates, really looked at them. A thought popped into his mind, what rank would their quirks be? He flipped to a new page in his notebook and started writing. All Might S+ class quirk. Even though Izuku had seen him deflate into a skeleton, there was no denying the strength of his power. His weakness came from an injury, not the quirk itself. To Izuku, All Might's quirk had to be at least S+ class, maybe even higher, if that was possible. The system had only shown him ranks from F to S, but his own quirk, by myself, was marked UR. Did that mean it went beyond S? He wasn't sure. Still, for now, he decided All Might's quirk fit neatly into S+. It had to be close enough. Endeavor S class. There was definitely a gap between him and All Might, but Endeavor's quirk was still undeniably powerful, maybe S, maybe even S. For now, it was hard for Izuku to tell the difference. Hawk's the youngest hero to ever make it into the top 10. Many would say his quirk is S-class, but Izuku thought differently. Hawk's was young and incredibly fast, but his real strength wasn't just his feathers, it was his intelligence and control. He'd mastered his quirk to the point where it could rival true S-rank powers. That was what truly made him a top 3 hero. Izuku jotted down, a class, due to minor flaws. His pen paused. He glanced at Bakugo. Kaken's quirk, people had praised it since childhood. That praise inflated his ego until it was bigger than his explosions. He acted like a god sometimes, and the harshest thing was, he could back it up. Kaken's quirk had to be S-class. Maybe not above All Might, but above Endeavor? Possibly. Izuku's eyes drifted over the rest of the class. For the first time, he noticed how hollow their arrogance was. They weren't Kaken. They had no reason for the way they strutted around. Most of them weren't strong at all, they just looked stronger compared to quirkless Izuku. Like the kid with a clothespin for a head. What use would that be in hero work? F-class, at best. Or the one who could pop his eyes out of his sockets, most likely F. A guy with a long neck, another with a long nose, none of them could be higher than F+. And yet they all acted like they were superior. Some might reach E or D rank, the girl who could slightly stretch her hair, the guy with smoke arms, the one with glowing skin, the girl with weak telekinesis, and the boy with chipmunk-like cheeks. It depends on how much space there is. Maybe he could store things there, Midoriya muttered, scribbling in his notebook. The rest might reach C or B ranks, but there was a huge gap. The only one besides Bakugo who stood out was the boy with stone skin. Izuku wrote him down as B rank. Still, compared to Bakugo, the gap was massive. That realization cleared his head. It helped him see the gap between himself and the others, and what to expect when he eventually reached higher ranks. Izuku's gaze lingered on the boy with the popping eyes. Something in him made Izuku pity him. Maybe it was just Izuku's imagination, but he thought that he looked very sad. The boy noticed. What? What are you staring at? I'm sorry. Izuku pressed his palms together in a praying gesture, voice full of compassion. What? I mean, your quirk doesn't really, define you. People will love you for who you are. Everyone have good sides. I'm sure you too have a lot of them. And I really hope you'll have a great life. And, I wish you happiness. And, why you got this? It was the first time Izuku had ever tried to cheer someone up. He thought he'd done pretty well for the first time. Someone nearby overheard and snickered, thinking Izuku was joking. The popping eye boy's face flushed red. Why you? Are you making fun of me, you quirkless nobody? What? And no, I just. After school. Meet me, or you're dead meat. Izuku gulped. Oh no. After school, the two met outside. A small crowd had gathered, cheering for the popping eye guy. Izuku stood shivering, while Bakugo walked past the cluster without even glancing at him. Izuku closed his eyes and bowed his head, preparing to apologize to take the blow and be done with it. But suddenly, a familiar system notification chimed in his ears. Quest, stand up for yourself. Objective, land at least one hit. Reward, 10 points. Izuku blinked in surprise. Hitting him doesn't feel right. Even if System-san asks me, I don't think I can do it. He didn't do anything wrong. It was my fault for not wording it properly. And Mom always taught me violence isn't the answer, you should solve things with words. It's all a misunderstanding, Izuku stammered. I'm sorry if my words offended you. I just thought it'd be right to cheer you up, but I didn't mean to make fun of you. I'm sorry. He bowed deeply. Why the hell do you think I need cheering up? Who do you think you are? You're just a quirkless nobody. If you really want to apologize, then fall on your knees and to Jesus smash your forehead into the ground. Oh okay. And while you're at it, apologize for your mom. Huh? Izuku froze, half kneeling. Yeah. Apologize for your mom. She gave birth to a mistake and then she raised it. She should have gotten rid of you before you were even born. His mother's face flashed in Izuku's mind. The woman who worked late nights just to give him a happy life. The woman who supported him no matter what. The only person who truly cared for him. She would never think of him as a mistake. She was the only reason he never gave in to despair, because he knew losing him would crush her. Izuku's hands curled into fists. Something in him tightened and snapped. Slowly he rose to his feet. The classroom noise dimmed to a hum, the world narrowed to the boy in front of him and the words that had cut his heart. What are you doing? The boy frowned. You can say whatever you want about me. But insulting my moth, I won't forgive that. Izuku shouted, tears blurred his vision. With all the strength he could muster, Izuku drove his fist into his classmate's face. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. What are you doing, Hage-tame? Are you an idiot? Just use your quirk, someone shouted as Hage-tame wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose. Hage-tame snarled. You think you can beat me? I don't even need my quirk to handle you. Your punches are weak anyway. Come here. The bald boy slid into a fighting stance, arms raised. Izuku trembled. Even though they were the same height, Hage-tame suddenly seemed huge before his eyes. But Izuku couldn't back down, not after what he said. His mom's honor was at stake. Until Hage-tame took back those words, running wasn't an option. He drew a shaky breath, wiped his tears, and tried to mimic Hage-tame's stance. Compared to Hage-tame, his stance looked clumsy and awkward. The crowd sneered at the sight. Anxiety clawed at his chest, but Izuku couldn't afford to focus on their laughter. He needed anything, to drown it out. Deafen, he muttered. Silence fell. The world vanished. It was just him and Hage-tame. Izuku braced himself. But he was too slow. A heavy punch slammed into his face. His body toppled backward, crashing to the ground. Pain exploded across his skull. The world spun, colors smeared together. His vision swam with dizziness, just like yesterday after his 10-kilometer run. Now he understood what Hage-tame meant by weak punches. Izuku's strike had barely drawn blood, while Hage-tame's blow had nearly knocked him out. Hage-tame was athletic. He didn't rely much on his quirk, but he was almost always in the top 5 during PE. Izuku, meanwhile, was always at the bottom. So what had he really done to become a hero? Why had he never trained before? Why did he think theories and notebooks were enough? Was it because he was afraid that no matter how hard he tried, nothing would change? That Bakugo would still crush him? Was it all because he was just a naive boy? Why had he even asked All Might that question? Did he really expect his idol to look at a stack of notebooks and see a future hero? Or had he just wanted All Might to feed the delusion he'd been living in? All Might hadn't been wrong. He hadn't been cruel. He had told the truth. And now, even with these new quirks, Izuku was still clinging to that same delusion, believing that training every day, pushing just a little harder, might somehow be enough to reach the top. That's not enough, Izuku muttered as he forced himself up. His teeth clenched, his legs trembling. The crowd froze. Even Hage-tame looked stunned. Blood dripped from Izuku's mouth, but his eyes burned. I am weak, he whispered. Huh? I'm weak. He spoke with a clear voice. Everyone stared in silence. I'm weak. Izuku shouted. Hage-tame gawked. The others did too. But Izuku didn't care. Nothing mattered now except the boy in front of him. This wasn't about his mom anymore. It wasn't even about Hage-tame. Izuku was fighting his own weakness, the weakness he hated, the weakness that had defined him his whole life. He knew he couldn't defeat it today. He knew he couldn't wound it, or even understand it. But he could smile at it. That was the first step? His blurred vision locked onto Hage-tame's outline. A wide, sincere smile spread across his battered face. Maybe he still didn't understand it, but now he recognized it, and that was enough. Finally, his delusion shattered, and the path opened. He stepped forward and threw a shaky punch. Hage-tame dodged easily and drove his fist into Izuku's stomach. Air rushed out of Izuku's lungs, but he kept smiling. Smile at it. Smile, no matter how bitter it is. Smile, because that's the only way to face it. If he showed weakness now, if he let it see him break, it would own him forever. And Izuku couldn't allow that. He swung again, punching at empty air. Hagetame wasn't even there anymore. Izuku's vision blurred, he couldn't track him. If he couldn't see him, maybe he could hear him. Undeaf, N. Sound crashed back into the world. Voices blurred around him. Is he okay? Get a teacher. You went too far, Hagetame. Seriously. Izuku swayed on his feet. Where are? He crumpled, face striking the dirt. I see you, he whispered. The weak smile stayed on his face. A single tear slipped down his cheek as everything went dark. Izuku woke up in a hospital bed. Izuku, are you all right? His mother's face hovered over him, eyes shining with unshed tears. He blinked. Beside her stood 4 more figures, Hagetame, the principal, and 2 stern-looking adults, Hagetame's parents. Midoriya, how are you feeling? The principal asked gently. I think I'm okay. The nurse said you had a concussion. If not for her quick response, you could have suffered permanent brain damage. Brain damage? From one punch? The principal sighed. We're fragile creatures. Because of quirks, people tend to forget that. But you, of all people, should know. Izuku lowered his eyes. I see. But why is everyone here? I understand, Mom, but as principal, every incident on school grounds concerns me. This fight was my responsibility. Staff failed to intervene. That's on me. Exactly. Hagetame's mother snapped. What were the teachers even doing? Standing around? Are they there just for show? Her husband growled. What are we even paying for? Letting children fight until one ends up in the hospital? What's next, selling tickets like UA? You're right, the principal said calmly, but this isn't the place. Midoriya, the reason we're here is to discuss the fight. I've gathered reports, but I want to hear your side. Witnesses say you threw the first punch. Is that true, Izuku? Inko gasped, her face pale. Her baby would. Never, she almost shouted at them all until Izuku lowered his head. Yes. I did. What? Inko's voice cracked. I'm sorry, Mom. I couldn't solve it with words, he bit his lip, ashamed. Izuku, Inko's hand flew to her mouth, trembling. Ha! Then it's settled. Hagetame's father sneered. Our son isn't responsible. She'll pay the bills. The principal's gaze shifted. Hagetame-kun. Is that how it happened? There's no need, his mother cut in sharply. The boy already confessed. But Hagetame hung his head. His voice shook. It wasn't Midoriya's fault. Everyone froze. What are you saying? Inko whispered. Don't say another word, his father barked. This is done. No. It was my fault. Hagetame suddenly dropped into a bow, tears dripping onto the floor. I provoked him. He tried to talk it out, he even got ready to kneel. To knee, Inko gasped, glancing at Izuku. But then his voice cracked. I insulted you, Midoriya-san. I said you should apologize for giving birth to him. And then? I got what I deserved. I'm very sorry. Finally, the boy broke down completely, sobbing, his shoulders shaking as he fully repented. Izuku's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Hagetame-kun. Inko's eyes softened. Slowly, she rested a gentle hand on his head. It's okay. I can see you didn't mean it. I didn't. Hagetame cried, shaking his head. Then I forgive you. And I know Izuku won't hold a grudge either, right, Izuku? Izuku's lips trembled before curving into a small, fragile smile. He nodded. Hagetame lifted his head, stunned. Midoriya. But his father cut in with a cold voice. Even if you say that, he still threw the first punch. Words are words. Violence is violence. Izuku's chest tightened. He couldn't deny it was him who gave in to provocation. The thought gnawed at him. Maybe he should have used his deaf mode quirk before everything started, shut everything out. Maybe next time, if something like this happened again, he'd remember. Father, it was me who. Enough. His father's glare was sharp as knives. No court would ever support his case. The witnesses all saw who struck first. It's over. We're leaving. Bochi clenched his fists. No. We're not going anywhere. It was my fault. If I hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't be here. Then why don't you pay his bills, his father sneered. You raised me like this. If it weren't for you, I'd be an artist right now instead of wasting my life on kickboxing. Shut your mouth, his father growled. You're nothing but a disappointment. If you'd been born with a proper quirk, none of this would have happened. The words froze the room. Izuku's fists clenched on the blanket. People who judge others' worth by quirks are unworthy people. All Might's words came back to Izuku. Everyone turned to him. His voice trembled, but his eyes were firm. Hagetame's father's face twisted red with rage. And who are you to talk? You don't even have a quirk, a quirkless nobody, you're a FING Mista. Slap. The sound cracked across the room. Inko's hand lingered in the air. Her gaze burned. You have no right to say those words, she said coldly. No one does. If those are the manners you've taught your son, then I feel very sorry for him. He's a kind, sensitive boy burdened with unworthy parents. She repeated Izuku's words. Everyone stared, stunned. Why you, how dare you insult and hit my husband? Hagetame's mother shrieked. I see it runs in the family to hit someone first for nothing. If you sincerely believe it was for nothing, Inko replied without blinking, then I'm sincerely sorry for you. Mom, Izuku whispered, overwhelmed. Bocchi stood frozen, wide-eyed. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. He looked at Inko in disbelief. No adult had ever spoken against his father like that, let alone stood up for him. His shoulders shook from a strange mix of relief and confusion. Finally, the principal stammered, clapping his hands. I have an idea. Perhaps the fair solution would be to split the bill? That would save everyone trouble and time. I don't mind, Inko nodded. Humph, darling, let's just be done with this and forget about these people. Splitting isn't the worst option. Hagetame's mother tugged at her husband's arm. The man scowled. Fine. But before leaving, he shot his son and Izuku a glare so dark that Izuku shivered. Inko's warm hand squeezed his. It's okay, Izuku. He won't hurt you. I'm here. Mom, but I do need to get back to work though. I'm sorry. You don't need to be sorry. It's normal to be angry for the people you love. I slapped him because he insulted you. You punched him because he insulted me. There's no shame in that, it's just proof that we care for each other. I'm just glad you're okay. We'll talk more tomorrow. For now, she turned to Bocchi with a kind smile. I think you boys have things to discuss. With that, she left the room. The air stayed heavy, but it had lost its bite. I'm sorry. Bocchi bowed his head to Izuku. Why you already said sorry, you don't have to, Izuku stammered, panicking. I said sorry to your mom, but not to you. What I did was wrong. Bocchi's voice cracked. I almost made you disabled. You don't have to forgive me. But I already did, and it's okay, and I was wrong too. I worded myself poorly, that's what made you think I was mocking you. So, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Bocchi frowned, anger stirring again. It's not you who nearly put someone in the hospital. You can't just forgive that so easily. And no, really, it's okay. Izuku gave a nervous smile, hands raised. You're annoying. If it was me, I'd never forgive that unless they jumped out the window. Isn't that a little harsh, Hagetame-kun? I don't think you deserve that. It all started because of my words. Hagetame paused for a second. Why did you even say them? I just thought, it was something I'd want to hear if I were in your place. Bocchi's eyes narrowed. But you still have no quirk. You can't know how I feel. Maybe you didn't mean it, but it sounded like you were looking down on me. Why were you even singling me out? Izuku sighed. Because I thought you looked sad. And I know how it feels to be laughed at every day, to never hear encouragement. So, I thought, if I can't get those words, maybe I can give them to someone else. I see. Bocchi fell quiet, staring at the floor. Do you really think you can become a hero? I don't know. Izuku admitted, then gave a faint, nervous smile. Getting into UA isn't easy. 0.33%. Even people with good quirks. I know. Then what makes you think you'll be one of them? I don't know if I will, Izuku said softly. But I'll do my best. Unless I try, I'll never know. Bocchi blinked at him. You're weird. Sorry, Izuku rubbed the back of his head, grinning awkwardly. Why try, if you know it'll probably be for nothing? Because it's my dream. Izuku's voice steadied, firmer now. Even if the door is closed to me, I'll break it down. But what if you can't? Then I'll break myself trying. At least I'll know I gave everything I could. That's better than choosing the easy way and regretting it for the rest of my life. I mean, that's how I feel. Bocchi blinked again, speechless. His head dropped, eyes fixed on the floor. I never wanted to become a hero, he murmured. Izuku tilted his head. That's what my family wanted. Bocchi's tone was bitter. My parents even married hoping their child would have a great quirk. My mom can stretch her body a little, and my dad can stick out different parts of his body including his eyes. I got his quirk, but weaker. Just the eyes. They don't hurt when I pop them out, and they're firm, but if someone grabs them or hits them with an explosion, I'm done. And honestly, I don't even know how to use this ability. It could be a really useful intelligence quirk, Izuku muttered automatically. Like, you could see in 360, and if you stuck them out far enough, you could. Or, Bocchi cut in dryly, I could just turn my head. Bocchi snorted. Pfft. You really are weird. Haha. Izuku laughed sheepishly. Bocchi rubbed his cheek, suddenly flustered. But, you know that time, when you got up and smiled? I thought you looked pretty cool. Yeah? And me? Cool? Izuku nearly jumped. Yeah. A lot of people thought I just hit you too hard and you lost it. But there were others like me who saw you in a different light. Izuku tilted his head, puzzled. I don't know. I always saw you as a spineless wimp, Bocchi admitted, but in that moment, when you smiled, it felt like you had some kind of aura. A firm resolve, something I don't have. Izuku blinked, flustered. Compliments weren't something he heard often, and he had no idea what to do with them. His face turned red. You said you wanted to be an artist? He blurted suddenly. Yeah, Bocchi muttered, his blush fading into a frown. But it's more like a stupid fantasy. Nothing special. I don't really believe I can do it. I don't have conviction like you. I think dreams are stupid, Izuku said suddenly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Bocchi blinked at him in surprise. You know why I wanted to become a hero? Izuku asked, his voice dropping. It was because of a video. All Might carrying a whole group of people on his back. I've watched it thousands of times. Every time, I thought, one day, that'll be me. He laughed softly, almost embarrassed by his own words. Isn't that stupid? Back then I didn't even have a quirk. And honestly, to do that, you'd need a strength-type quirk, something I could never inherit. But it never felt impossible to me. Not then. Not now. His hands balled into fists. I still dream of saving people, helping people. All dreams are stupid and impossible if you think about them too hard. Not many will support you. Not many will believe. That's why I'm by myself. I'm the only one who can prove them all wrong. A spark of respect flickered in Hagetame's eyes. Hagetame-kun, in the end, I want to be a hero because I want to save people. To be there in their darkest moments, to pull them out of danger, whether it's villains, disasters, or anything else. That's why. But, why do you want to be an artist? I like to draw, Hagetame muttered, shame coloring his voice. Oh, really? I like to draw too. Izuku blurted. Huh? But I mean, it's not a real art, more like heroes and costumes. I've sketched tons of prototypes for my future suits, hee. Just thinking about becoming a hero excites me so much. Don't you feel something like that too, Hagetame-kun? Don't you have a big dream? My big dream, Hagetame hesitated, then blurted it out, cheeks flushing as if confessing love. I want to open an art gallery. Whoa! That's amazing. Izuku's eyes sparkled. He leaned forward, smiling wide. Will it show different artists' work, or just yours? Only mine. I've always dreamed of people coming in, talking about my art. And the gallery would be called Hagetame's World. Haha. I know, it's stupid. I want to become the greatest hero of all time. Izuku suddenly declared, exhaling sharply. I want to surpass everyone, even All Might. I'll save more people, help more people, and smile to more people. And nobody will ever laugh at me, they will only laugh because of happiness and peace that I will bring. That will be Midoriya Izuku's era with smiles and happiness. You're mad. Do you think you can do it? Izuku asked, throwing back the same question Bocchi had given him. Bocchi lowered his head and then looked at Izuku. Izuku's face looked awkward and nervous, but at the same time his eyes were fuming with determination. Even after all those mad words that he said, he still truly believed that he had a chance. He thought about himself, how little he practiced compared to others, how far behind he was. He doodled in free time, but it was nowhere near the level of real art students. Could he really dream so big? What do you want, Hagetame-kun? Izuku pressed gently. A memory flashed before his eyes, him visiting an art gallery with his mom and staring at the picture in front of him. He remembered how big that art gallery was and how amazing all the drawings looked. It was like he was in a different world. And on the next day he started trying to draw. Yes, the drawings weren't at the level that were hanging on the walls of that art gallery, but at the same time his 6-year-old version had so much fun. Hagetame's throat tightened. His eyes welled up. I want to draw. Then go for it. Why, you got this. Izuku clenched his fist awkwardly. But what if it never works out? My parents will be against it. And it's too late. I'm not really in any position to give advice, Izuku admitted softly. In the end, we all have to choose for ourselves, either chase our childish, naive dreams, or accept reality. But if I choose my dream, then I'll give it everything. I'll try my best. Because without trying, there's no way to know if it's possible. Hagetame stared at him, stunned. Pfft, he suddenly chuckled through his tears. You're insane. Your dream is literally to surpass All Might. You don't just try that, dude. I'll try my best, Izuku said firmly. But, how will you even do it without a quirk? I have a quirk, Izuku admitted, awkwardly pressing his index fingers together. Do you have anything spicy? Yeah, my mom always packs curry with extra pepper. Bochi passed over a lunchbox. Izuku took a few bites. That's really hoa. Steam hissed from his mouth like a kettle. Bochi couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really your quirk? Do you have water? Or milk? How do you even eat this? Izuku's face was flushed red. Truth was, he hated spicy food. Bochi burst out laughing. How can you have a quirk like that and not be able to handle something this light? Dude, this isn't gonna help your case with surpassing All Might at all, but I think you'd make a great comedian. Water, please, Izuku croaked. Bochi handed him an orange soda from his bag. Izuku cracked it open only for it to spray all over his face. Ahahaha. See? You're a natural. Guess you found your plan B if things don't work out. I don't have a plan B. Only plan A. Izuku gulped the soda greedily, then sighed in relief. Thanks. When did your quirk even show up? How can it appear so late? Haha, it just happened recently. I guess I was lucky. I see, Bochi trailed off. Silence pressed between them. You're really good at boxing, Hagetame-kun. How long have you trained? All my life, I guess. When my dad realized what a disappointment my quirk was, he hired the best kickboxing teacher he could find and made a strict schedule for me. Bochi's eyes dropped, his voice bitter. What would your father do if you told him you wanted to be an artist? He'd do anything to stop it. That's why, Bochi's fists clenched. I envy you. You've got a kind, supportive mom. Mine just forces me to give up on my dream. So because they don't support you, it's easier to give up? Izuku asked innocently. Hagetame cut himself off, realization struck him. His father, and everything he was doing right now, he had given up everything, his time, his energy, his dream, all for his father's dream. That was the path he was walking, the path of surrender. The spineless wimp wasn't Midoriya. It was him. The door his father had chosen for him left no way back. If he failed, it wouldn't be his father who broke, it would be him, left as nothing but a shattered doll. Bochi let out a shaky breath. You know, Midoriya, you're way stronger than I thought. Haha. I'm strong? Izuku blinked in disbelief. I don't really like heroes. I don't even have a favorite. But, Bochi smirked, folding his arms behind his head. If you make it, I'll cheer for you. Cheer for me? Izuku's eyes watered. Those were the kindest words anyone had ever said to him, besides his mom. I think you're the kind of hero people would want to support. And I hope you do make it. Because if you can, then maybe? I can too. Then let's make a promise. Izuku blurted, blushing. A promise? I'll make it into UA. And you'll talk to your father and try to apply for an art school. That's the first part of the promise. And the second part is you becoming the greatest hero, and me opening my own gallery? Bochi smirked. Izuku nodded eagerly. You're mad, Midoriya. If you become a hero, you should call yourself Madman, or Mad Smile, or maybe Mad Green. He glanced at Izuku's determined face, then sighed. Fine. But only the first part, I promise. Bochi stuck out his fist. Izuku lit up and bumped it with his own. Bochi immediately turned away, embarrassed, refusing to meet his eyes. Anyway, it's getting late. I should go home. It was nice talking to you, Hagetame-kun. Have a safe walk. Aha. See you. The room felt strangely quiet once Bochi left. Izuku lay back, letting his thoughts wander for a moment, then he froze. It's getting late. Late. Wait. How much time had passed? Izuku fumbled for his phone and nearly dropped it when the screen lit up, 8:37 p.m. 5 hours since the fight between being unconscious, the conflict, and talking with Hagetame. 5 whole hours gone. That meant he only had 3 hours left to finish the quest. He wasn't sure it was a good idea to train after a concussion, but nothing would be worse than failing a quest. Izuku immediately started sit-ups on his hospital bed, then squats, then push-ups. He barely made it. By the time the clock blinked 11:48 p.m., Izuku collapsed on the cold floor, drenched, shaking, and throwing up but still alive. Barely. 10 days passed. Nothing dramatic had changed. Bochi and Izuku didn't suddenly become friends. He didn't invite him to lunch or hang out at school, but at least he waved when they crossed paths. That was better than being ignored. The other students' attitudes shifted too. They still didn't approach Izuku, but fewer sneered at him or whispered behind his back. Maybe there was even a hint of respect. Or maybe Izuku was imagining it. The system, however, didn't let him forget what happened that day. Quest, stand up for yourself. Objective, land at least one hit. Reward, 10 points. Quest complete. Congratulations. You've earned plus 10 points. Plus 10 reputation. Plus 1 hero's impact. Izuku tilted his head at the glowing screens. He could understand the quest reward 10 points was straightforward. But why plus 10 reputation? And why only plus 1 hero's impact? What even was hero's impact supposed to measure? Reputation felt like people's opinions of him, maybe? But hero's impact? He thought maybe he needed to save people to raise it. A lot of things Izuku still didn't understand. He was still mulling it over when he spotted an old woman hobbling toward a crosswalk. Excuse me, ma'am? Do you mind if I help you? He stammered, rushing to her side. Oh ho ho, what a sweet boy, she chuckled. So many heroes in the city, yet none stop for a helpless old lady. It's no trouble. I'll always help a lady in distress, Izuku said, his cheeks turning pink. Hoo, such a flirt. She smacked his backside, making him nearly choke on air. Red-faced, he steadied her across the street. It took a while, but they made it safely. Thank you, young man. You're my hero. I'll never forget this noble deed. Have a nice walk, ma'am. All the best to you. Ding. Plus 1 reputation. Congratulations. You've unlocked help points. You've earned plus 1 help point. Izuku blinked. Help points? Quest rewards are assigned by the system. Help points are earned through acts of service. The greater the deed, the greater the reward. Izuku's jaw dropped. This is incredible. That just means that I can earn points outside of quests too. He muttered excitedly, barely noticing the street emptying until he patted his pocket. Huh? Where's my wallet? He paled. Wait, where's that old lady? She was so slow, how did she vanish so quickly? That wallet had money for groceries and the ultra-rare All Might Golden Age figure I'd been saving up for. Mom worked so hard for it. Midoriya bit his nails, tears immediately welling up in his eyes. Looking for this? Izuku froze. A disembodied hand floated in front of him, holding his wallet. The All Might sticker grinned up at him. Huh? Hey All Might? Ha 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 ha. A loud, boisterous laugh exploded right in his ear. Izuku spun, nearly fainting, when a sharp-toothed grin hovered inches from his face. To his left, a pair of dusky green eyes blinked mischievously. Above him, mossy hair floated in the air like seaweed caught in a current. Laughter echoed from every direction as disjointed pieces of a hand, a mouth, those same eyes, and that drifting hair, spun around him in dizzying circles. Izuku's vision swirled. His knees buckled. Then, something solid touched his shoulder. It was a hand, attached to a headless body. You look like a trembling lamb, a playful voice teased. The floating pieces snapped together, forming a girl with dark moss hair, sharp teeth, and a grin too wide for her face. She shoved the wallet into his hands. Don't worry, I'm not gonna eat you. Unless you're into that. Ha ha ha. Izuku opened his mouth, but no words came out. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, or maybe I did. Your face just now was priceless. Ha ha ha. Izuku stammered uselessly. The girl tilted her head, amused. Yeah, it wasn't me who swiped your wallet. That old lady that you helped wasn't an old lady, it looked like just some idiot with a speed-type quirk. Never seen anyone walk that fast. Or. Her grin faded for a second, eyes narrowing in thought. Maybe 2 idiots, though. That hump was way too big. Could it be a transformation quirk, maybe? I mean, it would make sense to work as a pair. A transformation type combined with a speed type sounds like a wet dream for a pair of thieves. Then she blinked, snapping out of analysis mode as her playful smile returned. Guess you got scammed, huh? Izuku froze. I got scammed, he muttered, dumbfounded. She snickered. You're so green, dude. Her gaze flicked over his hair and eyes, smirking. In more ways than one. Guess we match a little, huh? Gotta watch yourself out there. She flashed her sharp teeth in a grin. Relax, I don't need a reward. I'm gonna be a hero anyway, get rich as hell, get famous as hell, get my face on every billboard. Bet my merch'll sell out like hotcakes too. She leaned closer, eyes glinting. You look like an otaku, right? Figures. Be honest, would you buy a figure of me? A hottie like this? Setsuna arched her back in a mock modeling pose, one hand on her hip, the other behind her head. Then she clasped her hands under her chin in a hard gesture, batting her lashes in a fake cutesy voice. Kya so adorable, right? She teased, switching poses like a runway show. She turned her back to him, arching her back and sticking her hip out to strike an exaggerated pose, hands raised to gather her hair as she flashed a playful look over her shoulder. Izuku's face went scarlet. From head to toe, he burned redder than a warning light. He stammered, words dissolving into panicked sounds. Setsuna's eyes glinted, a slow, teasing smile curving her lips. She giggled. All right, maybe I do want a reward. Let's take a selfie. Come on, pose, greeny peace sign, peace sign. She leaned in, tongue out, flashing a peace sign beside his frozen face. Izuku didn't move a perfect statue. The shutter clicked. She burst out laughing. Okay, see you, greeny. Try not to get scammed again, yeah? And just like that, she was gone. Izuku's cheeks burned. His eyes bulged. Holy whoa. I just talked to a girl. He didn't. 2 hours later, he realized he hadn't even thanked her. Or asked her name. Or given his own. But it was too late for that now. Izuku was breathing heavily in the park. Today, he'd made real progress he hadn't thrown up even once. Truly, one of the happiest days of his life, unlocked help points, talked to a girl, he didn't, his wallet safe, finally bought All Might's Golden Age figure he'd been dreaming about and hadn't thrown up. What more could a man ask for? Overwhelmed with joy, he decided to push himself further 10 more push-ups than the system required. Congratulations. You broke your limits for the first time. As a reward, the user gains plus 10 points. 10 points? Izuku's face lit up. Wow! His chest swelled. This really was one of the happiest days of his life. In addition, all training limits have been raised by plus 1 kilometer running. Quest, Hero's Outline. Updated, run 11 kilometers. Do 110 push-ups, 110 squats, and 110 sit-ups. Izuku stared blankly at the glowing window. But I just started getting used to it. How am I supposed to? Good luck. His arms buckled. He dropped to his knees. Somebody save me, his eyes brimmed with tears. Still, he forced himself back up, legs dragging beneath him, a strained smile spreading across his face. 100 meters later, he threw up. In the evening, Izuku dragged himself home, utterly drained. His mother, Inko, had been worried at first, but looking at Izuku's condition, both physical and mental, he seemed okay. Exhausted, yes, but less gloomy and depressed than he usually was after school. Just very, very tired. And he'd even made a strange request about dinner. Welcome home, Izuku. How was your jogging? You look pretty tired. Izuku's lips trembled. He muttered something incoherent under his breath, words tumbling together like a witch casting a spell. His eyes twitched like he'd just survived a 10-year war in a single day. Also, are you sure about adding so much spice to your favorite katsudon? You never liked it before. I'm worried it'll make you sick. It's alright, Izuku stammered, lowering himself shakily into his seat. If you say so, Inko sighed, still watching him carefully. With trembling hands, he picked up his chopsticks and shoved a steaming bite into his mouth. His eyes went wide. He froze, cheeks puffed, lips pressed tight. I told you it's too much. Let me get you another one. Inko reached for his plate. Izuku shook his head, his eyes locking on hers with a shaky but determined look. A strained smile tugged at his lips. It's alright. I'm alright, Mo. A hiss of steam escaped his mouth. Izuku? Is this? What? Are you okay? Izuku nodded quickly, still puffing faint clouds like a teapot. Inko froze. Her hands hovered in midair, trembling. But, the doctor said it was impossible for you. Her voice broke. 1,000 emotions flickered across her face: shock, confusion, disbelief, and finally, relief. Izuku, she whispered, and then the dam burst. Izuku, you did it. You really did it. Tears gushed from her eyes like fountains, practically flooding the apartment. I'm so happy for you. So happy, Izuku. And at that moment, as steam and the warmth of his mother's embrace swirled around him, Izuku realized he really needed some water. Hagakure Toru was running in the park as usual. She always came around the same time and had grown used to seeing the regulars, runners, athletes, even the occasional pro heroes. But recently, a new guy had started showing up. A guy who immediately caught her attention. Toru had to train harder than most of her peers. She was athletic, but her quirk wasn't nearly as flashy or destructive as some of the monsters she'd seen. DSPLN was her only path forward. Every detail mattered: her diet, her schedule, her training. She'd studied martial arts since childhood, doing everything she could just to keep up and reach even the bare minimum level she needed. Despite all that effort, she still knew her limits. Leg days, core days, arm days, anyone serious about their body knew how to balance them. But that guy was different. Every single day, he did the exact same routine. Yesterday, Toru had even decided to secretly follow him. With her quirk, it was no trouble at all. She'd counted every movement, just to make sure she wasn't imagining things. But no. Today was the same, 11 kilometers of running, 110 push-ups, and 110 squats. Was that his quirk? Or was he just insane? Doing the same thing every day was bad enough, but with that much strain? No one's body could keep up with that. She told herself it wasn't her business. If he wanted to break himself, fine. Yet, she couldn't look away. The strangest thing about him wasn't the training itself. It was his smile. It wasn't a happy smile or a genuine smile. It was weak, forced, and awkward, so strange it made his already weird face look even weirder. And yet, somehow, there was something magnetic about it. Something that pulled her closer. Before she realized it, her feet were already carrying her toward him. The guy was lying on the grass, his chest heaving, his mouth hanging open. "Why are you trying so hard?" she asked bluntly, standing and looming over him. "Don't you know your body has limits? You'll break yourself at this pace." The guy didn't even look at her. His eyes just trembled upward, locked on the sky. "Am I dream? You must keep going. Your dream requires you to destroy yourself? Either I break myself, or I reach it." Toru frowned. "Humph. Can't imagine what a stupid dream that must be then." The boy's head finally turned toward her. His face was pale, drenched in sweat. For the first time, he seemed to notice her pink sports bra, shorts, sneakers, and the rest of her body invisible. His lips quivered. "Don't you dream?" he stammered, his voice trembling the moment he realized he was talking to a girl. For a second, Toru froze. Most people, when they noticed her, had the same reaction: stares, whispers, pointing. Some even recoiled in fear, muttering about being spied on. But this boy looked at her like she was a completely normal girl. A dream, yes, she had one. "I do," she admitted in a chilly voice. "But mine doesn't require me to break myself." But isn't it stupid? Your dream." Her invisible form stiffened. "What did you just say?" Huh? "Maybe you're the stupid one," she said coldly, her voice as sharp as daggers. "Yeah? You run every day like an idiot, bite off more than you can chew, and then call my dream stupid? Just who do you think you are?" She snapped, the words cracking through the air. For a moment, a heavy silence hung between them. "What do you even know about me?" Sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I was just talking about mine." He waved his hands frantically. "I really need to watch my wording. It's not the first time, maybe I should just keep my mouth shut," he muttered gloomily. For a second, she almost snorted. At least he knew he was an idiot. She turned away. "Idiot? Don't lump mine with yours," she said, her tone sharpening. "It's not reckless and it's not a fantasy. It's simple and precious to me. I just need," her fists clenched, and the last word slipped out in a mutter. "I will reach it." "I am very sorry," the boy blurted. "I just meant, all dreams sound stupid if you think about them too much and say them out loud. Don't you think? Do you have a dream you can tell people without worrying they'll laugh? Aren't all dreams just stupid words, until you reach them?" Toru fell silent. She didn't want to admit he had a point or say anything to him at all. This was the first time she'd even spoken to him, and even if he was right, she wasn't about to let him know that. So she started to walk away, ready to keep running. "I want to become a hero," he suddenly said. "And surpass all might." Toru froze. Slowly, she looked back at him. Midoriya braced himself for laughter, for insults, for mockery. But instead, her voice came out cold as steel. "A hero?" She paused. "Then you're planning to apply for UA? Why, yeah. I'll try. Are you aware of the level of students who apply there? The ones who actually get in?" He nodded quickly. She hummed, almost to herself. "If that's so, then how about a little spar? You can use your quirk, if you want." "Yeah? But fighting with quirks in public is prohibited. It could cause trouble for passers-by, and if someone reports us. It's early morning. Barely anyone's around. And no one's going to care about two kids messing around." But what else? "Why, you're a girl." Her voice dropped colder than ice. "So? I can't hit a girl. I am sorry. In an era where top heroes like Ryukyu prove women are just as strong, you still cling to that mindset." Her invisible figure shifted closer, each word cutting sharper than the last. "With that attitude, are you sure you even want to be a hero? What will you do? If your enemy is a woman? Will you also apologize and just run away?" Izuku's face went pale. Panic set in his arms flailed uselessly, sweat dripping down his chin. "And no. That's not what I meant. I'm not looking down on you, it's just that. I'd feel awful if I hurt you." Toru's voice dropped flat, almost disappointed. "If you think you can hurt me, then you're already underestimating me. Let's spar." She planted her feet. "Get up. I'll even let you attack first. You want to join UA, right? Then I'll show you the bare minimum you need to stand at the gate." A spark lit in his eyes. You also want to join. Get up. He gulped, fingers digging into the grass, then slowly pushed himself to his feet. He wasn't stupid. He knew she'd outclass him. Day after day, he'd seen her run, her pace was controlled, her breathing was steady, her movements were sharp. And on top of it all, she had an amazing quirk that only widened the gap. Compared to her, he collapsed in exhaustion after every session. She was leagues above him. But when she called herself the bare minimum for U.A, Izuku wasn't thinking about winning. He just wanted to see how wide the gap really was. He dropped into a stance, an awkward copy of Hagetame's from their fight. It looked just as clumsy and shaky as it had back then. That's your stance? Toru's irritation flared. You think this is a joke? I told you to show your best, stop looking down on me. But this is my best, Izuku said, forcing a crooked, nervous smile. Huh? He edged forward, hesitant, then lunged with a wild, desperate strike. Thump. The next thing he knew, the world tilted. His back slammed the grass, breath shooting from his lungs. He hadn't even seen her move. With Hagetame, at least he'd glimpsed the punch. But Hagakure? She just grabbed him and flipped him before he could blink. Air wheezed from his chest. She hadn't even gone all out. He could tell she wasn't using her quirk's full potential. She'd beaten him while fully clothed, making herself an easy target, and even then, her speed felt blinding. What are you doing? She snapped. Is this all you have? I said you can use your quirk. Are you still underestimating me? Izuku coughed, gasping for air. And no, that's not it. He forced the words out between ragged breaths. It's just my quirk's still in the early stages. I can't really use it in a fight yet. What? Are you serious? Toru's voice sharpened with disbelief. And with that, you plan to apply to UA? Do you really know nothing about the kind of students who get in, or do you just think that little of them? If you're planning to show up like this, you might as well give up now. Even with 100 chances, you'd fail every single one of them. That's how hopeless you are. Midoriya's lips trembled as he hung his head, fingers digging into the grass. She exhaled sharply and shook her head. What a disappointment. I misjudged you. She turned her back and started to walk away. Will you be here again? Izuku's voice cracked as he shouted after her. Toru stopped. She expected her words to crush him, to make him quit on the spot. But instead, when she glanced back, he was smiling. I'm not changing my training spot just because of you, she said coldly. I was hoping you'd leave. I won't leave, he yelped. His fists tightened, but his smile held. Sorry, but I can't. I'll be here again, and next time. I'll try my best not to disappoint you. Toru stared for a moment, then said nothing. Weird, she muttered under her breath, and then ran off. Izuku's smile stayed. When she disappeared, he shifted his gaze to the glowing screen that had popped up before him. Quest, I'm here. Objective, make her acknowledge and recognize you as a worthy contender. Deadline, 3 months. Reward, 50 points. Thank you for the chance, Izuku whispered. The same day after school, Izuku waited by the gates, determination burning in his eyes. When Hagetame Bochi finally came out with his friends, he barely glanced at Izuku but gave him a small wave. See you, Midoriya. Hagetame-kun. See, can I talk to you, please? Izuku blurted, voice cracking. Bochi stopped mid-step. His friends paused too. You need help, Bochi? Asked a guy with a clothespin-shaped head, glaring at Izuku with open hostility. It's all right. Don't worry. We'll just have a quick chat, I'm sure it's nothing special. You can go, guys. Bochi waved them off. They nodded and left, though not without curious glances back at the odd pair. Bochi crossed his arms, turning back to Izuku. So? Izuku's face flushed as words tumbled out in pieces. Sorry for bothering you, but I just wanted to ask if you could possibly. Bochi stiffened. Dude, you're freaking me out right now. The way Midoriya was blushing, stammering, clutching his bag like it was life or death, it felt like a confession. A cold shiver ran down Bochi's spine. Great. Just great. This guy was the class outcast, barely spoke to anyone, awkward with literally everyone. Bochi had never even seen him show interest in a girl. Honestly, the way he acted, it wouldn't be shocking if, oh hell, no. No way. Bochi liked girls. He really liked girls. But seeing Midoriya like this, it didn't look good. It didn't look good at all. They'd had one decent conversation, sure. Bochi had even thought maybe the guy wasn't as hopeless as the rumors said. But this? This was looking way too much like the setup to something Bochi did not want to deal with. Could you possibly teach me how to fight? Izuku blurted, bowing so deep it looked like a love confession. His face was bright red, his voice cracked, the whole scene practically screamed boys' love. Other students leaving the gates slowed down, staring. Whispering started immediately. Oh hell no. Bocchi's eyes darted nervously around. Who the hell asks for something like that? Bocchi muttered under his breath. This weird guy. Then he raised his voice, let's talk about it somewhere else. Follow me and stop being so creepy about it. Izuku straightened immediately, obedient as a scolded kid, and hurried after him. The whispers of their classmates trailed behind them, echoing all the way out of sight. Izuku sat stiffly, poking at the glass in front of him a neon green avocado smoothie cocktail. He had never been in a cafe with anyone except his mom. He'd seen other teenagers hanging out here, laughing, sipping colorful drinks like it was the most natural thing in the world. He'd never had that. As an outcast, he'd never belonged to any group. So when H-Tame asked him if he wanted to order something, he panicked and tapped the first flashy thing on the menu. It looked trendy, and he'd seen other teens with smoothies and lemonades. He thought maybe that was the rule. Blend in, order something flashy. It was, without question, the most disgusting thing he had ever tasted. He almost gagged, but forcing a smile, he gulped it down so he wouldn't look weird. Bocchi sipped his coffee, watching Izuku squirm across the table. So, in a nutshell, some girl applying for UA beat you, told you to give up, and instead of that you came to me because you think I can train you to beat her back in 3 months? That about right? Izuku nearly choked on his smoothie. He shook his head furiously. And no. I don't need to beat her, just make her acknowledge me. Why? Bocchi raised an eyebrow. It'll increase my chances of getting into UA. Huh? So that's what this is. Bocchi idly tapped the rim of his cup. Yes. And if I get into UA, then you can become an artist too. We'll both keep our promise. Izuku blurted, leaning forward with an intensity that made his smoothie wobble. Bocchi sighed, dragging a hand down his face. I never promised to become an artist. I said I'd talk to my father. Maybe apply for an art school. That's it. Izuku blinked, deflating. Did you talk to him? Of course not. It's only been 2 weeks. I need him to cool down a bit. Izuku lowered his head, then hesitantly lifted his fist with a nervous smile. Why you got this? Every time you say that, I want to punch you. Bocchi stared at him, deadpan. Sorry. Izuku yelped, nearly knocking over his glass. Don't sorry. It was just a joke. Bocchi shook his head, exhaling through his nose. You take everything too seriously, man. Try being simpler. That's how people talk. That's how friends talk. Izuku's eyes went wide. His smoothie straw squeaked between his fingers. Friends? H-Tame Kuin, are we? I don't want to help you with fighting lessons. I don't have time, and I don't see what's in it for me. But our promise. Man, even if I show you the basics, there's no chance you're beating that girl. Hell, you won't even get her to notice you in 3 months. And if you're thinking fighting lessons will magically boost your UA chances, forget it. The ones who make it in with weak quirks have been learning martial arts since they could walk. And compared to yours or mine, they still aren't weak, they're leagues above us. They're just nothing special next to monsters like Bakugo. Izuku blinked and tilted his head, giving H-Tame a puzzled look. H-Tame sighed. Look, there are basically 3 types of people who want to get into UA. The first, obviously, are the geniuses. Prodigies with busted quirks and crazy potential. And even most of them train for years. The second group, the hard workers. Their quirks aren't amazing, but they started early, learned control, polished their technique until it shines, all that stuff. And then there's the third type, the delusionists. People like you, barely any training, no prep, no real talent. They just pray they'll slide by, that luck, fate, or something will carry them. They're basically trying to catch a dragon with a butterfly net. There are frogs at the bottom of the well, but you're not even a frog. You're a worm in the mud under the well. That's how far behind you are. Izuku pursed his lips, staring at his atrocious avocado smoothie. He knew that. He knew the gap between him and the others was overwhelming, but his resolve, at this point, was impossible to break. The girl you mentioned sounds like Category 2, H-Tame said after a sip of his coffee. And those ones, they're not frogs. They're rats. Mad dogs. They bite down on that chunk called UA and don't let go until they're dead. That's why my fighting lessons wouldn't do a DMN thing against her. Not in 3 months, not even in a year. And I'm a middle schooler, man. A year of training from a middle schooler isn't enough to get you where you're trying to go. That's just reality. I know that. Izuku pressed his lips together, his voice trembling. Bocchi watched him silently as he went on. I know. But it'll still increase my chances. Doing nothing will just leave me where I am now. I have to try. I know my chances are minimal. I know that most likely it's not even 0.33% or 0.1%, not even 0.01% or 0.001%. It's much, much lower. But if you teach me, even just a little, it'll raise them, even by 0.00001%. Izuku leaned forward, trembling slightly, his fists tightening on the table. I'm not asking you to train me every day, or waste all your time. Just, whenever you can. If you can give me an hour 3 days a week, I'll be grateful. If it's only weekends, I'll be grateful. Even if it's just 1 day, I'll still be grateful. And if an hour's too much, then 30 minutes, 10 minutes, even 1 minute. Anything. His voice cracked, his knuckles went white as his grip tightened. I just want to increase my chances, even if it barely matters. Because the version of me who didn't try everything, who didn't give it his all, would regret it way more than the version who failed after trying his best. Bocchi exhaled, rubbing the bridge of his nose. For a few seconds, he just stared at him, torn between disbelief and reluctant admiration. Then he muttered, try my best, try my best. Are you stuck in a loop? Seriously, man, I'm already sick of hearing the same thing over and over. Sorry. Sigh. Don't sorry. Bocchi took another sip of his coffee. I have a condition, he said after a pause. We don't have much money. Izuku embarrassingly lowered his head. Not that, idiot. Let me finish. Sorry. Hagetame sighed again and started massaging his eyebrows to calm down a bit. This guy gave him a headache. I can't just show up and apply to an art school. They need to see some of my works, a portfolio. And I don't really have much of one. Izuku wanted to say something but decided not to, not wanting to irritate Hagetame again. Which is why I need to make some before going there. I mean, obviously my chances are still almost zero, but as you said, doing nothing won't get me anywhere. At the very least, I need to make sure my chances are higher than zero. Hagetame muttered, blushing a bit. Izuku couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. But I can't do it at home. Every time I tried to draw anything on the canvas, my parents confiscated it and threw it in the rubbish bin. Iya? That's very cruel. Hagetame-kun. Hagetame's face darkened, he gripped his fist. If you allow me to use your room and draw there for an hour every day and also let me to keep my paintings there, I will train you for an hour every day. I know that these conditions are unreasonable, but 2 hours. Huh? You can have my room for 2 hours. My mom is always at work until evening, and I train in the park during that time, so it won't be a problem for me if you stay longer. I'm not sure how much time you need, but even I know that art requires a lot of thinking, so 1 hour might not be enough for you. Are you sure about that? It doesn't mean that I will train you for 2 hours though. Even if you give me 2, I'll still train you for an hour. Are you fine with that? Izuku actively nodded. Huh, well. If you're okay with that, then that's a deal. I'll teach you for every hour in a day how to fight, and you will give me your room for 2 hours till our entrance exams. Hagetame extended his hand. Izuku blinked in surprise, tilting his head, confused. Just shake it. Ah. Why yeah. Deal. Izuku reached Hagetame's hand and shook it nervously. Hagetame sighed. Izuku and Bocchi were standing in the free area in the park surrounded by trees and bushes. Bocchi lifted his hands and was beckoning him to come at him. Eh? Show me all you got, come on. Don't worry, I won't hit you like the last time. I'll just dodge. Oh okay? Izuku suddenly dashed at him, swinging his fist just like the last time. It didn't bring any result, it was too slow. Hagetame saw it coming a mile away. You can try other things as well. If you want to kick me with your legs, push me, even bite me or grab me, I don't mind. There's no rules, except you know. My bells, Midoriya. They are out of order. Ah? Yes. And don't blush like that. You're creeping me out again. 1 hour later, Bocchi finally decided to summarize his examination of Midoriya. Yep, just as I thought. You punches are too slow, clumsy and weak. You're absolutely hopeless in that department. Ah? But can't I improve it? If I train it every day. Some things are just not given, that's what my sensei said. You're just not natural at it. With some talents, you're either born with them or you're not. Unfortunately, you're not, even though I'm not a professional coach. Maybe a professional one would say you different things, but from what I've seen you just don't have the dexterity for it. And even if we trained that, which would take forever, the most important thing you're missing isn't dexterity. It's sharpness. The sharpness? I don't really know how to explain it. It's just you don't have enough aggression when you punch. Your punches should be like whips or spears, they should sting, bite, hurt. But you, he sighed. You kind of have the spirit of a herbivore trying to lick its opponent instead of stinging them. You're too cautious. You overthink everything. And that's just who you are. I don't think we can change your whole nature in a day or two. It's just really easy to dodge those slow, sloppy blows. But in our first fight? You didn't. Did you do this on purpose? Hagetame nodded. Why? Well, because I thought I deserved it, so that punch was just a payback for my words. But then why did you punch me back immediately? Because everyone was watching. If I didn't, they all would think that I'm a wuss and would start treating me like that after. Even though I'm not denying that what I did was wrong anyway. Then, if I'm hopeless, does that mean that our training would be useless too? I didn't say you're hopeless, I said your punches are hopeless. Ah? My specialty is not boxing but kickboxing, Midoriya. Maybe your punches are terrible, absolutely pathetic. A heartbreaking sight that nobody could even look at you without tears. Oh okay, I get it, Hage-Tame-Kun. Midoriya yelped, waving his hands frantically. Your kicks are pretty good though. Huh? I don't know why it works that way and why it's easier for you to strike with your legs than with your punches. Usually it's the other way around, but I guess it's just who you are. You're a natural at it. Really? Izuku's eyes suddenly lit up and then watered, some shine appeared in his tears. Also, your grip is not bad either. I didn't learn jujitsu or judo, but maybe you should try them in the future. Maybe dodging isn't your strong suit but you're good at wriggling and squirming. And yeah, you're pretty mediocre at reacting, but somehow you can take a punch, even when I hit you that day. Usually, my punch knocks out my peers immediately but you somehow withstood it. Even with a strong willpower it's not that easy, which means you have great durability. I don't think that I need to go deep into any punching techniques except basics, but we definitely must sharpen your defensive stance so that you could at least defend your face. Izuku happily nodded, he was beaming with bliss. Hage-Tame sighed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It's going to be a long year. End of May. 2 months had passed since Midoriya Izuku received his quirk. 4 months remained until his big training quest and 1.5 months until the I'm Here quest. Nothing special had happened since then. Izuku still trained in the park, sometimes catching glimpses of that invisible girl. He had his fighting lessons with Hage-Tame, did his homework, and kept skimming through the quirk list every day, analyzing, categorizing, and scribbling notes into his quirk analysis for the future notebook number 1, trying to find the best combinations. He'd earned a few help points from small deeds, showing lost tourists the way, finding a missing dog, guiding a crying child to his parents. 7 points total, 8 if he counted the fake grandma. It was nice, and he was grateful, but deep down, he knew it wasn't enough. Right now, he had 28 points total from quests, breaking limits, and help points. At this rate, he'd reach maybe 70 help points before the entrance exam, and that wasn't nearly enough. He wasn't sure he could complete all his quests. What if he failed and got no points at all? Help points were his safety net. But with 70, he couldn't even afford a single F-rank quirk. To have any chance at the UA exam, he needed at least 2 more F+ quirks and ideally 3 lower F-rank ones to round out the build. The best combo he'd found required 5 quirks total, 2 F+, 2 F, and 1 F. Cost, 400 points. Way out of reach. Izuku started to regret a little how impulsively he'd rushed into buying those 2 for 1 quirks. On sale. They weren't useless, they had potential, and he especially liked Def Mode, but nothing in the F-rank list worked with them. Baby Cry technically did, but Izuku had crossed it out. The reason was that he just didn't want to be that kind of hero. For a second, he pictured himself bawling in battle, crying so loud it stopped villains mid-fight, while every hero and bystander glared at him in disgust. Even villains would team up with heroes just to shut him up. Izuku shook his head rapidly, snapping out of the horrible fantasy. There was one quirk that could pair with Steam Breath Spice Eater. It made the user's stomach extremely tolerant to spice, letting them eat huge amounts. In theory, that could help him produce more steam. But even then, the steam wasn't very hot, just barely warm, and even with that quirk, it might only cover his face at best. Even worse, Spice Eater cost 75 points. With the other 5 quirks he wanted, the total jumped to, yeah, not a priority right now, Izuku muttered. He needed to do something big. Something that would earn him a lot of help points. Scrolling through online posts for volunteer work, he found a bunch of things that weren't really what he was looking for: washing cars, dog walking, errands. Then one comment caught his eye. It had hundreds of downvotes, but Izuku still clicked it. There used to be a nice beach in our district, Takoba Municipal Beach Park. But teenagers and drunkards turned it into a dump. Why isn't anyone cleaning it? What's our government even doing? Are they spending all our tax money promoting shameless heroes like MT Lady? Now my husband wants me to go to the gym and wear tight clothes that show off my rear. We should ban such revealing hero costumes. P.S. Someone clean that trash heap. The top liked reply read. If I do it, will you actually go to the gym then? I just want to make sure that when the job's done, you'll be waiting at the beach in your best shape, wearing a tight swimsuit that shows off your rear. No husband. If you agree, call me All Might because I'm here. Every reply after that was just an All Might sticker saying, "I'm here." Izuku sighed and closed the browser. Still, maybe this was it. If he helped clean that beach, maybe the system would recognize it as a significant contribution. It'd be a good deed, something that could help a lot of people enjoy the coast again, even that intense lady from the comment. When he reached the beach, his jaw dropped. A mountain of garbage loomed over the shore: fridges, tires, metal scraps, even a car half buried in sand. It was a sight even some tourists were taking photos of it like it was a grotesque monument. Izuku had expected a lot of rubbish, but not this much. How could he possibly do it by himself without a quirk? It would take him more than a year to clean it all. Maybe I could ask Hagetame-kun to help? He grabbed his head, pacing in panic. No, this is something I have to do myself. I can't drag others into this. But I won't be able to make it before the entrance exam, it's impossible, and I really need those points. But he looked around the ruined beach, imagining families that once laughed here, kids building sandcastles, parents watching the sunset. Someone must have loved this place once. Izuku's gaze lifted to the mountain of trash towering above him. My weakness, he whispered, and then a smile spread across his face. Even if I don't get any points and don't make it on time, I'll do it. Izuku clenched his fists. Walking away just because there was a risk of failure wasn't an option. He'd already seen it and now he couldn't turn away. Maybe if I combine this with my quest training, it'll work out. I already split my runs into morning and evening. The system didn't say where I have to do them. He started muttering faster, working out the plan, then fell silent. Izuku looked up again at the mountain of trash. This time, there was no fear, no hesitation, only resolve in his eyes. The task was far beyond his limits. And that was exactly why he would do it. End of June. A month had passed since then. 2 weeks were left until the "I'm here" quest deadline, and 3 months until the end of his training test. Today was the day Izuku decided to raise his limit again. He received 10 reward points for it, and now the quest changed: run 12 kilometers, do 120 push-ups, squats, and sit-ups. Besides that, he hadn't earned many points this month. Since he spent most of his time at the beach, he'd only gained 3 help points, bringing his total to the progress on the beach was minimal. Izuku couldn't say for sure, but in a month, he'd cleared maybe 5 to 8% of the junk. Just as he thought, finishing before the entrance exam was impossible. Training with Hagetame went moderately well. Izuku's kicks had become a little sharper and faster, his stance more stable, and in exchange, Hagetame used his room. In that time, Hagetame managed to finish his first painting. It took him 2.5 months to polish it. For his portfolio, he needed at least 3 paintings. 2 more in 7 months. It'd be tight, but doable. What do you think? Bochi mumbled, his face slightly flushed. Don't be nice though. I need you to be honest. I know how you tend to be overly polite, but now I need you to be brutally honest. I can take it. He tensed up, showing Izuku the painting. The painting showed a little boy sitting alone in the rain, curled up against a wall. Faceless passers-by, painted in dull grays and dark tones, walked past him. In the background stood a man with orange hair and kind green eyes, holding an umbrella, glancing at the boy. He wasn't shielding the boy with the umbrella, he wasn't even close to him. The man was nearly lost in the background, yet he immediately caught the eye. His clear features and the faint hint of color set him apart from the faceless crowd. He was the only one looking at the boy. Izuku didn't notice, but the man's face resembled his own and the boy's eyes were unmistakably like Bochi's. Izuku stared at it, mesmerized. Sorry, Hagetame-kun, maybe? I don't think my opinion will help much. I don't really understand art as well as you do, but... Bochi lowered his head. He knew what that meant. It was always the same: when people didn't like someone's work, they said they didn't understand it. Just as he thought, art wasn't for him. If his art couldn't reach ordinary people, how could any commission ever appreciate it? But I think it looks amazing. No, more than amazing. It's so amazing. I can't even find the words. Sorry. Huh? Bochi widened his eyes. Sorry if my comments sound a bit green, but I really love it. I'm not good at analyzing art, but I love the colors, how you combine them. It's the contrast. I like that. It made me feel things. And I like the story of the painting. I didn't even know pictures could have stories, but this one made me wonder if the man will save the boy or just walk past like everyone else. I think he'll help him. He has to. And. Izuku blurted everything out in one breath, his eyes shining with pure enthusiasm. Bochi froze. This wasn't the reaction he'd expected. For him it was either Midoriya would lie politely to spare his feelings, or he'd say he didn't understand it, and that would be that. But the reaction like that, it couldn't be a lie. It was genuine. A genuine reaction. It was his first finished canvas painting. He hadn't expected his first one to be good. Because he didn't have much time, he hadn't expected much. Maybe he'd make 1 decent piece and 2 just for quantity. But somehow, he got the reaction from his first one, and Midoriya had the same look as Hagetame did when he first time visited an art gallery. He saw the world, his world that he wanted to share. Idiot, Bocchi muttered, lowering his head and pressing his lips together. Izuku tilted his head. Who even starts a compliment like that? Just say it if you like it, say it, and stop being sorry. A tear fell to the floor. Hagetame-kun? Did I say something wrong? As I said, I'm not an art expert. So? Midoriya, suddenly Bocchi cut him and lifted his head. Even though his voice was raised, there wasn't even a hint of hostility on his face. Tears ran down Bocchi's cheeks, but beneath them, he was smiling. Thank you. This means, he could barely get the words out, the tears choked him. He exhaled. You're a good friend, Midoriya, Bocchi said gruffly. Midoriya's eyes widened. His lips trembled, and 2 small tears welled up despite his effort to hold them back. His face brightened. He couldn't speak, so he just nodded. I really love it, he whispered, his gaze drifting back to the sad boy. Hagekure was running again. Days passed one after another, blurring together. Everything felt bleak and senseless, just like her mood. She hadn't seen that green-haired guy in over a month or more. Maybe he quit or something. To be honest, she didn't care. She'd been curious about him at first, but after seeing his abilities and realizing what a disappointment he was, she'd completely erased him from her memory. All her initial impressions had been wrong. He was just another delusional, nothing special teenager. One of many. Her focus was on UA now. She had to get in, no matter what. That's what went through her mind when the green guy suddenly appeared in front of her again. Excuse me. Sorry for distracting you. I don't think you remember me, but not too long ago, you asked me to spar. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask for a rematch, please. Izuku said, bowing deeply before the invisible girl. I remember you. You're that green slug who turned out to be a complete disappointment. I thought that since you stopped showing up, maybe you jumped off a roof or something. I'd do that if I were you and had your kind of abilities. Izuku pursed his lips. It was the second time someone had told him to jump off a roof. Maybe his idea of heroes was different from everyone else's, but he couldn't understand how people with that kind of attitude wanted to become one. He would never say something like that. Heroes like All Might would never say something like that. Even though Endeavor probably would. I was training at another place, Izuku said quietly. I really wanted to show you the results of my training. As I promised, this time I'll try harder not to disappoint you. He lifted his head and looked straight at her. Please, spar with me. Not interested. I'm busy. You're in my way, slug, she said flatly. Please. This time, I'll try harder. I'll use my quirk. Quirk? Hagekure stopped. Last time, he'd said it was still in its early stages. Did that mean it had improved? Or had he underestimated her back then, holding back and not even using it? Now that she thought about it, he really did look different. He'd always looked scrawny and frail, but now his legs were thicker, his frame was a little stronger. Still not that impressive, but noticeable. She gave it another thought and sighed. Fine. After all, I was the one who challenged you first. Let's do this quickly. She stepped off the park path and onto the open grass where they had fought before. Thank you. Then, I'm starting. The green slug pulled something from his pocket and immediately shoved it into his mouth. His face turned red, sweat running down his cheeks, but he swallowed it. Then he dashed at her, just like last time. However, this time, he didn't try to hit her. He took a defensive stance, arms raised, protecting his face. His guard looked tighter, his footing more solid than before. He closed the distance. Hagekure braced for a sudden punch or kick, but instead, he exhaled a burst of steam right at her face, clouding her vision for a split second. Then he spun low, sweeping his leg toward hers, but Hagekure lifted her foot, dodging his sweep, and snapped a kick into his stomach. The slug stumbled back, nearly falling. After that, he kept trying basically the same things, kicking, getting up, kicking again, over and over. Nothing worked. It just wasn't enough. He had improved, yes. But this level was still far from UA caliber. Not even close. With such abilities, he wouldn't get in even in a million years. I mean, what kind of quirk was this, anyway? Puffing out some steam? It wasn't even hot, just barely warm. Right now, Hagekure didn't even despise him anymore. She felt sorry for him. His kicks were decent, and he could take a hit. Even after being punched, thrown, and knocked down, he kept getting back up. And again, every time, that same weird smile appeared on his face, the one that had caught her interest in the first place. But now, it meant nothing to her. It was just a desperate attempt to hide his weakness. Well, at least he could smile. You've improved, she said coldly, but it's still not enough. Maybe if you don't want to jump off a roof, you can become a janitor. I think UA needs janitors, maybe they'll take you. Hagakure didn't even know why, but she wanted to break this green slug. She wanted to see him cry, see those desperate tears, see that stupid smile crumble to make him finally understand his place. She usually wasn't like that. But with him, she just couldn't help herself. I'll come back in 45 days, he said, breathing heavily, but smiling faintly. I'll try my best to do better and not disappoint you again. That's what Izuku said, right after another system message appeared before his eyes. Quest, I'm here. Failed. Quest updated. Objective, make her acknowledge you. Deadline, 45 days. Reward, 25 points. 45 days passed and nothing changed. He failed again. The quest updated once more. Now he had 22.25 days. The reward halved to 12.5 points. He failed again. And again after that. And again after that. Izuku was breathing heavily, on his knees, his hands pressed into the grass. Now the reward was 1.5625 points. Only 3 days remained. And just 2 until his hero's outline deadline. What should I do, he thought desperately. Every time he tried new tactics, new tricks, new maneuvers, the result was always the same. She crushed him, effortlessly. And he was helpless, like a child. That's just reality. Hagetame's words echoed through his mind. But even knowing that, Midoriya refused to give in to his weakness. Every time he fell, he forced himself to smile, even though it was painful, humiliating, and hard. He simply couldn't allow himself to break. Maybe, if I buy a new quirk, I'll finally have a chance, he thought as he was about to complete his first long quest. He was doing push-ups on the trash-filled beach, which was now about 22 to 25% cleared. His shirt was off. Sweat poured down his body. At the beginning of his training, he'd looked fragile, but now, you could see the difference-defined muscles on his chest, shoulders, arms. His frame had become lean and strong. F50, Izuku gasped out the last push-up and collapsed onto the ground. Finally, he had done it. Quest, Hero's Outline. Quest completed. Objective, run 15 kilometers, do 150 push-ups, 150 sit-ups, and 150 squats. Reward, 100 points. Congratulations. You've earned 100 points. Izuku clenched his fists and threw them into the air. Yasha ah! Tears streamed down his face as he smiled through them, wiping his cheeks with trembling hands. His whole face was shining with joy. Because he had surpassed his limits again and again, he'd earned extra rewards, 50 bonus points, plus 10 for punching Hagetame, and 17 more from help points over the past half year. In total, 177 points. Finally, he could buy the F+ quirk he'd wanted and even one more, either F or F rank. All that training, all that work, finally, it meant something. He'd never felt so satisfied. I have only 1 day to learn it, but with a new quirk, maybe I can make her acknowledge me. My chances have to be higher now. He pressed his lips together and smiled slightly, but before he could even move, a new system window appeared. Quest, Hero's Foundation. Objective, wear and do not remove weights on each limb and your torso until the UA entrance practice exam begins. The total weight equals half your body weight. As your body weight increases, the weights will increase accordingly. Deadline, until the start of the UA entrance practice exam. Suddenly, heavy weights materialized all over his body, on his legs, arms, and chest. Real, physical weights. Izuku could take them off if he wanted, but the system clearly didn't want him to. The sudden pressure dropped him to one knee. He weighed around 60 kilograms, which meant he now carried an extra. With this, the chances of her acknowledging me just dropped tremendously. Izuku's expression darkened. He tried to force a smile, but it was too hard now until he saw the reward. Reward, 200 points and F rank quirk, pressure. Izuku blinked, staring blankly at the reward window, then his legs jumped on their own. 200 points and a quirk. Yeah. Really? Thank you for such an opportunity. He bowed deeply to his invisible benefactor and immediately collapsed, forgetting about the weights hanging off him like ornaments on a Christmas tree. Now, he had to buy 2 new quirks, learn to use them in just 1 day, and somehow impress the invisible girl, all while wearing these weights. Izuku pressed his lips together, smiling through the strain as he slowly pushed himself up from the ground. Izuku sat on a pile of garbage, staring at the glowing store window. Purchase complete. Quirks acquired, mark, bleeder. He just bought 2 new quirks, 150 points were gone, only 27 left. For 6 months, Izuku had scrolled through the store catalog, analyzing and categorizing, searching for the quirks with the best potential and lowest risk. He kept asking himself which one was truly the best. In the end, he found his answer. Izuku leaned forward and reread the detailed descriptions of his new quirks. Mark. Rank, F+. Type, Mobility Enhancer. Description, the user can mark any physical surface with an X drawn using their own blood. The mark vanishes after 10 seconds. While the mark is active, the user moves 1.5 times faster toward it. Drawbacks, stamina consumption increases by 4.5 times while the mark is active. Activation, physical. The quirk had potential, but it came with caveats. One of them was that he had to use his own blood to draw the mark. He drummed his fingers against his knee, imagining an actual fight. In battle, that was a huge handicap. There was no way he could stop mid-battle to prick his finger and scrawl a mark. He'd be down before he even finished the mark. It was inefficient, to say the least. That's why he'd bought a second quirk to back it up. Bleeder. Rank, F. Type, Biological. Description, the user can voluntarily cause any chosen part of their body to release blood. Drawbacks, the user cannot consciously stop the bleeding once it begins, it stops naturally. Activation, mental. At first glance, Bleeder looked atrocious. On its own, it was more of a liability than an asset. But for Izuku, it was the missing piece that made Mark viable in real combat. However, he'd hesitated before buying it. Maybe one day, the support department could make him a glove or something, a clean, safe way to draw blood without actually bleeding. But one day wasn't good enough. He needed a solution now. Without Bleeder, Mark was almost useless. And without Mark, he'd never even reach UA's support department in the first place. He needed it just to get into UA. It was the one quirk that actually gave him a chance, a perfect little paradox that Bleeder conveniently solved. Beyond that, his options at F rank were bleak. Every other quirk he wanted was a lower priority. Mark and Bleeder were the core of the build he'd been planning for months. Sure, he could have tried saving up and buying more F+ quirks later, but most quirks in the F rank tier needed additional abilities to function properly, even the F+ ones. Mark was the best quirk available in the store, but even it needed support. And, more importantly, Bleeder had potential. On its own, it seemed weak, even sad, but if he could upgrade it, maybe it could become something like Pro Hero Vlad King's quirk. Maybe not at E rank, but at D or even C, it could definitely become amazing. Izuku decided to test it. He tensed his index finger. A drop of blood welled up and dripped onto the ground, leaving a small cut. It stung a little, but it was tolerable. Maybe if he released more, he'd feel the difference, but for now, this was enough. When he activated the quirk, the bleeding quickened. When he deactivated it, it slowed naturally, just as described. Nodding, Izuku pulled a tissue from his pocket and drew a red X across it with his blood. The cross glowed. He placed it on the ground, stepped back several paces, and then walked briskly toward it. The burst was short, only a few meters, but his lungs still hitched when he stopped. His pulse spiked as if he'd just finished a short sprint. The effect hit instantly, sharp and draining. His body felt weird. He felt weird. It was like his muscles had fired before his mind could keep up. He tried to catch his breath, to release the energy he'd just spent, but it stayed trapped inside him, a pressure he couldn't vent, like a lump in his throat. So that's the price, he thought, catching his breath. The mark vanished after 10 seconds, exactly as the description said. He didn't really feel faster, but that only meant the weights were holding him back. Thanks to Mark, his walking speed was roughly what it had been before he started wearing them. He double-checked it. He took several steps back and walked briskly to the same spot where the tissue had been. Without the mark, his movement was clearly slower. The difference was obvious now. As for the drawbacks, they didn't seem unbearable, at least not yet. He could tell, though, that if he kept moving too long, it would wear him down fast. It wasn't just stamina being spent, it was like his strength was leaking out faster than his body could replenish it. And that was just from walking. He now wanted to check, what would happen if he tried running? According to the description, 1 kilometer with Mark burned as much energy as 4.5 of normal running. Even after all his training, it wasn't something he should take lightly. It wasn't just about distance, his body was forcing 4.5 times the energy through a vessel meant for 1. He couldn't imagine what 1 full kilometer would feel like. Even 5 meters of walking made his muscles tremble. It was like forcing a fire hose through a drinking straw. To most people, Mark would seem useless, a gimmick at best. But Midoriya wasn't most people. He picked up an empty can from a pile of rubbish, drew a red X cross on it with his blood, and threw it. The can flew about 10 meters away and hit the ground. Izuku ran. The world blurred for a moment. His legs fired like pistons, but every stride felt heavier than the last. It felt like sprinting a full city block at top speed, only his body had done it all in 10 meters. His lungs burned, the air felt too thin. Izuku gritted his teeth. The rush was incredible, he finally felt it spreading through his body. Refreshing, almost intoxicating, but it came at a price. It didn't just feel like running faster, it felt like his stamina was being siphoned through a leak he couldn't plug. By the time he reached the can, he was already panting hard, sweat pouring down his face in thick, stinging drops. Just as I thought, he muttered between ragged breaths, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It worked. He could mark any object, and nothing said the object had to stay still. Even after he threw it, the mark remained active and still pulled him toward it. But the drawback was much harsher than he'd expected. His vision swam for a moment, dizziness crept in like a slow wave. Even with all his training, his body wasn't used to this kind of drain. 10 meters shouldn't have left him gasping, and yet, it felt like he'd just run a marathon. Izuku spent the rest of the day experimenting, testing every variation he could think of, trying to learn what he could and couldn't do. Unfortunately, there wasn't much more he could do. First, he tested his limits. Right now, his limit was 3 10-meter marks he could sprint toward, plus 1 5-meter mark he could only manage at a brisk walk. It quickly became clear just how much difference there was between walking and running with Mark. The faster he moved, the heavier the strain on his body. Mark didn't just make him faster, it burned through his stamina like fire through paper. Second, he discovered that he couldn't place more than one mark at a time. His first experiment was to draw a mark over another, hoping to stack the effect, to double or even triple his speed in an emergency. But as soon as he created a second mark, the first vanished instantly. That also meant he couldn't scatter marks around to confuse an opponent. If they saw one, they'd expect him to rush there, but multiple marks could have kept them guessing. Still, it wasn't surprising. Even though Mark ranked as F+, it was still an F-tier quirk, the lowest of the low. Having something this functional at that level was already amazing. To make it even stronger, Izuku needed 3 more quirks, and for that, he needed points every single one of them. Right now, that meant completing the quest he'd failed so many times. One thing, however, was certain: these new quirks wouldn't help him against the invisible girl. The weights limited his movement too much. He'd need a plan, something that could beat her with minimal movement and no reliance on new quirks. The sun was already sinking behind the rooftops when he finally stopped to breathe. Izuku rubbed his chin, lost in thought, until a familiar chime echoed in his head. Quest: I'm here. Objective: make her acknowledge you. Deadline: tomorrow. Reward: 1.565 points. Or, Quest: I'm here and you're not? Objective: ask the invisible girl to undress and fight you while using her quirk at full power. After the spar, she must acknowledge you. Deadline: tomorrow. Reward: 25 points. I must ask her to you undress? Izuku's face turned deep crimson, his entire body flushed from head to toe. You want me what? Hagakure's voice rang out sharply, full of disbelief. I'm sorry. It'll be the last time, I promise. Izuku blurted, bowing so fast his forehead nearly hit his knees. I won't ever ask you to fight me again, I just want you to go all out this once. I know you can beat me even without that, but I want to see the full gap. Just once more. After this, I'll never bother you again. Hagakure froze. This slug, no, this guy was persistent. He wasn't a slug anymore. More like an annoying little fly that kept buzzing near your ear no matter how many times you swatted it away. She had rejected, humiliated, and insulted him more times than she could count, yet he still refused to give up. She could respect that kind of tenacity, but tenacity wasn't strength. No matter how much he floundered, he'd still drown. All that struggling only sped it up. In the end, nothing could hide the most important fact: he was still weak. She let out a long sigh. Be honest with me, are you sure you're not a pervert? Her tone wasn't teasing. She didn't even sound angry, just tired. That happened sometimes. Some guys had asked her to take off her clothes, just for fun, joking that it didn't matter since nobody could see her anyway, that it would also help them understand how her quirk fully worked. Just for fun, they'd said. Over and over, pretending it was harmless curiosity. Their faces always betrayed their words. No. I am not, I don't. Izuku's face turned crimson. I would never ask someone to do something they're uncomfortable with. I just want to fight you at your best, that's all. He was sweating more than after one of his brutal workouts. Hagakure sighed again, heavier this time. Well, he didn't seem like one of those guys. Maybe he was a great liar, but no, his awkwardness felt too sincere. From all their interactions, he'd never struck her as a creepy skirt chaser. Though, to be fair, he did come off a little creepy sometimes, especially with all that muttering. Still, she could tell he wasn't the type who'd been around girls, or even people, really. Probably a clueless otaku. Or an outcast. Or both. But at least he saw her as a real person. Not a joke or a spectacle. Just a girl. That alone was something. You'll never bother me again after this, she repeated his words flatly. Yes. Izuku bowed again, almost snapping in half. Fine, she said after a small pause. Turn a. She didn't even need to finish. Izuku had already spun around and squeezed his eyes shut. Hagakure hesitated. She didn't like undressing around anyone. People always said it shouldn't matter, no one could see her, after all. But that only made her more frustrated every time. This guy, though, he actually respected that boundary. Her cheeks warmed slightly. I'm ready, she said quietly. Izuku turned around. And she was gone. There wasn't even a trail of her presence. It was like she'd simply vanished into thin air. It felt surreal. He let out a deep breath and raised his fists. Then, let's start, please. He took a defensive stance, guarding his face. Hagakure wasn't planning to drag it out. She intended to finish things quickly. She moved in silently from the side. Izuku could barely track her. If I can't see her, then I have to rely on sound, he thought. A sudden blow smashed into his cheek. He staggered but managed to stay upright. Everything as expected. If he guarded the front, she'd attack from the sides or behind. He'd narrowed her options from 4 to 3, maybe not by much, but it still increased his chances. She wasn't trying to throw him like before, probably because that required full contact, which would be embarrassing for both of them. He started playing the guessing game. A kick to the left missed. And another hit slammed into him from the right. A back kick missed again. Then a punch to the gut. The air whooshed out of him, burning in his lungs. Another strike caught him from the side, snapping his head sideways. His cheek stung, he stumbled but forced himself to stay upright. Hagakure didn't think his tactic was bad, in fact, he'd gotten lucky once or twice. A few of his kicks had even passed dangerously close to her, but each one felt heavier, slower than before, like his body was wrapped in lead. A flurry of punches came from nowhere, hammering at his ribs. Izuku clenched his teeth, refusing to fall. She was strong, stronger than she looked. Her blows were sharp and controlled. Izuku remembered what Hage-Tame had told him, always move. Don't be a target. If you stand still, you're a punching bag. So he kept moving, bobbing, weaving, shifting his weight in small, unpredictable steps. With the weights on, he couldn't lunge or rush, but he could at least stay unpredictable. There was no point in using his new quirks here. With the weights dragging him down, Mark and Bleeder would barely make a difference, and he didn't have time to activate them anyway. Even Steam Breath had failed every time. She was too fast, too adaptive, gone before he could even react. Her instincts were razor-sharp. So he tried something different. Something desperate. Something he'd never done before. Deafen, he muttered. Silence fell. His breathing steadied. It helped him focus, helped him calm himself, even if just a little. A punch slammed into his ribs. He grunted but stayed upright. Another strike caught him from the side. Even with all his weaving and footwork, Izuku was still an easy target. Blood dripped from his lips. His kicks were slow. Even when he guessed her direction right, he was always a fraction too late, just like all the last times. The weights only made it worse, making it even easier for her to read and dodge him. So his only chance was to trade hits to catch her in the exact moment she struck. He wouldn't be able to dodge, but if he attacked at the same instant, she wouldn't be able to avoid him either. Timing was everything. He had to wait for the perfect moment, the instant she started to swing. But how could he time it if he couldn't see her? The answer was obvious. Hearing. Then, undeafen. Sound crashed back like a wave. Every whisper, every scrape, every breath came alive. He heard it, a faint, sharp inhale from his right. He waited a second. A little more. A heavy blow smashed into his cheek. Izuku spat blood onto the ground, eyes narrowing with resolve. The strike had come about a second and a half after she inhaled. 1 second. Dodge and hit. 1 second. Dodge and hit. The two lines ran through his mind on repeat. Deafen, he murmured. Undeafen. Again a breath, sharp and quick, from his right. 1, Izuku muttered. Dodge. He leaned back. A fist sliced the air, grazing his lips by millimeters. Hagakure's eyes widened, though no one could see it. Deafen. Silence. Undeafen. Another breath, this time, straight ahead. 1, he breathed. Dodge. He dropped low. If she was in front of him, the only target she could aim for was his stomach. His leg lashed out in a sharp kick, but it struck only empty air. A miss, just as expected. But he'd planned for that. His foot planted firmly against the ground. He went for something she'd never expect, something he hadn't done since their first fight. Izuku threw a punch. Hage-Tame had told him that his hooks were terrible, his uppercuts worse than rubbish, and his jabs just lame. He'd said Izuku should only ever try them once, to catch an opponent off guard, and only if he had no other choice. And that's exactly what happened. Izuku went all in. He planted his foot firmly after his miss, loosened his stance, and threw a sudden punch at the space in front of him. His eyes widened. For the first time, his fist met resistance, a soft, almost imperceptible touch. Hagakure raised her eyebrow, even though nobody could see it. Unfortunately, it was only a graze. His fist had barely brushed her cheek. She recovered instantly. A brutal uppercut slammed into his chin, snapping his head back. The moment she saw the opening, she took it without hesitation. The world tilted, and he hit the ground hard. He didn't get up. Maybe, if his punch had been faster, if the weights hadn't been dragging him down, he might have landed a clean hit. But this time, like all the others, he still lost. Hagakure touched her cheek. Her invisible fingers brushed against a faint sting. He actually hit her. Barely, but still. He'd surprised her with this one. Her heart skipped just a little. That confidence in his eyes, somehow, he'd known where she was. It couldn't be just luck. He'd even been prepared to miss his low kick, then follow it with a punch, something he hadn't done since their first fight. That took her by surprise, but still, speed decides everything. Even if your mind's there, if your body can't keep up, it doesn't matter. In the end, only the best deserve to win. No matter how hard you try, the world only remembers the winner, and the loser will never reach the same height. She exhaled softly. That's it. I'm done. I'm never fighting you again, no matter how much you beg. She crossed her invisible arms. Almost half a year, and you've barely touched me. Just forget about UA. No matter what you do, you'll still be pathetic. Effort doesn't matter if your body can't keep up. Her voice was cold flat. But he wasn't listening. Izuku lay there, grinning with a bloodied lip, nose, and bruises all over his body. Even though he'd lost, again, and she still didn't acknowledge him, he was happy. He'd actually hit her. Barely, but still. Yes, it was pathetic, but it was still progress. And he'd done it with the weights on. What would have happened if there were no weights? Humph, Hagakure huffed. That little touch clearly went straight to his head. Annoying. She bent down to pick up her clothes and froze. A glint of metal peeked out from his sleeve. Huh? What the? She rushed toward him, grabbed his wrist, and yanked it up, revealing the weight strapped to his arm. Are you kidding me? You told me to go all out and you were wearing these? Her voice rose sharply, irritation cutting through her tone. Are you serious? You can't be serious? I was actually trying, and you. She leaned closer with each word, her voice growing more piercing by the second. And no. I just. Can you, please? Izuku stammered, sweating as if a waterfall were pouring down his face. What? Why you're too close, he mumbled, trembling. His face was beet red. Huh? She blinked. And then realized her chest was pressed lightly against his shoulder, her breath brushing his ear, which was so red it looked like it might explode. She squeaked and jumped back. I idiot. Her face burned, even though nobody could see it. I'm sorry. It was me who grabbed you, so shut up, she snapped. I meant the weights, Izuku muttered. She froze again, even invisible, she could feel the heat rush up her face. Why what are you even trying to prove? You think wearing weights makes losing less pathetic? That touch was pure luck. Her voice rose again, flustered and furious. If you ever try this again without weights, you'd never touch me. I'd dodge it just like I dodged this one. She exhaled sharply through her nose. With or without weights, the result would be the same, she repeated stubbornly. The only reason you touched me is because you didn't make as many redundant movements as before. I made a lot of redundant movements, he asked. Of course you did. Every time we fight, it's like you're just trying to show off how much you've improved instead of actually fighting. Ah. Thank you for the important lesson. Izuku bowed deeply. It's not a lesson. I'm saying you'd still be bad, she snapped, her voice cracking slightly as her blush deepened. And I'd still beat you even if you wore them. So it doesn't mean anything. Do you understand? Don't think those weights make you special, slug. You're not better than me because of them. She turned quickly, pulling on her clothes. Facing away from him, she lifted her striped pink and white panties, the pair with the little white ribbon, and began dressing in a rush. I don't think I'm better than you, Izuku said quietly. And I didn't wear weights to insult you. I'd never do that. He kept his head turned away, the rustle of fabric was loud enough to make him hold his breath. Then why? If it's training, just take them off. It's the nature of my quirk, he explained softly. I can't remove them for a while. If I could, I would, but I can't go against my quirk. Otherwise, I'll lose my chance to get into UA. Izuku muttered the last part. She paused. What a weird quirk. Did it also tell you to run 11 kilometers and do 110 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats? How did you? Izuku started, then froze. His head turned before the realization even hit him. He caught a flash of white and pink side by side, and spun back around so fast his neck cracked. Hagakure didn't notice, but his face overheated to the point that it looked like steam was coming off it. He trembled, hands clamped over his face. I am sorry. What? Yes. It's my quirk, he yelped, trying to cover his burning face with both hands. Humph. Then it explains a lot. Looks like your quirk's a punishment, just like mine, she muttered. Punishment? But your quirk is AMA. Don't say things you don't understand. A heavy silence fell between them. I am sorry. I didn't mean. I just think it's a really cool quirk. It's amazing for saving people. For neutralizing villains. For spying. So much potential. I'm sure you'll be an incredible hero one day, he said earnestly. Compared to me, you're like a mountain I can't reach. My quirk's amazing too, but I'm still not good enough for it. I need to become better myself, to be worthy of it and to get into UA. Izuku rubbed his head awkwardly. For a moment, she didn't reply. She just looked at him, or rather, studied him, from head to toe. Slug, what's your name? She finally asked. I am Midoriya Izuku, he stammered, clutching his chest nervously. For some reason, saying his name to a girl felt like a monumental task. Midoriya, huh? She hummed. Listen, Midorizukuji. That's not. I still don't think you'll get into UA, even if you try 100 times. But I'll give you one tip. It won't really help you, but maybe you'll find a use for it, she said nonchalantly. During the UA practical exam, students will fight robots to earn points. Huh? Robots? How do you? It's none of your business, she cut him off. You can believe me or not, but if I hear you've told anyone, I'll make you regret it. I won't tell. I swear. I don't even have anyone to tell. Humph. Not surprising for a slug like you. She crossed her arms. Anyway, only those with good attack-type quirks can destroy the robots. Mine's useless against them. That's why UA added a small switch on their backs. Izuku blinked, wide-eyed. Then his face lit up. Thank you so much. That's really valuable information. I'll definitely find a way to repay you. As I said, it won't help you much. You won't even get close to them, you're too weak for that. She turned away. Anyway, I've said all I wanted. Don't come near me again, Midorizukuji. That's not my. Wait, can you tell me your name? We won't see each other again, so there's no point. And I'd rather not risk you saying it out loud to anyone. Forget this conversation ever happened. If we meet again, it'll be for the first time. She paused and then added calmly, almost indifferently. Though I doubt we ever will. She walked away, leaving Izuku alone. When she was gone, a familiar ding echoed in his head. A glowing blue screen appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. Your reputation has increased by plus 0.5. 0.5? Quest, I'm here and you're not? Processing. Processing? Izuku tilted his head. The system usually gave instant results. Invisible Girl still hasn't fully acknowledged the user. Full reward cannot be granted. Reward, 12.5 points. Quest completed. Congratulations. You've earned 12.5 points. Really? I completed it? Izuku leapt up from the grass, clenching his fists in triumph only for his smile to falter almost immediately. It was a hollow victory. She hadn't really acknowledged him. She didn't even bother remembering his name, let alone share her own. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought that sharing such valuable information could do any harm. Still, a win was a win, no matter how bitter it was. Now, with those points, he finally knew his next steps. 2 months later. The next 2 months blurred into the same brutal rhythm. Physical training. Quirk practice. Fighting lessons with Hage-Tame. Homework. Long nights studying quirks in the store. And, of course, cleaning the mountain of trash at Takoba Beach. Even with the weights, he managed to push his limits to 18 kilometers, 180 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. Every day his muscles roared in pain, but this was his only shot at slipping through that narrow door. He'd also increased his mark limit 42 meters in one burst, or 6 10-meter dashes if he paced his energy. Izuku Midoriya won, he muttered after finishing a set of squats on the beach. Status. Izuku Midoriya. Point 79.5. Quirks by myself, UR, Def Mode, F, Steam Breath, F, Mark, F+, Bleeder, F. Heroes Impact 100, F. Reputation 39.5 100, F. The temptation to buy another quirk was strong. But no, he needed an F+ first. That was the priority. The quirk he had his eyes on wasn't something easy to learn. He scrolled back to the description. The tornado. Rank, F+. Type, kinetic enhancer. Description, increases throwing speed and power of handheld objects. Throws travel at least 1.25 times farther than the user's base throw. The more the user twists their body, the farther the object travels. Drawbacks, difficult to activate. Requires precise body alignment and timing. Failure to meet activation conditions results in a null throw. Excessive or incorrect twisting may cause muscle strain. Instructions, raise arms overhead, lift the pivot leg, twist the torso until the back faces the target, pause, then hurl the object with all your strength. The greater the twist, the farther the throw. Activation, physical. 21.5 points, Izuku muttered. That wasn't something you could just scrape together. Even if he broke his limit again, it'd only give him 10 points and he'd raised it just 3 days ago. Pushing again now would wreck his body for sure. He needed at least another 3 or 4 weeks before trying. Dragging a broken fridge across the sand, the breath left his lungs in a slow tremor. Sweat drenched him, his arms trembled under the weight. The fridge clunked forward inch by inch. At best, he'd cleared half the beach. Maybe. The mountain of trash still loomed high. If only I could get points for hitting the halfway mark, he thought bitterly. With one final heave, he dragged the fridge out of the sand and let it crash onto the pavement. As if on cue, a new window blinked into existence. Congratulations. Work half done. You've received 75 points for half completing the great quest nobody asked you to do. Remaining reward will be granted upon completion. S70, 75? Izuku's voice cracked so high that a flock of birds scattered from the pier. His hands flew to his hair, tugging as the mutters tumbled out. He'd never gotten that many points at once. Even counting all his previous help points, the total barely reached 50. But now 75 in one go. Did that mean he'd get 150 for finishing? Or was this just a deposit? Some weird percentage? The system didn't specify. Still, it was way beyond expectations. Realistically, he'd guessed maybe he'd get 1025 if he was lucky. Secretly, he'd hoped for 50. But more than 75? That was something from another world. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Izuku bowed furiously to no one in particular, palms pressed together. I'll never forget this generosity. I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. Then he cracked one eye open, grin stretching wide. The tornado buy. Purchase complete. Quirk acquired, the tornado. Plus ultra. Izuku shouted toward the ocean, eyes blazing. New horizons opened before him. He snatched the first can from the trash pile, raised his arms exactly as the instructions said, pivoted, twisted, and the can somehow flew backward, clattering 2 meters behind him. Eh? Izuku blinked. He failed. Eh? And then he failed again. Eh? And again. And 10 times after that. And 10 more after that. By the time the sky turned dark, he was still throwing, still failing. Still making no progress. The only difference now was the pain his shoulders and ribs throbbed with a dull burn each time he twisted, the kind of deep ache that warned he was one bad movement away from tearing something. The fire in his eyes had long since gone out. He trudged home with blank, lifeless eyes and a trembling, crooked smile. A week later, Izuku walked down the street with a soda can in hand. Out of thousands of tries, he'd only triggered Tornado 4 times, and every single one had been pure luck. Accidents. He still didn't understand how he did it. He sighed. Why am I frustrated? I shouldn't be. 4 times is still more than none. When I finally grasp it, I'll reach the next step. If I upgrade it, this quirk could become even more amazing. And my other quirks, they all still have room to grow. Especially Mark. He muttered nonstop, beating back the spiral with every word. I can't be impatient. Most people spend years mastering one quirk. I have several now. If anyone knew about by myself, they'd call me an idiot for complaining. Stupid Izuku. I'm luckier than most. Some people give up their dreams because their quirks aren't even close to this. I can't waste what I've been given. Every weakness, every problem, I have to meet it with a smile. That's the only way. I need to work harder than anyone. I don't have the right to complain. Otherwise, I don't deserve this quirk. He clenched his fist. His gloom cracked into a determined smile. With this, I'll definitely become a her. Masaru-chan, a woman's cry cut through the air. Her son stood frozen in the middle of the crosswalk, clutching his all-might plushie. Overhead, a massive sugar cube, the size of a boulder, hurtled toward him. The villain who had ripped it free groaned on the asphalt, pinned by the hippopotamus hero. The boy didn't move. Just stared as the cube's shadow swallowed him whole. Izuku's body moved before his mind caught up. His grip tightened on the soda can. Bleeder flared to life, a thin line of blood tracing across his finger. He smeared it over the can, marking it in one quick motion. A crimson X flared. He threw it. No hesitation. No overthinking. The tornado activated, but his base throw was too weak. The boost barely carried it forward. The can clinked to the ground, glowing faintly, just short of the boy's feet. An orange-haired girl with a ponytail, who had been standing frozen nearby, turned at the sound, her eyes catching the red glowing X. Too close. Too short. It should have reached the other side of the street. If he ran now, he could save the boy, but not himself. Izuku didn't stop to weigh it. He sprinted, lungs burning, feet slamming against asphalt. He barreled into the boy, grabbing him by the shoulders. He looked around in an instant. The boy's mother too far. If he pushed the boy toward her, neither him and the boy would make it. Then his gaze snapped to the orange-haired girl. She was closer, just close enough. His gut said yes. Take him. Izuku shouted, fire blazing in his eyes. The girl startled, but moved. Izuku shoved the boy with everything he had. The All Might plush flew from his hand, bouncing across the asphalt. Masaru stumbled, tripping, but the girl caught him. Somehow, the energy in Izuku's voice had reached her, his determination hit like a wave. She bit her lip, braced herself, and her fist suddenly enlarged. She snatched the boy out of the air as if catching a fastball and set him safely beside his mother. He was safe. Izuku staggered 2 more steps before the cube's shadow engulfed him. It was right above him. His chest seized. He gritted his teeth, and then a relieved smile broke across his face as he looked back at the boy. I'm glad you're safe, he whispered. Maybe all his dreams would end here. Maybe his hopes would die with him. But Midoriya Izuku had no regrets. He closed his eyes. Wham! Sugar stone exploded against flesh, but not his. Izuku's eyes snapped open. He was still alive. 2 enormous fists shielded him like walls, trembling but unbroken. Sugar shards rained down, sizzling as they dissolved on the asphalt. Slowly, the fists shrank back to normal. Behind them stood a girl with orange hair and wide teal eyes, looking just as stunned as Izuku was. Izuku blinked, then rushed straight toward Masaru. Are you all right? Sorry, I shoved too hard, didn't I? He blurted. Masaru's face crumpled, tears spilling in big, uneven droplets. His mother still hadn't recovered from the shock, staring at Izuku in frozen disbelief. Oh no, I did hurt you. Sorry. Izuku panicked, then spotted the plush. He scooped it up and handed it back. Here, All Might still with you. Are you a big fan as well? I love him too. I've got all his posters, figures, even the limited edition ones from Silver Age, Golden Age, Young Age. And I've watched every single one of his videos. He's amazing, right? So great. He exhaled sharply through his nose, cheeks flushed. But as you see, I'm not as amazing as he is. If he were here, he would have saved you without any trouble at all. The boy clutched the plush to his chest, sniffling. Thank you, he whispered. Ah? Izuku tilted his head. Thank you, the mother said louder, snapping out of her shock. She bowed deeply to Midoriya. If it wasn't for you, my son, my Masaru, her eyes brimmed with tears. And no, it's nothing, really. Izuku waved. Frantically. Hey! Everyone! Are you alright? The booming voice came from behind. The hippopotamus hero lumbered toward them, transforming back to his human form. The villain was already cuffed and shoved into a police car. Up close, the hero no longer looked like a hippopotamus but a battle-worn old man with a gallant face, his posture weighed down by shame. He bowed low to the family. I take full responsibility for what just happened, the old hero said heavily. I was sloppy. My deepest apologies. My mistake could have been unforgivable if not for these two. Izuku and the orange-haired girl blinked in surprise. It's disgraceful, he went on, shaking his head. I'm ashamed I let this happen. Looks like my age is finally catching up to me. I make mistakes I never would have before. I am deeply, deeply sorry, ma'am. This was entirely my fault. The old man's head remained bowed, unable to lift it. The woman pressed her lips together, torn. He was right, it was his fault. If not for the green-haired boy, her son would be dead. And if not for the girl, both might have been. She shuddered. We just want to go home, she said softly, trying to steady her voice. Is it okay if we just go home? Of course, the hero said. But please let the medics check your boy first. Just to be sure he's unharmed. She nodded as an ambulance pulled up, doors swinging open. Then she turned toward Izuku and the orange-haired girl, and gasped. Why your hands? Izuku spun too. The girl's palms were raw and bleeding, bruises blooming beneath the skin. Ah? The girl blinked, as if only just noticing. Check them both, the old hero shouted. Ah, don't worry. I'm okay, she said quickly, smiling at Masaru, who was watching her with wide, tearful eyes. See? Doesn't even hurt that much. She flexed her fingers with a small wince. Ouch. Masaru gave her a shaky smile. She smiled back. Izuku's stomach twisted as he looked at her hands. If only he'd been faster. But stopping to take off the weights would have cost seconds he didn't have. He asked himself what he could have done differently, but there was no clear answer. The only thing he knew was that her injuries were his fault. Kendo caught his worried glance and met it with a soft, reassuring smile. It's okay, really. Are you okay? Why yes. Gee good. Yes. Izuku stammered. Kendo let out a soft, gentle laugh. As she looked at him, the green-haired boy resembled a trembling puppy. The heroic aura he'd radiated moments ago had completely vanished. A medic with the head of a Shih Tzu hurried over small round glasses perched on her snout. Kendo couldn't stop staring. She had a sudden, absurd urge to pat her. The medic opened her mouth and gently licked both of Kendo's hands. Her saliva shimmered faintly, knitting the torn skin together. The bruises faded. The bleeding slowed, then stopped. Then she turned to Izuku, her expression suddenly serious. She noticed a thin line of blood trailing from his finger. Kendo followed her gaze, then looked toward the can in the middle of the crosswalk. The crimson cross she'd noticed before was gone. The Shih Tzu medic calmly licked Izuku's finger. The cut healed almost instantly, the bleeding stopped. Without a word, she handed each of them a popsicle. A green one for Izuku and a red one for Kendo. Then, she padded off with quiet dignity. Midoriya and the orange-haired girl exchanged looks, dumbfounded. The woman and her son walked back toward Midoriya and the girl. "See, can I know your names?" the woman asked, voice trembling. Masaru clung to her side, eyes wide but curious. Midoriya froze, but the girl quickly stepped forward. "Of course. My name is Itsuka Kendo. I'm planning to join UA and become a pro hero." She smiled down at Masaru, flashing a peace sign. His eyes lit up with admiration. Midoriya blinked at her, startled. With a quirk like that, she'll definitely get in, he thought. Then Masaru turned to him. "And you?" His small eyes sparkled with hope. "Am I?" Izuku stammered, biting his tongue, making Kendo and Masaru's mother chuckle. "Me," he repeated, flustered and embarrassed. Sweat beaded on his cheek as his words tangled together. "I Izuku am Midoriya. I want to apply to UA too. To become a hero. But I'm nothing special." He scratched his head, mortified. "I need to stop talking. Compared to her, I'm worse than a soggy rice ball. Even without quirks, you can tell the difference. She's cool and natural, while I'm just me." Kendo, Mother and Masaru looked at Izuku with quiet warmth. There was no pity, no concern. Just something gentler. Something Midoriya rarely received recognition. The woman shook her head firmly. "You were special today. To me and my son. We'll never forget it." Izuku froze. His chest tightened. His eyes trembled. All he could do was bow awkwardly. Thank you, both of you." "Kendo-san, Midoriya-san," the woman continued, voice shaking. "I truly hope people like you become heroes. We'll be cheering for you. Right, Masaru-chan?" Masaru beamed and nodded. "I'll cheer for you. And when you become a hero, let's talk about All Might again, okay?" The boy blushed, eyes shining as he looked at Midoriya. Izuku's eyes widened. A lump rose in his throat. He could barely hold back tears. Then, slowly, his face broke into a bright, genuine grin, the kind he almost never let himself wear. "I'd love to." Kendo glanced at him from the side, smiling softly. After the mother and her son left, Midoriya and Kendo spent some time answering questions from the police and other heroes. When everything finally settled, the hippopotamus hero approached them. He sighed heavily. "In all fairness, I should scold you both for jumping into something so dangerous. No matter what your quirks are, you should stay in your lane and let the pros handle it. That's what I should say." He paused, then smiled faintly. "But the truth is, you kids saved my old rump today." He looked down, voice softening. "That mother, she wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight. Neither would I. You prevented something awful." He straightened his back. "So instead of scolding you, I'm thanking you. You did good." His gaze turned to Kendo. She flinched slightly under his attention. It was a good reaction. "Your quirk's not bad either." He chuckled. "Sorry, I overheard you talking about UA, but I think with a quirk and a heart like yours, you won't have any problem getting in." Kendo's face reddened slightly. She smiled and bowed her head. "And you?" he turned to Izuku. Midoriya lowered his head, staring at the ground. His shoulders sagged. He knew how this part usually went. He'd been through this before. Kaken would get praised for his quirk, while he was scolded for being reckless and quirkless. It was happening again, or so he thought. "I don't know what your quirk is," the old hero said quietly, "but I hope that with a heart like yours, you too will become a hero." "Ah?" Izuku blinked, startled. He looked up and met a steady, respectful gaze. If people like you can't become heroes, the man said firmly, then the whole system's rotten. I've met plenty of pros, and not all of them had the courage you just showed. He smiled faintly. Good job, kid. I don't know if you'll make it to UA or not, but today, you made even my rusty heart move. A memory flickered behind the old man's eyes of Midoriya sprinting toward the boy, eyes burning, no fear, no hesitation, like he was already a pro hero. Today, you were a hero. A lump rose in Izuku's throat. This time, he couldn't hold back the tears. He tried wiping them away, but they just kept coming, one after another. The reason this moment felt so different from the time he'd tried to save Kaken was simple this time, he'd actually saved someone. Back then, All Might had been the real savior. But now, it was him. Him and Kendo. That's why everyone looked at him differently today. The hippopotamus hero and Kendo both smiled warmly. I really hope you two become heroes, the old man said finally. His tone softened again. No, you must. Otherwise, I'll march into UA myself and turn the place upside down. Midoriya and Kendo both chuckled lightly. And as for me, it's time to step down. The old man's face grew serious. What? The great Tetsu Kaba-san is retiring? Izuku's face paled. Oh, boy. Sounds like you know me. Not many people still do. Of course I do. How could anyone not know you? You were in the top 20 on the Hero Billboard chart 25 years ago? You even fought alongside All Might, were a rival of Yoroi Musha-san in UA, and mentored heroes like Shishido and Gang Orca. And you've got all those merits. The Kintai Bridge incident, the... Izuku's words spilled out in a rapid stream. Kendo and Kaba both stared at him, stunned. All right, that's enough. Kaba interrupted, waving his hands. What are you, some kind of walking encyclopedia? Yeah, I had some good days. But that's all in the past. I'm not even in the top 100 anymore. That's how it goes. Tools get rusty. You can't force them to work like they used to. It's time to give the new ones a chance. He looked at both Midoriya and Kendo with humble eyes. But what if there aren't enough new tools yet? Izuku blurted. People don't care who saves them, just that someone does. Just being there already makes a difference. Today I was there, kid, Kaba said quietly. And you saw what almost happened if it hadn't been for you too. Then next time, someone else will be there. Izuku shot back. Kaba raised an eyebrow. If it weren't for Kendo-san, both Masaru-kun and I would be dead, Izuku said, his voice trembling. She covered me, and thanks to that, I'm still alive. Kendo let out a quiet breath, then smiled softly. And if it weren't for Midoriya-kun, I wouldn't have moved at all. I think what he's trying to say, she added, turning to Kaba with a steady gaze, is that it's okay for heroes to rely on each other. To cover each other. That's what I've always thought was the coolest thing about heroes standing side by side, fellowship, cooperation. Isn't that what it's really about? Kaba looked at her for a long moment, then laughed quietly and reached out to ruffle both their hair. Who would have thought a couple of middle schoolers could remind an old man what being a hero really means, he said with a wide smile. I've always worked alone, but maybe if I want to stay a hero, it's time to change that. He turned to leave, then stopped halfway. I also will be cheering for you too, he said firmly. And then he walked off, disappearing into the streetlight's glow. Midoriya and Kendo stood there in silence for a while. Then Kendo turned to him, worry softening her face. Are you sure you're all right? Ah? Yes. Everything's good. But you're shivering. Ah? Midoriya looked down. His hands and legs were trembling uncontrollably. Midoriya-kun, Kendo said gently, maybe you don't realize it, but you could have died just a few minutes ago. You don't have to hold it in. You're human just like everyone else. Her words sank in. Only now did Izuku truly understand why he was shaking. She was right. A few minutes ago, he had stared straight into death's eyes. His dreams, his hopes, his future, all of it could have ended right there. And his mom, if he died, how much would she have suffered? Izuku covered his face, trying to hide his panic. And no, I'm okay. It's just breathe, Midoriya-kun. Close your eyes. Her voice was calm but firm. Take a deep breath, then let it out. Again. Inhale, exhale. Izuku's breathing hitched, then steadied. Slowly, the trembling eased. Kendo smiled softly. Very good, Midoriya-kun. You did a good job. You were really brave today. Who's a good boy? You're a good boy. She reached out and gently patted his head. His cheeks went bright red. You Kendo-san? Sorry, you don't like that? That's how my mom used to calm me down when I got like that. And no, it's just. Also, you reminded me of a sweet dog we used to have. Okay, now it was getting a little concerning. Listen, Midoriya-kun, she said with a grin, how about I give you a treat? She froze mid-sentence, realizing. I mean, how about I buy you something at this cafe I usually go to after school? But I. This will be my thanks for the rescue. But it's you who? No, she interrupted. If it weren't for you, something horrible could have happened. I don't think I'd be able to become a hero after that. So let me treat you. But you're moan. It's fine, she cut him off again, laughing. My mom gave me extra pocket money and told me to spend it on my friends, so we can have a good time. Free, Izuku's eyes rounded. He was blown away. Let's go. It's not far from here. She took his hand and led the way. Izuku's face went full tomato mode, not understanding what was happening, only that a girl was holding his hand. His thoughts spiraled. Sweat prickled down his forehead. My palms are probably sweaty. She can definitely feel it. Even so, he just followed her like an obedient puppy. Before he even realized it, he was sitting in a cafe, across the table from Kendo. What do you want to order? Kendo asked, smiling brightly. I'll order whatever Kendo-san. You want me to order for you? Izuku nodded quickly. Do you have any allergies? He shook his head. Okay, then I'll get you my favorite thing from the menu. The waitress came over. Hello, Kendo-san. Did you come today with your boyfriend? B-boy. Izuku froze mid-blush. Haha, it's not like that, Kendo said easily. We're just friends. I just wanted to treat him as a thank you for something. Oh, is that so? The waitress giggled. Yeah, could you bring me what I usually order, but 2 portions and a black coffee? Midoriya-kun, do you want something to drink? TT. Having at least some experience with ordering drinks, Izuku decided to stick to what he knew. What kind? We have black, green, white, oolong, fruit, chai, matcha, berry, strawberry, mint, jasmine, herbal, chamomile, vanilla, Earl Grey. His brain blanked out halfway through the list. Kendo only giggled, watching his panic with amusement. Green tea, please, Izuku finally managed to murmur. Okay. The waitress smiled and walked away, leaving them alone. I study at a girls' school nearby, Kendo said. That's why there aren't many guys here. It's more popular with girls from school. Ah, yes. Izuku managed 2 words. He had experience talking to girls twice. No, just once. Even though the first time he'd talked to a girl, he didn't even remember what he said. He didn't say anything. The second time wasn't much better. Mostly sparring and awkwardly asking her to fight again, and again, and again. So now, he had absolutely no idea what he was supposed to say or not say. Suddenly, a wave of voices cut through the quiet. Several girls from nearby tables popped up the moment the waitress left and swarmed them, chattering all at once. Itsuka-chan, who's this? Is he your boyfriend? What school are you from? How did you meet Itsuka? Are you applying to UA too? What's your quirk? I've never seen Itsuka talk with a boy before, and him, seriously? He's kinda cute, but I don't know if he's worthy of our Itsuka. Some whispered loudly right in front of him, not even pretending to hide their jealousy, while others leaned in with genuine curiosity. Kendo-san was clearly popular here, the complete opposite of Izuku's own school life. Most of his classmates didn't even remember his name. Some didn't bother trying, calling him Deku, instead the nickname Kaken had given him years ago. Girls, it's not like that, Itsuka chuckled. She was still smiling, but it was a polite, practiced smile now, not the warm one she'd shown Izuku earlier. Let me introduce you properly. This is Izuku Midoriya-kun. We just met today. I'm treating him as a thank you for earlier. I can't say what happened, but he helped a lot, and maybe he doesn't look like it, but he was really brave and manly today. Izuku's mind went blank. His face turned crimson. He waved his hands wildly. Manly? It was nothing, he stammered, voice squeaking like a kettle about to explode. Really? One of the girls gasped. Him? Manly, another snorted. She was one of the girls who'd been glaring at him with a hostile, almost predatory look. She leaned in, her bluish lilac, cat-like eyes narrowing. He looks like a pipsqueak to me. Izuku stared down at the table, his hands clenched in his lap. He'd never been surrounded by so many girls in his life. The only thought running through his head was, girls can be scary. Even Kaken didn't cling to him this much. Kaken bullied him, but at least he got bored quickly. These girls, though? They swarmed him like snakes, coiling tighter with every question. He felt like a little mouse wrapped in the coils of a python. Now, Kendo said, her smile still in place, but something in her tone shifted. There's no need to be rude, Psycho-chan. A flicker of irritation flashed behind her calm expression. Psycho scowled but said nothing. He's my friend, so be nice, Kendo said evenly. He wants to apply to UA, just like us. Oh, that's what I thought, one girl whispered. He must either have some connections or a crazy strong quirk, another murmured. Otherwise, why would she treat him? Kendo's polite smile wavered. Embarrassment crept in, she could feel it. Maybe her classmates just weren't used to boys, or maybe they were projecting how they would act in her shoes. Either way, it made her uncomfortable and awkward. He's definitely not just some regular pipsqueak, a girl with big, mosquito-like eyes suddenly said. Eh? Maroom-chan, do you see something? Another asked. Before Izuku could react, Maroom grabbed his arm. He's got a surprisingly well-built body for his age look. She rolled up his sleeve, revealing his toned forearm. All the girls gasped. Under his tracksuit, it had been impossible to tell. Izuku had what people called a sleeper build. Wait, are you wearing weights? One girl blurted when she spotted the strap on his bicep. Eh? It looks heavy. How much does this thing weigh? Can we take it off? Please don't. I need it for tea training, I can't. Izuku's words tripped over each other. His face was red, eyes watering. Then, slam. Kendo's fists hit the table, shaking the cups. Every girl froze. Heads turned toward her. Her smile was gone, her expression calm but razor-sharp. I said be nice, she said quietly, her voice cool as steel. He's not a monkey in a zoo. Why are you touching him without his consent? Her gaze sliced toward the girl. Maroom-chan, how would you feel if some random boy started touching you for no reason? Maroom's voice faltered. Sweat beaded down her forehead. She released Izuku's hand immediately. We're friends, Kendo continued evenly, so I don't mind you being touchy with me. But he doesn't know you. Don't forget your manners. She didn't raise her tone once. She didn't need to. Her voice carried the weight of someone utterly in control. The air around the table turned cold. Now, her polite smile returned, you know who he is and all the introductions are done. Why don't you all sit back down and get on with what you were doing? Midoriya and I came here to eat and relax, so it would be nice if nobody bothered us for a while. The girls scattered almost on cue, retreating to their tables. None of them dared look over again, except the one with the cat-like eyes, who shot Izuku a parting glare. Kendo reminded Izuku of a mafia boss. Polite, calm, never raising her voice. Yet the air around her changed completely. He realized that she not only had a superior quirk but also carried herself far better than he did, and she was so natural when talking to others. She was like a natural-born hero. Oh, that was so cool, Kendo-san, he said, clapping his hands in admiration. I'm very, very sorry, Midoriya-kun. Kendo sighed. I didn't want that to happen. I'm embarrassed. I should have seen it coming. It's okay, it's not your fault. Izuku said quickly. They just got curious, nothing wrong with that. Honestly, it wasn't even that uncomfortable. Some people treated me worse. At least your friends didn't steal my shoes or burn my notebook. Ha, ha. He forced an awkward laugh. Once, he'd read in Sir Nighteyes, The Best Hero book, that a true hero could ease tension with humor. That's what he was trying to do now. But then he saw Kendo's expression soft, heavy, almost heartbreaking. She suddenly reached out and patted his head. Izuku stiffened like a statue. It was the second time. She'd explained why before and he didn't actually mind. Especially coming from Kendo. It felt warm, gentle, calming. But then he noticed the other girls peeking over their menus, glaring daggers at him. Kendo-san, thank you, but I'm okay, really. Kendo's eyes widened. She snatched her hand back, blushing a little. Sorry. I got carried away. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. It's not. I mean, it was nice. You don't have to worry about me, that's all I was trying to say. Don't get the wrong idea. I liked it, really. Izuku's face went scarlet as he flailed. Haha, Kendo chuckled awkwardly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, trying to hide her embarrassment. I'm glad you liked it, I mean, that you're okay. Haha. Haha. Izuku awkwardly chuckled back. They both started laughing awkwardly, desperately trying to bury the awkwardness. The silence that followed was unbearable. And here's your order, the waitress said cheerfully, setting down their drinks. Black coffee, green tea. Everything else will be ready in a minute. Nice, thank you. Kendo blurted, voice a little too high. Tea, thank you. Izuku echoed, just as flustered, face still red. Kendo immediately took a sip of her coffee, clearly trying to escape the awkward silence. Izuku followed her lead, but unlike Kendo, who even drank her coffee coolly, he poured his tea in a rush, spilled some on his pants, then choked on his first sip. Are you here? Kendo said quickly, handing him napkins. She half rose to pat his back, but he waved her off with a flustered gesture. I am all right. Thank you. He dabbed at his pants, cheeks pink, carefully wiping away the spill. The girls around them now looked at him with pity and concern rather than curiosity or hostility. "And here's your tantanmen," the waitress said cheerfully, setting down 2 steaming bowls. Her smile was just a little too amused. "Tea tantanmen?" Izuku yelped. "You said to order my favorite," Kendo said, smiling. "Sorry, I just like food with strong flavors. Spicy, bitter, sour, but spicy is my favorite." "Ah, I see. Kendo-san even has a strong taste," Izuku said awkwardly. Her tastes were completely different from his. He preferred gentle, homey flavors like katsudon. Even after months of trying to eat spicy food for training, he still hadn't built much tolerance, and this dish looked extremely spicy. Kendo sighed, noticing his expression. "Sorry, I should have known. Let's order something else, it's actually really spicy. My taste's just weird, sorry about it." She started to wave down the waitress, but Izuku stopped her with a small, determined smile. "It's okay. You don't need to worry. I can eat it." "You like spicy food, Midoriya-kun?" "Not really," he said, eyes burning with resolve, "but I can eat it." He said it like it was a challenge, the one he was fully ready to accept. In truth, he didn't want to eat it at all. But she'd ordered it for him, and rejecting her favorite dish felt like rejecting her. He had to eat it. Even if it cost him his life. He'd stared death in the face once already today, why not again? Besides, he had forced himself to eat spicy food before, but never like this. It would be good training. "Are you sure?" Kendo asked. Izuku nodded firmly, then dug in, eyes undaunted. He began hastily devouring the tantanmen. The girls at nearby tables gasped. Everyone who'd ever tried Kendo's favorite tantanmen had barely survived 1 bite, yet this boy, this tiny boy, was already halfway through the bowl. Even Kendo stared, slightly opening her mouth, completely flabbergasted. Tears streamed down his cheeks, blurring his vision, but the fire in his eyes never dimmed. His whole face was red, whether from spice or sheer determination, no one could tell. A faint blush crept across Kendo's face. Even the waitress whistled. By the time he set the chopsticks down, the bowl was empty. "Midoriya-kun," Kendo said, both impressed and surprised. "That was incredibly manly. Just now, you were really cool. I knew you're tough and had guts when you ran in like that, and now." Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but instead, puffed up his cheeks and clapped both hands over his lips. "Midoriya-kun?" Kendo leaned forward, worried. "Are you okay? Do you need a bag or something?" He shook his head rapidly, his face swelling like a balloon. Izuku tried to swallow whatever was inside him, but it clearly wasn't working. The waitress appeared beside them, calm and prepared, and handed him a vomit bag. He moved his hands away from his mouth. Steam hissed out, then burst forth like a boiling kettle. The waitress, Kendo, and every girl in the cafe blinked in stunned silence. Midoriya-kun?" Kendo said carefully. Izuku tried to speak, but the steam just kept pouring out. His tongue felt like it was on fire. It was, without question, the spiciest thing he'd ever eaten. He tried to reach for his tea, but his clumsiness struck again. The pot slipped and shattered on the floor. "Can we have," Kendo started, but the waitress was already placing a glass of water on the table. "Kendo-san," she said, deadpan, "maybe you should water him. He's in no state to do it himself, and I'd prefer to avoid another broken dish." Kendo nodded solemnly and picked up the glass. "Open your mouth, Midoriya-kun. Don't worry, I'll be gentle." The cafe exploded. Every girl nearby had a nosebleed, some practically fell from their chairs. Izuku drank desperately, his face crimson. Kendo smiled softly, looking at him with a warm, caring expression, as if she were feeding a starving pup, completely unaware of the chaos around them. Sorry," Izuku muttered, staring at the floor like a scolded child. "I'll pay for the teapot. My quirk is this was my carelessness. I should have warned you. With training and homework, I haven't practiced that quirk enough. I thought it wasn't that useful yet. I was planning to train it later. But I shouldn't have neglected it. I wouldn't have embarrassed myself if I." Izuku's face darkened as he slipped fully into muttering mode. But then he stopped, realizing that no one had tried to shut him off. He looked at Kendo guiltily. She was just staring at him, dazed. "Sorry," he mumbled, scratching his head and looking away. "Pfff," Kendo snickered. "Eh?" Izuku froze. "Ha ha ha ha." Kendo burst out laughing, doubling over. I'm sorry. You just ha ha ha, you just got so serious all of a sudden. You saved someone's life today without blinking, but after dropping a teapot you looked like you just committed a homicide. Ha ha." Izuku stared for a second, blinking. Then, as Kendo's words sank in, he suddenly burst out laughing, covering his mouth as well. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." They both laughed until their sides ached. The tension finally broke, leaving the girls around them to gawk in silence. He made Itsuka-chan laugh? Just like that? Have you ever seen her laugh like this? I'm more curious about his quirk. Does he seriously want to apply to UA with that? Their whispers made Kendo pause mid-laugh. She exhaled, still smiling faintly, then reached into her pocket and handed Izuku her phone. He stared at the screen. It showed a new contact form. Before we leave, she said casually, could you give me your number? I might forget later. Izuku froze. Number? He couldn't believe it. Never in his life had a girl asked for his number, not even anyone, really. The only person he'd ever exchanged contacts with was H-Tame-kun, and that was mostly out of convenience. Their entire message history looked like this. H, hey, I'm going home early. M, okay. Have a good walk. Smiling face with smiling eyes. H, hey, I made some tea. Hope you don't mind. M, of course not. My mom also made a lot of curry, so help yourself. There are also cookies on the upper shelf near the fridge, she always buys too many, so please, treat yourself. I'm on a diet now, so you'd really help me out. Flushed face with smiling eyes. H, thanks. And that was it. They didn't chat unless they had to. But this was different. She was asking for his number because she wanted to. She wanted to talk to him. She wanted to be his friend. Izuku slowly typed in his number, fingers trembling. Shock, disbelief, and burning embarrassment warred on his face. Meanwhile, Kendo calmly finished her bowl of tantanmen as if it were nothing, setting her chopsticks down with a satisfied sigh. Ah, that was nice. Izuku handed the phone back. Just then, the waitress returned with the bill. Tea the teapot, Izuku mumbled in a panic. I'll pay. Don't worry about it. Next time, when you treat me, you can pay for the teapot if I break it. Kendo grinned. And next time? Izuku echoed, eyes wide. The waitress smiled calmly. You shouldn't worry. I didn't include the teapot in the bill anyway. It's on the house. If you want to pay us back, just bring your friends next time. Izuku bowed, smiling gratefully. They stepped out of the cafe, trailed by the lingering stares of Kendo's classmates. Kendo sighed and rubbed the back of her neck. Again, sorry about that, Midoriya-kun, she said with a sheepish smile. Izuku shook his head quickly. Don't say sorry, please. It was nothing, really. Kendo nodded, a small look of relief flickering in her eyes. Now it was time to part ways. Izuku knew he'd given her his number, but still, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. He'd gone through so much with this person today, and for the first time, someone had openly wanted to be his friend. It made sense why she was so popular. She was warm, sincere, and effortlessly cool. But he didn't want to force anything. He smiled faintly. Well, thank you very. How about I walk you home, Midoriya-kun? Kendo said with a cheeky grin. You wouldn't mind that, would you? Midoriya's mind went completely blank. Izuku and Kendo walked side by side. Izuku didn't really know what to say. For some reason, he felt even more flustered and nervous than before. His thoughts were all over the place. This was the first time a girl had offered to walk him home. She was also the first girl who'd asked for his number, the first who'd invited him out, and she'd even treated him and saved him. Izuku suddenly froze. Wait, isn't it supposed to be the other way around? He wasn't exactly a relationship expert, but he'd seen enough movies to know the guy was usually supposed to take the lead. Then again, he'd seen plenty of women who took charge. Like Kaken's mom. Back when he used to visit their house, it was clear she was the one wearing the pants, as the saying went. Even pro-hero Midnight was famous for her assertiveness. Izuku wasn't a traditionalist, he didn't believe men had to do everything. But still, he couldn't help feeling a little weird. It wasn't bad when a woman took the initiative, not at all, but moments like this made him feel tiny. If he had to choose, the ideal relationship for Izuku would be one where both partners stood on equal ground, where they both contributed and moved forward together. He wanted to repay Kendo somehow for everything she'd done for him today, but he didn't know how. By nature, he was too shy and indecisive, especially when it came to people. Because of his lack of confidence, he was often scared to even start a conversation. He couldn't even bring himself to text H-Tame-kun something as simple as, "Hey, how are you?" A message, the thought flashed through his mind. Maybe if he sent the first text to Kendo, it would balance things out a little after today. What's wrong? Kendo suddenly asked. Izuku's face must have been showing every bit of what he was thinking. He shook his head. I was just thinking that Kendo-san is amazing. You did so many things today? I can't help feeling a little useless. I want to make it up to you somehow. Don't downplay what you did today, Midoriya-kun. You saved Masaru, you ate my special tanmen, you were amazing too. But those things, you could have done them too. Even if I hadn't interfered, you would have saved Masaru. That way, you wouldn't have hurt your hands. I don't think that's true, Midoriya-kun. Kendo smiled faintly. You know, I saw that boy too. I saw that he was in danger. But I froze. It was your voice that made me move. Your courage inspired me. Even though you were scared, you still moved ready to sacrifice your life for someone you didn't even know. I can't help but respect you for that. Our respect? And me? Kendo nodded. Can I ask you something? Just out of curiosity? About what? Izuku blinked. Your weights. Is it okay if I ask? You looked uncomfortable when the girls brought them up. It's not that. I don't mind being asked, it's just that I can't take them off. Is it for training? Do you wear them all day? Izuku nodded. And you're telling me I'm the amazing one? Kendo chuckled. I wear weights during training too, but not all day. That takes some serious will, Midoriya-kun. I think you underestimate yourself, Kendo-san. It's nothing special. Anyone could do it. Not anyone. Her tone sharpened slightly, and Izuku straightened up instinctively. I can tell you right now, those girls back at the cafe wouldn't. Aren't they your friends? You can be friends with people without agreeing with them on everything, she said with a sigh. My school's prestigious. It gives us a better chance at getting into UA than most. Whoa, that's amazing, Kendo-san. That's why my mom sent me there. I've always wanted to be a hero, and she supported me all the way. But I'll tell you a secret, we're not wealthy like most of the other families. She's worked so hard for me. I really want to pay her back someday. I understand that, Izuku said softly. Kendo glanced at him in surprise, then saw the same determination reflected in his eyes. She didn't need to ask. In that brief silence, they understood each other more than anyone. The school sends a few graduates to UA every year, she continued, but not many actually make it. Some of my classmates just don't understand what it really takes. They think everything will be handed to them on a silver platter, that life, UA, and becoming a hero. It's all easy. Kendo smirked, shaking her head. Izuku nodded quietly. They're just living in a bubble their parents built for them, she added. I started karate the moment I knew I wanted to be a hero, but most of them never even considered martial arts. They think it's beneath them, that their quirks should be enough. Sure, if you've got an exceptionally powerful quirk, maybe. But most of them don't. I just started kickboxing recently, Izuku said sheepishly. A friend's been teaching me. You could say I was living in a bubble too, but recently. That changed. There's nothing wrong with that, Midoriya-kun. That's another reason to respect you. Not many people have the guts to change themselves. She smiled brightly. You're a real man, Midoriya-kun. Are a real man? And me? Yes, you. Kendo laughed, pumping her fist. Izuku blushed. Although karate is still better than any kind of boxing, she said, eyes gleaming with challenge as she leaned in, fire practically radiating from her. Izuku shrank back, wondering if he should bow or run. I only just started, so it's hard to tell, he admitted. My friend says my punches are still bad, but my kicks have potential. He even suggested I try a martial art with grappling someday. But he's my age, so he's not sure either. You're training with someone your age? Yeah. I don't think my mom could afford real lessons. Kendo tilted her head thoughtfully. I can teach you how to throw if you want. Huh? I'm not a master or anything, but I know some basics. I'm more of a striker, but I can throw. We can spar sometimes, it'll help both of us. What do you think? I don't want to waste your time, Kendo-san. You're probably busy. Not at all. I can spare an hour a day, it's not a big deal, really. And with only 2 months before the UA entrance exam, we should train more, right? The more we learn, the higher our chances. Don't you think so? Izuku looked at Kendo like she was some kind of goddess. If she were, he'd probably be her first worshipper or at least one of a very loud crowd, considering how popular she was. His eyes went misty with admiration, his face scrunching up like an old man about to cry. Kendo-san, now I totally understand. Understand what? And what's up with your face? She asked, bewildered. If you really don't mind, I'd be honored to spar with you, he said, clenching his fist with newfound resolve. Then it's settled. Kendo grinned, giving him a thumbs up. By the way, how heavy are those weights you're wearing? Half my body weight, about 35 kilos total, I think. Wow, that's impressive. And they look comfortable, not like the bulky ones you see in stores. Where'd you get them? That, someone gave them to me. Maybe you could find something similar online? I'll look into it, Kendo muttered. Oh, and another question. Do you, by any chance, have multiple quirks? He went rigid. Whaa, how did I mean, what makes you think that way? Sorry. It's just a guess, Kendo said quickly. But back there, I noticed a few things. When I froze, I tried to look around for a hero, and that's when I saw you. Instead of running straight to him, you took a strange stance and threw a can. Ah, yeah, and I also saw how a red cross appeared and shone on it. And once it landed, you sprinted. To someone who didn't know about the weights, your speed probably looked normal. But if they really equal half your body weight, that speed doesn't make sense. And after you pushed Masaru toward me, your pace dropped sharply. That didn't look natural, not even for an adrenaline crash. Kendo was casually smiling, but there was a calm, cold analytical glint in her eyes. Someone might call it a coincidence, but your movements didn't add up. It didn't make sense why you paused instead of running immediately. And that throw, too. You took a very weird stance. It looked weak at first, like the wind would kill the momentum, but it flew much farther than it should have. Then, of course, there's what happened in the cafe, with the steam from your mouth. If I assume those things are connected, they just don't line up as one quirk. It doesn't look like a mutation or a simple transformation, the effects are too different. That's why I guessed you might have multiple quirks. But hey, she smiled lightly, it's just a theory. Izuku froze. A chill ran down his spine. He knew. Kendo was cool, kind, and strong, but she'd never struck him as the analytical type. More straightforward, he'd thought. Yet somehow, she'd pieced everything together from scraps of observation. It was impressive, and a little terrifying. Behind that candid, bright smile, there really was a sharp-eyed, silent tiger watching his every move. Don't worry, Kendo said gently. Even if I'm right, I'm not accusing you of anything. You didn't do anything wrong. And you don't have to confirm it either, I'm just curious. But if you are hiding something, you might want to think through your story. People at UA, both teachers and students, they'll notice eventually. You probably can't hide something like that for long. Unless you pick one quirk and use only that, which isn't great either. It would just limit your potential. Kendo-san, you're talking about it so calmly, Izuku said, his gaze darting away. Isn't having multiple quirks basically unprecedented? There's no record of anyone being born with more than two. He spoke from experience. The moment he'd awakened his power, he'd researched everything he could find on the topic. Every source said the same thing. The maximum number of quirks ever recorded was 2. Usually, a child inherited a version of one of parents' quirk, or sometimes the parents' quirks merged into one, like Kaken's. Very rarely, a child inherited both. But 3 or more. There was no record. No proof, no precedent. Most people would have laughed it off as impossible even if they'd seen it with their own eyes. Yet Kendo had guessed it outright, without a hint of hesitation. Either she was unbelievably open-minded or she already knew something the rest of the world didn't. Maybe, she said with a nonchalant smile. But the world's big, who knows what's possible? There was a time when quirks didn't exist at all, remember? Everything starts as unprecedented. Izuku stared at her quietly. Maybe Kendo really wasn't like everyone else. Maybe she just refused to limit her thinking to what people said was possible. As I said, she continued, smiling faintly, you don't have to answer. I could be wrong. There's an unlimited number of possibilities in this world, more than humans can imagine. Izuku nodded silently. He didn't want to lie to her, but he couldn't tell her the truth either. Not yet. He hadn't even told his mother. The power he possessed was something unprecedented and dangerous. He didn't want to involve anyone else until he understood it himself. For the last 8 months, he'd tried to figure out how to explain his ability if anyone asked, but he still hadn't found an answer. The truth was the simplest option, but also the riskiest. What if people saw him as a monster? Until he was sure, there was no point in revealing anything. Maybe, if he made it into UA and ended up studying with Kendo, he'd tell her then. But for now, silence was safer. Here we are, Izuku said, stopping in front of a 5-story building marked with a large number. Oh, this one. Yes. Looks nice. Seems like a pleasant neighborhood, Kendo said, glancing around approvingly. Thank you. And, thank you for walking me, and for the cafe, and for saving me. Thank you, Kendo-san. Izuku bowed deeply. Kendo sighed, folding her arms. Midoriya-kun, like I said, you did most of the work. If you hadn't pushed Masaru, I couldn't have saved either of you. She smiled faintly. Still, it felt good to save someone like that. Most people don't think much of my quirk. They figure my chances of turning pro aren't very high. Kendo-san, what are you talking about? Your quirk's amazing. There's no way you won't be a pro. Kendo chuckled. Ha, you're probably one of the few who'd say that. Eh? But you know, she said softly, I always believed it's not about what quirk you have, but how you use it. And today, you helped me prove that. So thank you, Midoriya-kun. Relief softened her features, and her genuine smile made Izuku's heart thump. Kendo-san is so cool. You were the cool one today, Midoriya-kun, she teased. Eh? Izuku slapped a hand over his mouth. Had he muttered that aloud again? And dropped the honorifics already, she laughed. Just Kendo's fine. We're friends now, right? Izuku froze. Calling someone without honorifics was beyond him, but she'd called him a friend, so it would be rude not to at least try. Okay, Kendo-san. She laughed again. Close enough. Then I'll call you just Midoriya. Deal? Izuku nodded, blushing. Kendo couldn't resist, she reached out and patted his head again. He froze, then melted, his face going crimson. She probably sees me as a little brother or something, he thought. That was the only explanation for why she was so casual and nonchalant with someone of the opposite gender like him. Yeah, it didn't seem like she really saw him that way. Kendo just had that natural big sister aura, it was impossible not to notice. You're a really cool boy, she stopped herself, biting her lip. I mean, you're really cool, Midoriya. Don't forget that. Then she pulled back, grinned, and moved her fist forward. See you in UA. Izuku blinked. Ah, you mean the entrance exam? Yeah, I think. As classmates. Huh? If I find out you're not in the same year as me, I'm gonna be really mad, Midoriya. Eh? Kendo. San? She turned, jogging off with a cheerful wave. Don't let me down. If you do, you'll make a girl cry and that's not cool, Midoriya. Her voice echoed down the street as Izuku stood there, frozen. Some people were just born to be heroes natural, through and through. And Izuku knew Kendo was one of them. Watching her disappear down the street, Izuku smiled faintly. Somehow, the world felt a little brighter than before. Even if Kendo thought that her quirk wasn't that amazing, Izuku didn't agree with that at all. He had no doubt she'd make it into UA. Her sharp mind, her charisma, her composure, her athletic build, everything about her screamed, hero. But it wasn't like Izuku was staring at her body or anything. Some things were just too noticeable. She had strong, muscular legs, and unlike Izuku, she didn't have a sleeper build. You could actually see how fit she was, even through her clothes. Her biceps were fairly large for a girl her age. Since she'd mentioned karate and grappling, it had to be the result of her training. That most likely meant Kendo had serious combat skills. He even wondered how she'd fare against the invisible girl he'd been sparring with. Big fists versus invisibility, how would they fight? How would Kendo grab her if she couldn't see her? Would she swing her arms around just to keep invisible girl from closing the distance, or would she come up with something else? With her analytical mind, Izuku was sure Kendo would find a plan. She was clever enough. But invisible girl wasn't simple either. From his sparring, Izuku knew she had great instincts, a strong combat sense. And since he'd never sparred with Kendo himself, it was hard to know for sure if she could overcome that. If Kendo tried the arm-swinging method, invisible girl could just wait her out, wear her down, and then attack. Izuku snapped open his notebook, eyes gleaming as he started scribbling furiously, muttering under his breath in that very unsettling, wide-eyed way of his. After he finished, he came home and finally flopped onto his bed with a sigh. It was a really long day. But there was something else he needed to figure out. A lot of system panels had popped out after he'd saved the boy, but he'd swiped them away quickly. He hadn't wanted to distract himself while he was with Kendo. Recent notifications, Izuku muttered. He opened them and his eyes widened. The first notification was, congratulations. Life saved. Plus 100 help points earned. Bonus reward, first time save. Plus 100 help points. Reputation increased, plus hero's impact increased, plus there were a lot of things to think about here. Status. Izuku Midoriya. Points 254.5. Quirks by myself, UR, Def Mode, F, Steam Breath, F, Mark, F+, Bleeder, F, The Tornado, F+. Heroes Impact 11-100, F. Reputation 58.5-100, F. Izuku's eyes sparked when he looked at the points section. Finally, he could complete the build he'd been planning for the last 8 months and buy the 2 cherished F-rank quirks he'd always wanted. He also had enough points to buy 1 more F+ rank quirk. Some of them were interesting, but to make them useful, he'd need to buy several others and that didn't seem like a good idea to Izuku. His next step, after buying those 2 quirks, would be to pick up F-rank quirk he'd considered before Spice Eater. It strengthened his stomach against spicy food and allowed the user to consume much more heat than a regular person could. It would also be nice to get a quirk that could turn off his taste buds, like Def Mode but for taste. That way, he wouldn't have to force himself to eat through the burn. Unfortunately, nothing like that existed in the store. Maybe he'd find something similar once he unlocked E-rank quirks, or maybe, in the future, he could upgrade Spice Eater so it dulled the taste a little. Until then, he'd just have to endure it. He remembered the tantanmen he'd eaten earlier and shivered. Still, it had taught him something useful. The more he ate, and the spicier the food, the more steam he could release. In theory, if he drank an entire liter of chili sauce, he might generate enough steam to cover his whole body, or at least half of it, if he was indoors. In a very small room. Probably? But just imagining drinking that much chili sauce made chills run down his spine. He definitely needed to prepare for it. He'd been training and eating moderately spicy food before, but after today, it was clear that wasn't enough. He'd have to push himself even harder. Anyway, once he bought those 3 F-rank quirks, he decided he wouldn't spend any more points until he unlocked E-rank. Izuku couldn't just spend points recklessly, he had to save some for later, especially with E-rank so close and because he wasn't even sure the prices would stay the same. Izuku looked at his reputation. Just in one day, he'd gotten plus 17 more than he'd earned in 4 months. But how did it work? He understood that reputation was a form of acknowledgement. 17 people had acknowledged him, but how could it be 17? Not that many people saw him saving Masaru. There were no journalists, no crowd, not like the sludge villain incident. It was only Masaru, his mother, Kendo, and the great Tetsukaba. Maybe a few others he didn't notice, but 7 at most. There was a chance that some people in the cafe who'd been staring at Izuku also acknowledged him, but that was very unlikely. Most of them still didn't exactly give him friendly looks when he was leaving. Only the waitress, and that was it. Another possibility came to mind. What if the system gave reputation not just based on how many people acknowledged you, but who acknowledged you? Their status or influence? That would make sense. The great Tetsukaba is a pro hero. Maybe acknowledgement from him was worth 10 reputation points? That could explain it. Then, what about someone like All Might? Would acknowledgement from him be worth even more? Or was Midoriya just overthinking things again? Then there was the question of Hero's impact. A long time had passed since he got his first point, and he still didn't understand how he'd earned it. But today, he saved someone. Could it be that saving someone gives points? If so, that created a problem because he couldn't just go around patrolling the streets looking for people to save. First of all, he didn't have a hero license. If he did that, he'd just be a vigilante and society didn't exactly praise those. Second, even if he tried, there was no guarantee he'd find anyone to save. More likely, he'd just end up dead. He'd been lucky with Masaru and with the sludge villain, but luck wasn't something you could count on forever. It ran out eventually. Of course, he'd still act if someone was in danger and no one else was around. But deliberately taking chances just to earn points wasn't a good idea. Izuku sighed. It was a big dilemma. Without Hero's impact, he wouldn't be able to unlock E-rank, or at least that's how he thought it worked. There wasn't really a detailed explanation, even when he tried asking the system. It only said that both reputation and Hero's impact were needed to unlock E-rank. So, if he maxed out his reputation, would he get nothing? Maybe. Either way, now he knew that saving someone gave him 100 help points and 10 hero impact points, which was nice. But to repeat that, he'd need a hero license. And for that, he had to get into a hero school. And for that, he had to pass the entrance exam. Izuku ruffled his hair anxiously. Even with his amazing quirk, he wouldn't be able to become a hero unless he got into UA. He'd known that before, but now it felt even more pressing. Then a picture flashed in his mind, Kendo smiling at him, saying she'd see him in UA. He remembered how she'd told him to breathe when he felt like he was about to burst. Izuku closed his eyes. He took a slow breath in and out, finally calming himself a little. He clenched his fist. I'll do it. I'll see her, and everyone else there. I can do it. After a brief pause, determination glinted in his eyes. Midoriya added quietly, store. He bought the 3 quirks he wanted. With this, my build is complete. I've got less than 2 months to master it, but I'll do it. His phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Kendo. Kay, you know that when I said, see you there, I meant it figuratively. You were asking if I could show you some moves, and I have time on weekends. Let's meet this Saturday. Good night. Once again, she was the one taking the lead in texting him. Izuku shook his head in embarrassment and, with a nervous smile, replied. Of course. Yes. Thank you. Good night. Smiling face with smiling eyes. I just texted a girl, he thought, trembling. Sweat ran down his face like a river. He forgot to exhale. 19th of February. 1 week before the U.A entrance exam. Hage-Tame Bochi had finally finished his last painting. It took a while, but it was done at last. He was in Midoriya Izuku's apartment. If someone had told him a year ago that he'd be friends with Izuku Midoriya, painting in his apartment and telling his father he wanted to be an artist instead of a hero, H-Tame would have walked past this person thinking they were terminally ill. Maybe he would have given them some change. Just thinking about how much his life had changed in a single year still felt surreal, and it was all because of one person. Midoriya came out of the bathroom, his face red, sweating slightly, sniffling, and rubbing his eyes. Midoriya. Do you need something, H-Tame-kun? Izuku asked gently, sniffling again, sounding like a worried mom fussing over her kid. Did you just let off some steam in the bathroom again? Midoriya flinched. That's, he smiled nervously, casting a guilty glance aside, cheeks flushing red. He didn't even need to answer. H-Tame could clearly see the empty bottle of chili sauce sticking out of his pocket. I beg you, dude, don't make that face. If someone saw us right now, they'd totally misunderstand what's going on. There's nothing wrong with it anyway. Why yeah, to be honest, I don't know why I feel embarrassed about it either, Izuku said with a shy smile. I mean, it's your bathroom, man. I don't care. I just don't get why you go that far. I think I haven't seen you skip it for a single day this month. Won't you, like, burn your stomach or something? Don't worry about it, I've got this. I'm not worrying. H-Tame blushed suddenly. Just saying. Whatever, better check this. I finished my last piece. Ooh. Izuku gasped, coming closer and standing next to him, staring at the painting covered by a sheet. H-Tame shot Izuku a grumpy look. Just a year ago they'd been about the same height, but now, after all his training, Midoriya was around 2 inches taller, which seriously set H-Tame off and bruised his manly pride. Must have been the DMN genes. Both his parents were short, so it wasn't a surprise that H-Tame had only grown a single centimeter in 10 months. Now he stood at 165 centimeters, while Midoriya was probably around 168, or it was weird, though. Maybe training and nutrition could actually help a person grow, but genes usually played the biggest role. Midoriya's mom wasn't that tall, so it must have been his dad he took after. Even though H-Tame knew nothing about Midoriya's father and didn't really want to ask such a personal question, at least not yet, he still couldn't help being mad at him for being taller. Just 10 months ago, Midoriya was a wimp, but somehow, in less than a year, he'd completely changed his body. Now, it was hard to even call him that anymore. When he was in just a shirt, it was obvious, but in his uniform or tracksuit, for some reason, it was hard to tell what his build was. H-Tame glanced again at the empty chili bottle in Midoriya's pocket. His eyes softened a little. Maybe he wasn't that mad after all. Midoriya was the most stubborn, thick-headed guy he'd ever met. H-Tame used to think Midoriya would give up his crazy training after a week or two, but he never did. Instead, he just kept pushing it further. How could anyone not admire that kind of drive? Midoriya's obsession had infected him too. Are you ready? Midoriya nodded, his eyes rounding with expectation. He gulped. With one motion, H-Tame pulled the cloth away and the painting was revealed. What do you think? H-Tame asked, pursing his lips and twitching an eyebrow nervously. Midoriya mumbled thoughtfully, staring at the painting. Is it bad? H-Tame frowned. Midoriya getting quiet like that was never a good sign. This was already his third painting, and he'd only gotten one real enthusiastic response for the first one. The second time, Midoriya had mumbled the same way. It's A+, Midoriya said confidently. H-Tame sighed. The first painting had been S+, the second an A, and now A+. He didn't know what made Midoriya rate them that way, but either way, he wasn't satisfied. An A was good, but he wanted perfect or beyond perfect. He knew he was still just starting out, and he also knew art was subjective. If Midoriya thought the first painting was S+, someone else might rate it F-. That's what H-Tame tried to tell himself, but it didn't help much. Gah! H-Tame suddenly yelled in frustration. H-Tame-kun, if I could, I'd smash this sheet right now. I hate you, you ugly piece of sheet. H-Tame growled, glaring at the painting like it was his sworn enemy ready to square up. H-Tame-kun, wait. Calm down. A+ is still amazing. Midoriya cried, grabbing him from behind to stop him from lunging at the painting. Come here, you ugly piece of trash. I'll rip you apart. You're so ugly your father's bald. H-Tame shouted like the painting had personally insulted his whole family line. Midoriya held on tight, panicking, while H-Tame kept struggling and yelling until his energy finally ran out. DMN it, H-Tame muttered, looking down at the floor, frustration written all over his face. H-Tame-kun, don't get mad, please. I told you I really like it, Midoriya said gently. You like it, H-Tame sighed, but I wanted you to love it. He shook his head. Don't mind me, Midoriya. I'm not mad at you. It's my fault. I shouldn't have rushed it. With the first one, I just drew it for myself, poured all my feelings, my desires, my worldview into it, and I had fun. But these two, he exhaled. I only made them to fill my portfolio. I wanted to show that I can draw different things for commissions. I should have just stuck to my style and what I love. Now I might have just ruined my chances of getting accepted. Don't say that, you don't know that, Hage-tame Kuin. I'm not sure how they judge artists, but I'm sure the most important thing is talent. Nobody's looking for perfection. Perfection's impossible. It's like, Midoriya's hands waved in the air as he spoke, if I had one flashy power quirk like All Might, and one versatile quirk like Best Jeanist. It's not about how cool they look when they beat someone, it's about how they save people, how they use their quirk, Hage-tame Kuin. Of course, All Might's more popular than Best Jeanist, but people still think Best Jeanist is an amazing hero. His quirk can't make the clouds disappear or create a tornado with a punch, but he has amazing technique, he knows how to use what he's got. Midoriya turned his gaze to Hage-tame's art. It's the same with your paintings, Hage-tame Kuin. Once they see them, they'll understand how talented you are. It doesn't matter if all three aren't perfect. Maybe for some of the judges, the third one will be S+, and the first one just A+, just like with me. Even though I'm a huge All Might fan, I still really like Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Crust. And some people might just really like All Might, and love Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Crust. Didn't you skip Endeavor? Some people really love them. Izuku ignored his question, clenching his fist in determination. But Endeavor though. And I just really like them, he repeated like a broken record. Hage-tame sighed. I kinda like Endeavor, though, he muttered. Ah? Did you say something? Midoriya asked in a mechanical voice. I said I get it. Maybe you're right. I'm just overreacting. Hage-tame rubbed the back of his neck with a groan. Can you just tell me, then, why you liked it less than my first one? Just so I know for next time. Are you sure about that, Hage-tame Kuin? As I said, it's just my taste. I know. I'm just curious. Don't worry, I won't change anything because of it. Just tell me why. You well, if you're really sure about it, then, I don't really understand what it is or what it means. Like, the first painting had a store. Huh? What do you mean you don't understand what it is? Are you blind, or did drinking all those chilies finally fry your brain? Sorry, but I really don't understand it. Watermelon, eggs, what's that supposed to mean? Are you dumb? Obviously, it's my self-portrait. Yeah. Izuku blinked. This? Yeah. One of the requirements was that one of the three paintings had to be a self-portrait. But, Hage-tame Kuin, this, Izuku hesitated. What? I'm sorry, but I don't see it. A heavy silence filled the room. Izuku stared blankly at the self-portrait. The painting was in a surreal style, dim but colorful. On the left side sat a massive watermelon. 2 white eggs were erupting from it, connected by streams of red watermelon juice. The lower part of the melon was cut open, forming a gaping maw, with its pulp stretching across the ground like a tongue. What about now? Hage-tame suddenly activated his quirk. His eyes popped out dramatically. Ooh. Izuku looked at Hage-tame, then at the painting again. Still don't see it. You're absolutely hopeless, Hage-tame groaned, covering his eyes in frustration. The watermelon is the head. The eggs are the eyes, don't you see the resemblance? It's me. My eyes are popping out, the juice connects them, and the hole is the mouth. The pulp is the tongue. Do you see it now? Steam practically burst from his nose, even though he didn't have a quirk like that. Izuku stared at him, deadpan. Hage-tame Kuin, but why is your head a watermelon? Isn't it supposed to be a self-portrait? Hage-tame's eyebrow twitched. Gah, he screamed, the sound sharp and painful, like nails on a chalkboard. It doesn't have to be a one-to-one self-portrait, Midoriya, you narrow-minded curly. Narrow-minded, curly, Izuku froze. People had insulted him in many ways before, but for some reason, that one really hurt. I tried to be creative. Creativity, Midoriya. Don't you want to be a hero? How are you going to be a hero when you can't even acknowledge a piece of art? Aren't heroes supposed to be creative, like Best Jeanist or something? Not everything has to be smash and dash. Ooh. Izuku gasped and hit his palm with his fist, his eyes lighting up in sudden realization. I see. Now I get it, Hage-tame Kuin. Huh? Really? The hero comparison actually helped? Midoriya nodded seriously. Just like you said, I really was narrow-minded. Now I understand. Do you? Yes. Now I understand. A head can be a watermelon. He struck his palm again, eyes wide, as if he'd just uncovered a grand universal truth, a revelation expanding the limits of his mind. No, that's not the point, though. But, Hage-tame-kun, even with that knowledge, I still don't understand what this one means. Izuku pointed toward the second painting, the one he'd rated just an A. He'd studied abstract art in school, even learned a bit about Impressionism and Expressionism, but this one still completely confused him. It was an abstract piece in a cubist style. A pink flower stood in the center, petals falling from it. The flower rested on a circle, and the circle stood on a triangle. Inside the circle were all sorts of shapes: triangles, squares, rhombuses, and lines all twisted and tangled together. I mean, I understand that this is a flower, and it's really beautiful. I like the colors, they really don't let me look away, I just want to keep staring at it. But what about all these shapes? Why does the flower stand on a circle? And why are there more figures inside it? I just don't understand. But maybe not all art needs to have a meaning or a story, Izuku muttered, analyzing it out loud the whole time. Am I right? He turned to Hage-tame with an innocent smile, only for his smile to twitch when he saw his friend's face. Not steam, but fire now seemed to emanate from his body. Huge veins bulged on his bald head, his face was bright red, and he gritted his teeth like he was about to explode. Midoriya, Hage-tame growled, his voice calm but trembling with rage. It's not just some circle. It's not just some figures. It's a girl. A girl? Izuku blinked in surprise. Well, a circle could be a head, sure, but these figures, could they be her face? Why do they all look so jumbled? And there are triangles instead of circles where the eyes should be. If a watermelon can be a head, then triangles could be eyes. And the flower maybe, if a watermelon can be a head, a flower could be part of her head, or her hair. Midoriya muttered, lost in thought. Now you're getting somewhere, Midoriya, Hage-tame said, exhaling a dramatic puff of air. Here's a hint. You said you didn't understand the story, well, there is one. It's connected to her flower and the falling petals, and the shapes inside her are meant to represent her emotions. Emotions. Flower, girl, falling petals, twisted, jumbled figures. Emotions, Izuku repeated, his brain working on hard mode as he tried to piece it all together. Maybe that means she's sad. Sad because of her flower, because the petals are falling. Or maybe, Izuku's eyes lit up as realization hit him. Ah, I get it now, Hage-tame-kun. Hage-tame nodded, arms crossed, a proud smile forming. It took you a while, but at least you. This girl has a flower quirk. And every time a petal falls off the flower, she feels pain. That's why she's sad, because she can't control her quirk. Midoriya declared triumphantly. This quirk-obsessed weirdo, Hage-tame muttered, dragging a hand down his face. Am I right, Hage-tame-kun? Midoriya asked, his eyes shining with innocent hope, like a kid discovering something new. Close enough, Hage-tame said with a small, suppressed smile, giving him a thumbs up. Whoa! Midoriya got pumped up, looking at the painting with the same excitement he'd shown for the first one. Then I'm sorry, I think this one is S+, too. You're amazing, Hage-tame-kun. They have to take you. I've never seen anyone as talented and creative as you. Shut up, you idiot. I'm not amazing or anything. Just an average, humble little artist. Hage-tame rubbed his nose, grinning and blushing at the same time. Then does that mean you're ready to send it? Hage-tame nodded. Compared to Midoriya, whose final exam was in a week, his would be in just 2 days. He'd have to submit all 3 of his paintings, then take a practical test where he'd create a new piece on a given theme. If both his SBMSNS and his in-class work impressed them, he'd be invited to an interview. After all, it was a prestigious art school, they didn't just accept anyone off the street. Hage-tame gulped. Will you show them to your family? Midoriya asked carefully. Hage-tame's expression hardened. After I told my dad I wasn't going to be a hero, he said fine, and then stopped talking to me altogether. My mom still talks to me, but she's distant. If I show them my paintings, I don't think they'll care. Hage-tame-kun, Izuku muttered softly. Besides, I promised him that if art school didn't work out, I'd follow my mom's path and become a lawyer. I'd go to a regular, prestigious high school instead. So if I bring these home now, they'll probably just rip them up or throw them out. Out of spite. Just to punish me for not following their plan. Hage-tame-kun, I don't know your parents that well, but, do you really believe they do that? If you showed your dad how much you love art, shouldn't he, as your parent, at least respect that? Hage-tame was silent for a moment. Can I leave them here for 2 days? I'll take them on the morning of the exam. Izuku nodded. Thanks, Hage-tame said with a faint smile. And then the day came. Hage-tame stood nervously in front of a massive building designed in a brutalist style. It had tall glass walls with windows clustered toward the center, where rays of sunlight pierced through like arrows. The whole structure was made of stacked platforms, layered like a pyramid, with a roof that looked more like a hat. The building itself felt like an abstract artwork. In front of it, an unusual fountain made of geometric shapes twisted and jumbled together, water glinting between them. "Wow, so stylish," Midoriya gasped. He was standing beside Hagetame, holding two of the paintings, while Hagetame carried the last one. "Midoriya." Izuku turned to him. Hagetame was sweating heavily. "This all feels overwhelming. DMN, I didn't expect it to be that big. Look how many people are here, and here I am with my pathetic 3 paintings. I'm doomed, Midoriya." "So DMN doomed?" Hagetame-kun. Wait. Calm down. It's not that scary. Look, they even sell ice cream here, in February. Why would they sell ice cream outside in February? Izuku tilted his head, puzzled. "Or, is that supposed to be some kind of art installation?" he muttered, momentarily forgetting about Hagetame. "No, it's not for me. If you think about it, what's even the point of me being here? There's no way I'll pass. I only started 10 months ago. These people probably have years of experience. I'll just humiliate myself. I should just quit now." Midoriya glanced at him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He nodded. "Then do it. Let's call it a day and go home." Midoriya. Aren't you the type who talks people out of giving up? The one who says, "Don't give up your dreams, do your best"? Where's that Midoriya? I need him now. Hagetame-kun. Midoriya's expression turned serious. "It's your decision." "And my decision?" "No, Nobody made you come here, Hagetame-kun. You came here because you love art, just like I'm applying to UA because I love heroes. I know my chances are slim, but I'll still go, even though nobody thinks I can make it. Even my mom is skeptical, but I don't blame her. That's just reality, isn't it, Hagetame-kun?" Hagetame lowered his head, pressing his lips together. "But Hagetame-kun, I want to go beyond that reality. I'll do everything I can, and more, to reach that delusion where I become a hero." Midoriya, Hagetame lifted his head, a faint glow returning to his eyes. "But for that, you need resolve, Hagetame-kun. You either have it or you don't, and no one can give it to you. Not even me. It's all on you. If you're truly ready to give up, if perhaps you don't want that art gallery as much as you thought you did, then we can just leave." Hagetame's fingers tightened around his painting. He froze. Just the thought of walking away made his chest ache, as if the ground were giving way beneath his feet. "But if you really want to be an artist, if you've got even a fraction of the passion I have for heroes, if you're ready to seize the tiny chance standing right in front of you," Izuku grinned and raised his fist. "Then all I can say is you got this. Midoriya." Hagetame muttered. A grin spread across his face, and resolve gleamed once more in his eyes. "Sometimes, a wimp like you looks really cool, you know. Never change, Midoriya." "Eh? Cool? Me?" Izuku tilted his head slightly. Hagetame chuckled, taking the 2 paintings from Midoriya's hands. "See you in school. Don't worry, I'll show them my best." Midoriya nodded. "Good luck, Hagetame-kun." And then Hagetame disappeared from sight. Midoriya exhaled deeply. "And I'll have to do my best in 2 days." He looked down at his fist, clenching it firmly. With a determined gaze, he walked away. The day of UA's entrance exam had come. Now it was Midoriya Izuku's turn. After 10 long months of training. Quirk training, physical training, quirk analysis, kickboxing lessons with Hagetame, throwing basics with Kendo, and so on, he was finally here. Standing in front of UA High School. Kendo had told him they shouldn't meet here, not before the exam. Seeing each other beforehand might break their focus, she'd said. Izuku exhaled. He was obviously nervous, his legs trembled, but there was no other way. He had to do this. "Move it, Deku!" A sharp, insolent voice pierced the air behind him. Izuku turned around. "Kaken. Get out of my way or die," Bakugo snapped, glaring at him. Izuku quickly stepped aside. "Gee, good morning. Good luck to both of us," he said, waving his hands nervously while thinking. "You could have just walked around me. Why kill me right away?" "Hey, isn't that him?" people around them started whispering. Even 10 months later, the sludge incident was still fresh in everyone's mind, and Bakugo had become mildly famous for it. They didn't give him a moment's peace, and judging by his glare, Bakugo absolutely hated it and wanted to vaporize everyone talking about it. "Since that day, Kaken hasn't done anything to me," Izuku sighed with relief. That alone made training so much easier. Izuku watched Bakugo enter UA, but still, it's a habit to be scared of him, even after all my sparring sessions and all my quirks. I still don't think I could land a single hit on him. Kaken's just on another level. Izuku rapidly shook his head and looked up at the school. "But I'm not the same as before. If the me from 10 months ago could see me standing here, he wouldn't believe it. My body, my quirks. Everything's different now. 10 months ago, Izuku had been 164 centimeters tall, now he stood at his body was no longer scrawny. His frame had filled out, stronger and firmer than ever. And he'd done it all by himself, without anyone forcing him. The system had given him the quest, but there was no punishment if he quit. He could have stopped any time, but he hadn't. That was all him. Remember these past 10 months. Izuku clenched his fists, though his legs still trembled. This is the first step to becoming a hero. He took that first step and immediately tripped over his own foot. I knew it, his face froze in a wide-eyed, crooked grimace. He braced himself for the fall, only to realize he wasn't falling at all. He was floating. Just hovering there, midair. Are you okay? A gentle voice came from his left. Startled, Izuku flailed his arms and legs, running in the air like a panicked cartoon character. Then he turned and froze. A girl stood there, her hand raised toward him. With a soft gesture, she set him gently back on the ground, folding her hands together apologetically. Her warm smile glowed like sunlight. It's my quirk. Sorry for using it without asking, but it would have been bad luck if you'd fallen. She had a cute round face framed by chestnut brown hair, with small round blush marks on her cheeks. Her brown eyes sparkled with kindness. If Izuku had to describe her in one word, it would be warm. He blushed, unsure what to say. In the past 10 months, he'd talked to exactly 3 girls, 2, and not to sound rude, but none of them matched the image he had of how girls were supposed to act. One was overly energetic and aggressive, calling him a sheep, and making fun of him. Another beat him up, was mean and sharp-tongued, and looked at him like he was a slug. The third was nice, but she treated him like something between a dog and a little brother, acting more like a guy than a girl. But this girl, just a few words and a smile were enough for Izuku to feel it. She was everything he thought a girl was supposed to be, sweet and warm. He just stood there, blushing and staring. I'm so nervous, she said, her smile tensed. Ah? Wait, she's talking to me. We're having a conversation. I need to say something. Why yes, he managed to squeak out. Good luck to both of us. Bye, she said, waving as she walked away. Gee, good luck. Izuku yelped after her. And then she was gone. 2 words. He'd managed to say 2 words. That was more than he could say 10 months ago. I talked with a girl again. His inner voice screamed in giddy triumph. He kinda did. UA Hero Course Exam Orientation. Izuku sat near Bakugo, who glared at him grumpily. It wasn't like Izuku wanted to sit next to him, that was just how the seating arrangement worked, since they were from the same school. He also spotted Kendo down in the first row. He wanted to wave, but she looked focused and composed. She'd said it herself, it was better if they didn't talk before the exam, so they wouldn't throw each other off. And honestly, she wasn't wrong. They hadn't come here to have fun. This wasn't a tea party, it was a battlefield. Everyone in that auditorium was Izuku's rival for a spot at UA. Even Kaken, Kendo, the invisible girl, and that nice girl who'd stopped him from falling. Like Kendo, he needed to stay focused. A spotlight suddenly flared, bathing the center of the auditorium in white. There stood a flamboyant blonde man, triangular shades flashing, his long slicked back hair rising in a dramatic wave. He struck a pose in front of the massive screen behind him. To all examinees out there, welcome to my live performance. Everybody say, HEY. The auditorium answered with dead silence. Izuku froze, too stunned to respond, his breath caught in his throat. That's cold. Anyway, let me give you a quick rundown of the practical exam. Are you ready? Say, yeah. More dead silence. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. Amazing. Izuku's eyes sparkled, excitement bubbling over. I listen to his radio show every week. The teachers here are all pro heroes. Shut it, Bakugo muttered. As stated in your applications, Present Mike continued, you'll participate in a 10-minute mock battle inside a simulated city. Bring anything you like. Izuku flinched. Bring anything? He exhaled in relief. Good. Then I didn't bring them for nothing. They'll definitely help me. Bakugo leaned his way. They're not letting friends work together, huh? Izuku stiffened. Eh? Why is Kaken talking to me? You're right, he blurted, panicking. Best to agree, but what does he mean? He peeked at Bakugo's card. We have the same consecutive numbers, but different centers. Look again and you die, Bakugo growled, snapping his gaze back. Izuku shrank in his seat. I can't crush you, DMN it, Bakugo muttered under his breath. At each practice center, you'll encounter 3 types of villain robots. You'll earn points based on their level. He raised 3 fingers. 1 pointers. Your standard street level punks the dummies. Or tutorial villains, if you prefer. Think of them as your everyday robo-thugs. Nice warm-up practice. Our robo-thugs? Izuku whispered, tilting his head. 2 pointers. Specialists. There are 3 types of them: the attackers, the speedsters, and the defenders. And they're a real pain in the butt to deal with. These guys aren't something diaper brats can handle. Think twice before fighting any of them. Izuku gulped, holding his breath. And finally, the 3 pointers. These aren't the kind of villains one person can handle. They're the troublemakers that can turn the entire battlefield upside down. When they show up, expect chaos. Even pros would evacuate civilians for these bad boys. Each testing center will have just one, and they'll appear in the second half of the exam. We call them the controllers. Murmurs rippled through the auditorium. So if this was real life, Izuku muttered under his breath, eyes darting between the screen and his notes. 1 pointers would be regular villain mobs. 2 pointers would be elite villains, the kind that aren't easy to handle alone. And 3 pointers, he paused, the image of the sludge villain flickering in his mind. They're mini-bosses. High-risk villains that demand coordination and a solid plan. You don't solo those unless you're a pro with an A or S rank quirk. Alongside the sludge villain, he also remembered Mount Lady's debut, when she took down that giant villain all by herself. Bakugo's eye twitched. That nerdy analysis grated on his nerves, even though, deep down, he'd been having very similar thoughts. Suddenly, a red and white-haired student with rocket-shaped hair shot to his feet. Then what's the point of adding them if we can't even beat them? Present Mike pointed straight at him, his voice sharp but playful. I never said you can't beat them. There's always a way, but you've got to figure it out yourself. And remember, don't hurt your fellow examinees, and don't do anything anti-heroic. Also. He grinned. Raise your hand when you've got a question. Heroes need manners. The boy clicked his tongue. TCH. Then another student stood up, hand raised. May I ask a question? Okay. Present Mike pointed at him dramatically. The lights focused on the speaker, a tall student with a strict, serious face. According to these prints, there are 4 villain types. If that's a misprint, it would be a great shame upon Japan's top hero school. We examinees came here to learn from exemplary heroes. And you frizzy-haired boy. Eh? Is he talking about me? Izuku pointed at himself, startled. Your endless murmuring is disruptive. If you're here just for fun, leave now. The tall boy's voice was firm, cutting like a blade. He pinned Izuku with a piercing glare. Izuku flushed and covered his mouth. I'm sorry, he mumbled. A few chuckles rippled through the room. Kendo, sitting in the front row, heard everything but didn't turn around. She knew that if she looked, her focus would slip. At the very back, Hagakure whispered to herself, this guy. I can't believe he actually came. Not like he'll pass, though. Why am I even thinking about him? Okay. Present Mike jumped back in. Examinee number 7111, thanks for your question. There's one more type, the 0 pointers. We call them the Beyonders. But they're just obstacles we'll be throwing your way. Same as the 3 pointers, there's one in every battle center. You can destroy them, but there's no point. They're just another massive troublemakers built to cause chaos. To the listeners, I advise you to avoid these guys. Thank you very much. And please excuse my question, the tall boy with glasses bowed deeply. I see. It's a stage gimmick we have to avoid, someone whispered. Murmurs spread again. It's like a video game, another said. A boss. Izuku thought excitedly. And one last thing. Present Mike raised a finger dramatically. It's more of a warning. During the exam, points can also be deducted. Some of you could even go down to -100. And the criteria for that is a secret, he suddenly yelled, voice booming through the hall. What do you mean, a secret? How are we supposed to take the exam if we don't know the criteria? The rocket-haired boy leaped up and shouted again. Present Mike pointed straight at him for the second time. Examinee number 4449, that's your second warning. You know what happens at the third? His smile stayed, but his gaze turned cold and sharp. The boy flinched backward, turning pale. May I ask a question? The tall glasses student raised his hand again. Okay. Is it possible that you'll deduct points only for doing anything anti-heroic or harming fellow examinees, as you mentioned earlier? He asked, adjusting his glasses. That's a good question. Present Mike said cheerfully. Yes, it's possible. But it's also possible we'll deduct them for other reasons or not at all. As future heroes, you'll need to think for yourselves about what might cost you points. Oh, as expected from Japan's top hero academy. Thank you very much for your answer. The student bowed deeply once more and sat down. And that's what I call good manners. Present Mike threw a thumbs up. That's it for now, but before we wrap up, I'll bestow upon you our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "True heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life." Over and beyond, he raised his arm high. Plus ultra. Izuku couldn't suppress his smile. He clutched his application form, trembling with excitement. "So I wish you all the best." Present Mike concluded. A high school hero course entrance exam practice center B. The towering gates of the mock city loomed ahead, casting long shadows over the crowd of examinees. Beyond them stretched a sprawling landscape of concrete and steel. Rows of buildings, narrow alleys, and wide streets designed to mimic a real urban battleground. It looked less like a school ground and more like an entire city district sealed off for heroes in training. "This is nuts," one student exclaimed. "That's like a whole city," another added. "Can you imagine how much it cost to build this? UA is amazing." Izuku stood rooted to the spot, shivering slightly, his heart hammering in his chest. He wore the same green tracksuit he used for training. The only differences were the tightly fastened knee pads and the baseballs stuffed in his pockets. All around him, examinees stretched, murmured strategies, or stared at the massive gates in tense anticipation. "I'm gonna do this," he told himself. "Everything I went through these past 10 months, the person I became, the quirks I trained, the lessons with Hagetame Kuin. I did all of it by myself. Nobody made me. Every day, I woke up early. I trained. I pushed forward even when nobody believed in me. All that work can't go to waste now. Midoriya Izuku, you didn't come here just to try your best. You came here to do it. There's no other way. You're going to give it everything you've got and become the hero you've always dreamed of. I'm ready." Izuku slapped his cheeks, steadying himself. Then he looked around. "But why am I the only one who looks nervous here? Everyone else seemed so confident. Some even have special gear." He looked down at his knees. "At least I didn't need special permission for my knee pads or baseballs. Not many familiar faces here," he noted, scanning the crowd. "Except for number 7111, that scary guy. And number 4449, of course, he's in my group. I don't have a good feeling about him either." Izuku glanced nervously at the rocket-haired student. The boy glared right back. "What are you looking at?" he snapped. Sorry." Izuku stammered, waving his hands quickly. "Humph. Some wimp." The boy turned away with a scoff. "He reminds me of Kakin, maybe that's why I have such a bad feeling about him. Better stay far away from him for the rest of the exam." Then another person caught Izuku's attention. "Oh, it's that nice girl who stopped me from falling. I need to thank her for that." He took a step forward, but then Kendo's words flashed through his mind. She'd said it would be best if they didn't distract each other before the exam. Right. I shouldn't bother her. She needs to stay focused. And I do too. He stopped himself. But before he could move again, a firm hand tapped his shoulder. "Huh?" It was examinee. His face was serious. "Apologies," the glasses-wearing boy said. "I was about to stop you, but it seems you stopped yourself. I feared you might try to ruin others' chances to succeed and sabotage the exam, but I was mistaken. My deepest apologies." He bowed sharply. Huh? That's okay. Please, you don't have to. No, my misunderstanding could have made you lose focus. An honorable UA student must acknowledge their mistakes. Otherwise I'd bring shame upon the Ida family." An honorable UA student? Izuku thought blankly. He's already talking like he's passed, that's some confidence. I wish I had that. "Hey, what's going on over there?" Someone whispered. "Isn't that the guy who almost tripped at the gate?" "Yeah, and the one who kept mumbling during orientation. Why's that tough-looking guy bowing to him? Is he apologizing?" "No, I think he's showing him respect." "Or maybe both," another added. "Wait, isn't he the same guy who scolded him earlier? Why would he apologize to him? Maybe the engine leg guy knows him and didn't recognize him before. Or maybe he made him apologize. Maybe that guy's tougher than he looks." "That wimp?" The rocket-haired examinee scoffed, turning toward them. "He looks weak. Look at him. This guy's apologizing, and he's just trembling and waving like a loser." "Oh, I heard about that," a bald guy with a scar and sunglasses muttered. "What? You know him?" "Not him, but about some students at the entrance exam," the bald guy continued, lowering his voice dramatically. "My senpais who failed last year warned me. Sometimes there are examinees who put on and act like they're weaklings. They act like they're not real competitors, but that's exactly what they want you to think." He paused, and the crowd leaned in. "They act harmless so you drop your guard, and then bam!" He shouted, making everyone flinch. "They show their true face and steal all your points." Everyone around gasped. "Seriously?" Someone muttered, eyes widening as they glanced at innocent, nervous-smiling Midoriya. "No. It can't be. I just got here. I don't want it to be over before it even starts. Another examinee wailed, grabbing their head in despair. I'm telling you, the bald guy said, his voice suddenly turning cold. This guy's gotta have some crazy strong quirk. He's just acting. The rumor spread instantly. Whispers flickered through the crowd like wildfire. Before long, everyone pictured a devilish monster hiding behind Midoriya's awkward smile. Some people even started shivering when they looked at him. The rocket-haired student glared at Izuku, hostility burning in his eyes. They're wrong, he thought. I can tell a wimp when I see one. That guy's definitely a wimp. I can beat him for sure. Meanwhile, everyone else thought in unison, I should stay away from this guy. Their wary stares followed Izuku's every move. I can't help but feel like a massive misunderstanding just happened, Izuku thought helplessly, still waving his hands and trying to calm the tall boy with glasses down. No, really, it's okay. I accept your Apollo. Start. Present Mike's voice thundered, cutting him off. Everyone froze, staring at Present Mike. What's wrong? Get moving. He shouted through the speakers, voice booming across the gates. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting airtime here. Eh? Izuku blinked in confusion. The other examinees were already sprinting ahead. He knew he had to go too, but first, he needed to confirm something. His quest had been specific, don't remove the weights until the practical exam starts. Excuse me. He called out nervously, raising a hand. I am sorry, but just to confirm verbally. Has the practical exam officially started? Several students turned back to look at him. What's that idiot doing? Is he giving us a head start? No, he's just crazy. He can't be that good, right? He's just a weakling, the rocket-haired boy sneered while running. Yes, kiddo. Present Mike roared. The practical exam started. Now run, run, run your burning daylight and your precious airtime. Okay. Thank you. Izuku unzipped his tracksuit hastily. I should have done this sooner, it's my fault for getting distracted so easily again. The students ahead turned to see what he was doing. Present Mike raised an eyebrow. This was definitely a first. 37 kilograms, half my weight. Finally, what a relief. With a heavy thud, the weights strapped to his arms and legs hit the ground. Izuku stretched, rolling his shoulders. His limbs felt light, almost foreign. He'd worn them for 4 months, even while showering. Taking them off felt strange, almost like tearing away a part of himself. Then he ran. And he ran faster than he ever had before. Just like when he used Mark. No. Mark only boosted his speed by 1.5 times. Now he was even faster than that. The wind roared past his ears, it felt like flying. Even without using a single quirk, his speed was incredible. The examinees ahead of him gawked in disbelief. Their eyes widened and panic spread. They scattered, sprinting faster, desperate to stay out of his path. Only the rocket-haired boy didn't flinch. He glared at Izuku with burning hostility. What a show-off, he hissed, his voice sharp and laced with pure venom. Izuku sprinted forward, clutching the baseball tightly. Everyone else was already far ahead. A system window popped up. Congratu. He swiped it away. Another popped up. He swiped again. But the next one made him freeze. Quest, first step. Objective, pass the UA practical entrance exam. Reward, 1,000 points and a quirk-free coupon, expires April 1st. Izuku's eyes nearly popped out. His jaw almost hit the floor. "TTH," he squeaked. For a second, he even forgot he was in the middle of the exam. A metallic voice snapped him back. Target acquired. Commencing attack. A one-pointer burst through a wall, screeching across the asphalt on its single wheel. Izuku froze. His grip on the ball loosened as his legs trembled. Eh? Why won't my feet move? Come on, my training. My training, I can do this. I can dodge it, just move. The bot rolled closer. 3 steps away. I'm gonna die. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing. Whoosh. A blinding laser sliced through the air, tearing the robot apart in an instant. Got him, a graceful and dramatic voice rang out. Izuku gasped. A laser? He looked up to see a flamboyant blonde boy with long lashes and perfect posture, a radiant prince with a faint glow still pulsing from his navel. Mercy. We make a great team with you as my decoy. Although, I doubt I'll be seeing you ever again. Adieu. He ran off. Won't meet again? Izuku muttered, staring after him. 7 minutes 13 seconds left. Present Mike's voice boomed. Already 7 minutes? I need points. Izuku panicked. He sprinted into another area, lungs burning. They'll release the controller soon. That'll make things even harder. The first half is the most important one. The street Izuku ran into was emptier than most, fewer examinees, fewer one-pointers. Half the bots in sight were already two-pointers, hulking machines prowling the corners. And among the few students, his stomach twisted. Examinee Izuku pursed his lips, clutching his ball tighter. I have no choice. He can't attack me here. Just ignore him. Did you forget why you're here, Midoriya Izuku? Focus. A one-pointer rattled into view. I can do this. He raised his arm, lifted his leg, and twisted his body like he had thousands of times before. Don't overthink. Forget the stance. Just focus on the target. Twist it, and he pressed his thumb hard against the ball, smearing a cross of blood across the leather. His chest rose as he exhaled, steadying himself, then he hurled the ball forward. Boom! The bot exploded into a rain of scrap. Eh? Izuku froze, eyes blanking out. Oh. Sorry. Are you alright? A cheerful voice called. Izuku turned to see a tall boy with slick, rocket-shaped hair waving with a dazzling smile. Smoke hissed from a vent in his palm. I thought you were in danger, so I jumped in. I'm glad you're safe. It's okay. Thank you. Izuku bowed slightly, forcing a smile. As the boy jogged off, Izuku muttered, I see, my first impression was wrong. Stupid, Izuku. Because of Kaken you sometimes think everyone's like him. But this examinee, he's nice. He even worried about me. He bent down to pick up his ball. The mark had already faded. He sighed. With only 2 baseballs, he had to retrieve them each time. Should have brought pebbles, he scolded himself. As he straightened, his eyes drifted and met 4,449's. The guy's smile was sharper now, his eyes narrowing with something cold and poisonous. Izuku blinked. Then it was gone, replaced by that same polite grin. Was that my imagination? He shook his head, forcing focus back on the ball. He drew his arm back. Boom. Oh no, I swear I thought you slipped and were in trouble again. Are you alright? The rocket-haired boy laughed, still wearing that too-perfect smile. I hope you're okay. Ha. It's fine. Really, thank you. Izuku stammered. Izuku's smile faltered the moment he turned away. No, it's just me being paranoid. He wouldn't be doing this on purpose, right? Boom. Another bot vanished. Boom. And another. And then another one. And another one. Oops. Sorry, that was my bad. I was gonna leave that one for you, but my aim's terrible today. 4449 jogged closer, grinning wide. Izuku waved his hands nervously. Haha, it's okay. Don't worry about it, really. That was my fault, I wasn't fast enough. Let's just focus on the exam. Oh my god, man, you're so kind. You're making me feel bad. I just can't. I have to make it up to you somehow. He casually placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku tensed and glanced at it. The hand was hot, like touching a hot radiator. Smoke hissed faintly from the vent in 4,449's palm, brushing Izuku's face. He coughed at the stinging heat. Oh, I've got an idea. 4449 said brightly, his grip tightening. How about we split the villains between us? That would be fair, right? Why yes, that would be nice. Great. Then as an apology, I'll take the one-pointers. There are not that many left anyway. And you can have the 2-pointers. Sounds good? Izuku's eyes flicked to the side, toward the field of 2-pointers. He'd analyzed them earlier, and even at a glance, it was clear they weren't an easy target. Specialists, attackers, speedsters, defenders. He'd seen 4449 try to blast them before, only one had gone down the attacker. The speedster darted too fast for his aim, and the defender was practically unbreakable. Even after several volleys, his rockets had barely left a dent. The attacker had the weakest defense, average speed, and a fast, heavy strike. The speedster's movements made him impossible to track, while the defender's armor was thick enough to shrug off even the strongest blasts. 4,449's Quirk reminded Izuku of Kaken's, just weaker. If Kaken's firepower was 100, his was maybe 75. After every volley, he needed at least 10 seconds to vent the heat from his arm. His palm was already radiating heat, so Izuku assumed he needed the cooldown to avoid overheating. And he'd guessed almost correctly. Raketsu Junichiro. Quirk, rocket burst. Fires miniature rockets from his right hand. Overheat too much, and boom, muscle meltdown. That's why he wears those heavy armbands on his right hand, they keep him from blowing his arm clean off. So, Raketsu leaned in, poking Izuku's cheek with a finger hot enough to make him yelp, "Will you take my generous offer?" Izuku's gaze nervously darted to the 2-pointers again. Just then, another examinee, some guy with an overconfident smirk and oxyacetylene torch hands, zipped in on a skateboard, aiming straight for the defender from behind. He lunged, ready to melt a hole through the bot, but its single eye flickered toward him. Wham! The defender's massive shield slammed down, shattering the skateboard. The torch boy stumbled, terrified. The cannon in its chest swiveled toward him, but stopped when he turned tail and bolted on all fours. The machine didn't follow him for some reason. Izuku's throat tightened. And maybe we could. Raketsu's grip hardened, digging into Izuku's shoulder, making him wince. Hey, show off. His voice dropped low, his face still held that perfect, overly polite smile, but his indigo eyes gleamed with wicked amusement. Ah? Izuku blinked, startled. I've got 26 points already. How many do you have? TW 26. Izuku's stomach lurched. 6 minutes left. Present Mick's voice boomed over the speakers. 4 minutes gone. Izuku still had 0 points, while the guy beside him had 26. How was that even possible? 0, his chest constricted. The world blurred, and sound faded as if he were sinking underwater. You know, Raketsu said smoothly, his grin widening, some people thought you were just acting, that you were actually tough. But not me. I can see right through you. One look is enough to tell. You're a weakling. A pathetic bug. A joke. You just don't belong here. Midoriya's pupils shrank. Raketsu's fingers dug deeper into his shoulder. Becoming a hero's too much for you. But hey, you could be my manager when I'm a pro. Or maybe my butler, Raketsu sneered. Once I'm raking in pro hero cash, I'll have a big mansion, a huge pool, and chicks in bikinis everywhere. Someone's gotta clean up after me. You'd be perfect for that, right? Izuku's lips parted, but no words came. I bet you don't even have 5 points, Raketsu whispered. You're weak. Pathetic. You're just embarrassing yourself here. Why don't you leave now, before it gets worse? This ceiling's way too high for you. A wimp like you should stay home with your mom. Just stay in your loser lane, show off. You're not a hero. Izuku didn't answer. His head dropped, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Uraraka ran hastily, tapping one-pointers as she passed. The robots rose into the air. She glanced around. 24 points, yelled the tall guy with glasses. 24? I only have 10. Her biggest problem was that while she could handle the one-pointers, the two-pointers were a different story. She couldn't get close to them. The speedster was too fast and agile. The attacker swung its fists like a tornado. And the defender looked like a tank on treads. Uraraka could lift objects weighing up to 3 tons, but that thing had to be at least 10. That's why she came up with a plan. Release, she shouted. All the one-pointers she'd lifted crashed down on the two-pointers below. 2 attackers and 1 speedster went up in smoke. 20 points, she gasped, covering her mouth. The sudden drop in her stomach made her want to throw up, but she swallowed it down. I need to hurry. To another area. This area was too crowded, and not many villains were left. Only 3 minutes had passed. It wasn't much time, but some people already had 24 points while she'd only managed 20. And she was already halfway to fainting. She ran into another zone. Fewer people here and plenty of villains. Most were two-pointers, the specialists, but there were also still enough one-pointers to work with. Uraraka's pupils seemed to turn into glowing points. Her eyes shone with determination and excitement, seeing nothing but scores before her. Oh, and she also spotted that awkward, messy-haired boy with freckles. The one who almost tripped at the gate. He was holding a baseball, ready to throw it. And nearby, another boy she recognized. The one who'd protested loudly during orientation. The rocket-haired one. The rocket-haired boy was openly stealing all of the messy-haired boy's points, smiling and apologizing each time. But Uraraka could tell he was doing it on purpose. He had that bully energy radiating off him. But that wasn't her business. She couldn't afford to waste time watching others. I'm sorry, but I came here to join UA, to become a pro hero, and to make my parents happy. While the rocket-haired boy was distracted, Uraraka dashed toward the one-pointers he'd ignored, the ones just out of his sight. She tapped both of them. Release, she shouted again. 22 points. Still not enough, but she fell back onto her butt, panting. I need a short break. Just 30 seconds or I'll pass out. 6 minutes left. Present Mick's voice boomed. I'll have 30 seconds before the controller shows up. I need at least 3 more points before that. She scanned the area, trying to figure out her next targets, but her eyes couldn't help but drift back to the messy-haired boy and the bully. The rocket-haired one was whispering something to the freckled boy, and whatever it was, it looked like his words had worked. He looked crushed. It was like something had shattered inside his eyes. The bully grinned and finally let go of him, heading in Uraraka's direction toward a cluster of one-pointers. That's not good. I still need at least 10 more seconds. Uraraka was trying to catch her breath quickly, but then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a movement. The freckled boy stirred. Over the past 10 months, Izuku had heard those words more times than he could count. Memories flashed through his mind. You can't become a hero. Know your limits. Even with 100 chances, you'd fail every single one of them. That's just reality. This is too much for you. You don't belong here. But at the same time, he remembered. I'll cheer for you. See you in UA. It would be a shame if a person like you doesn't become a hero. And the most important one, will you accept your fate? 10 months ago, I already said no. So why would I give up now? Izuku suddenly pulled a small bottle of chili sauce from the inside pocket of his tracksuit and downed it in one gulp. Raketsu turned, frowning. Huh? What are you doing? Uraraka, from a distance, watched as he dropped the empty bottle, gripping his baseball tight and raising his arm. Is it because I'm weaker than everyone else? So what? I knew that already. Izuku raised his leg. Is it because I have 0 points? So what? I knew from the start I'd have to work harder than anyone to get results. Izuku twisted his body and turned his back to the two-pointer villain towering over him. The defender stood 4 times his size. Whoa, you're really going for it. Respect. 4449 called, clapping mockingly. Deafen, Izuku whispered. 4449's voice sank into silence. I didn't come here to doubt myself. I came here to show my best. The ceiling's too high? Everyone has their ceiling. Mine is low. I know that. But if I want to prove myself, if I want to become a hero, I have to break through it. Go beyond, Izuku Midoriya. This is your only path. Don't think about points. Don't think about anyone else. Just focus on the target and Bleeder. A quirk that let Izuku release blood from any spot on his body. Izuku focused on his thumb. The skin split open and blood began to flow. The main flaw of his quirk was that he could open wounds but not close them. If he overused it, he could lose too much blood and faint. On its own, the quirk was grim and sad. Anyone else with it would probably never even consider becoming a hero. A red cross flared across the baseball. To become the greatest hero, to save as many people as I can in the future, I must do everything I can now to increase my chances. He hurled the ball at the sturdy villain. It didn't hit. It whistled past the defender's head and landed somewhere behind it. It was an impressive throw, it flew much farther than anyone would expect. But on its own, the tornado was just entertainment. With a quirk like that, Izuku might have become a decent baseball player, but never a hero. Ahaha. What are you doing? Need help? You just missed. 4449 jeered. Is that your quirk? Throwing ball? But Izuku couldn't hear him. He sprinted toward the bot. A familiar, intoxicating rush surged through his body. Without the weights, the sensation was sharper and hotter. It consumed him. Izuku couldn't get enough. He wanted more. He wanted to drown in that feeling. It was so addictive that he barely noticed his lungs burning. With the weights on, he ran 100 meters in 28 seconds. Without them, that meant about with a 1.5 times speed boost from Mark, it would become roughly 9.3 about 4.6 seconds for 50 meters, and just over 1 second for 20 meters. Exactly the distance he was closing in on the defender. Every cell in his body thrummed, burning like an overcharged accelerator. By itself, Mark had too many drawbacks. It drained stamina fast. Without Bleeder, he'd waste precious time reactivating it. Without the tornado, he couldn't run more than 50 meters. But combined, he made it work. What the 4449's grin faltered. Izuku shot forward like a bullet, reaching the defender in almost a single second. The bot swung its massive shield down. But Izuku dropped to his knees and slid under it, sparks flying across the pavement. Are you crazy? 4449 shouted. It'll cut you in half. But somehow, Izuku slipped just under the shield. The instant his knees hit the ground, he dashed forward, outpacing the shield as it slammed down behind him. Sparks scattered behind him. His knees cutting across the ground like steel wheels on bare track. Knee slider. Rank, F. Type, kinetic. Description, allows the user to slide on their knees beyond normal friction limits. The greater the momentum before contact, the longer the slide. Upon activation, the first knee impact grants a brief x 1.037 burst of speed when the user's movement speed exceeds 17 km/h. Instruction, drop to your knees immediately after gaining forward momentum. Activation, physical. This was one of his new quirks, knee slider, and it was one that didn't really work without Mark. But besides that, the quirk had 2 other drawbacks, big ones. The first flaw. Cracks spiderwebbed across his knee pads as he slid beneath the bot, passing through the open space between its high, tank-like tracks. The pads weren't built to handle that much pressure over such a long slide on asphalt, and without them, his knees would have been shredded. He'd tried this quirk before without protection. The pain back then had been excruciating. The second flaw. Once activated, knee slider had no brakes or steering. Once you were sliding, you couldn't stop until the kinetic energy burned out. It was like a battery charged by motion. The faster the movement before the slide, the more fuel you poured in, and you stopped only when that fuel ran dry. Izuku shot through the open gap between the defender's tracks, sparks trailing, and burst out from beneath it. That's why he'd bought another quirk. Turn! Izuku yelled. His body spun 180 degrees in a flash. No pivot, no delay, just an instant reversal. He was still sliding, but now he was facing the opposite direction. Quirk, turn. Rank, F. Type, spatial. Description, instantly rotates the user's body 180 degrees without requiring physical movement. The user's position remains fixed, only their facing direction is reversed. Instruction, command, turn. Activation, verbal. On its own, turn was useless. But with mark and knee slider, it created a great combo. There it is. Izuku's eyes locked onto the underside of the defender's chassis. The switch was exactly where the invisible girl had said. He extended his hand. The defender's mechanical iris twisted, locking on him. Target acquired, it droned as it began to rotate its body. But then, Izuku exhaled sharply, releasing a burst of steam from his mouth. He'd been holding it in ever since drinking that chili sauce. Steam breath. By itself, it was a weak quirk. Even with a full bottle of chili, the steam only faintly covered his face. But right now, it was enough. Earlier, Izuku had noticed something. When another examinee faced the bot, it attacked, but when the student turned away, the defender stopped. It's a wild guess, but I think it identifies examinees by their faces. The steam wrapped around Izuku's face. The defender froze, its eye flickering once before losing focus. Izuku shut off the switch. The bot systems powered down with a long, metallic groan. Uraraka and Raketsu stared at him, their eyes widening and their mouths falling open in stunned silence. "This is my best," Izuku said firmly, a strong resolve gleaming in his eyes. He exhaled the last of the steam from his mouth. As the vapor faded, it revealed the determined face of the green-haired boy. Izuku was breathing heavily. Using so many quirks at once had taken its toll. 0F course, he'd trained with them before, but now was different. He'd unleashed all of them at once at full power. His lungs screamed, his knees burned. He'd never run this fast in his life, never slid this fast. His pads were one scrape away from shattering. Blood dripped from his finger. He'd wasted too much just marking the baseballs. If it weren't for 44-49, he wouldn't have burned through them so fast. But Izuku didn't have time to think about that. Only one thing mattered right now. "Undeafen," he muttered. 5 minutes, 30 seconds left. Present Mick's voice crashed into his ears. He had only 2 points. He needed to take out at least one more villain before the three-pointer appeared. To his left, 44-49 was still farming the easy targets on one-pointers. To his right, an examinee with a stretching quirk had just wrapped around a villain like a snake and flipped the switch on its back. 14 points, the guy shouted proudly. Everyone else was already far ahead. Izuku had to choose, attacker or speedster. There were no defenders left in this zone. The attackers had average speed and fragile cores, but their massive arms made them almost impossible to approach. Their arms could spin like turbine propellers to slap and grab examinees, or even launch like chained maces that snapped back instantly. Their reach was devastating. A single swing could send an examinee flying. Despite their fragile builds, Izuku lacked a destructive quirk capable of breaking through that defense. The tornado throw would, at most, graze the surface. It would be just a waste of time. The speedsters, on the other hand, were small, agile, and reactive, roughly the size of an average human. They zipped around on twin motorcycle wheels with movements that were sharp and unpredictable. Most examinees couldn't even touch them. Even 44-49 had been forced to fire multiple rockets just to take one down, eventually giving up after wasting too much ammo. Despite their speed, they weren't perfect. Their thin limbs gave them great maneuverability, but their attacks were weak, barely enough to shove someone back. So they spent most of their time dodging instead of fighting. Izuku guessed their heads might be a weak spot, small, retractable, and capable of turtling in, but it didn't matter. He didn't have a power-type quirk to exploit it, and the tornado throw was too slow for them. They'd dodge it easily. His best bet was the same as before: get close and hit the switch. At least compared to attackers, speedsters didn't punish you for closing the gap. The choice was clear. Speedsters. There were 3 in sight, darting between wrecked bots. Most examinees avoided them, but to Izuku, that just meant fewer competitors. He exhaled sharply. Explosions thundered behind him. 4449 was still tearing through one-pointers. Off to the side, that same nice girl from before was tapping bots. They floated weightlessly, then crashed when she yelled, "Release." "What an amazing quirk," Izuku muttered, then smacked his cheeks. "No time for that. Focus." Midoriya was acutely aware of the ticking clock. He gripped his baseball, drew a bloody X on it, and hurled it towards the speedster's path. Pain flared through his thumb, dizziness followed. Fatigue pressed against his skull, but right now, he had no choice but to push through it. "KHH," he groaned. "I only have 2 points. That's nothing. Until I get at least 20, I can't think about it." Izuku dropped to his knees, knee slider activating. A burst of speed, and he skimmed toward the speedsters. His pads screeched against the asphalt. The friction was severely wearing them down. Crack. The pads split apart, fragments flying as the last padding tore loose. He was sliding on bare knees now, cloth shredding instantly. That was another flaw of the quirk. It was better suited to grass or mud, not asphalt. The ground chewed his skin, blood ribboned behind him as friction howled. Izuku gritted his teeth. The bot swerved, hopping over him. It thought it had dodged, but... "Turn!" Izuku shouted. He spun 180 degrees mid-slide, still moving like a bullet. Midoriya's hand shot out. He caught the villain's leg. The speedster lurched, trying to pull free, but Izuku's momentum was too strong. The force yanked the machine off balance. It skidded and slammed into the ground, dragging him along across the asphalt. Sparks erupted. Metal screeched. Gears ground and shattered. Izuku felt the vibration of the braking gears acutely through his arm. The bot's head snapped against the concrete with a deafening crack. Its optic sensor flickered gravely before fading to black. Izuku kept sliding for a few meters before the last of his momentum burned out. He stopped, breathing hard. He stared at the acrid, smoking wreck behind him. For a heartbeat, he didn't move. Did I just do that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. He'd only planned to knock it down and switch it off, not to smear its head across the asphalt. A flicker of fear crossed his face as the grave reality of his power hit him cold and sudden. If that had been a person, if he'd miscalculated the force, he could have killed someone. Even if they were only F rank, they were still Quirk's tools Izuku had always thought existed only to save or help. But in inexperienced, careless hands, they could just as easily become weapons that destroy. He swallowed hard, staring at his trembling hands. His right one was slick with blood from the mark use. The adrenaline still surged. But his stomach twisted. He remembered Hagetame's words, every examinee here had years of experience and mastery over their quirks. He'd had barely 10 months, even less, since he hadn't acquired all of his quirks simultaneously and still didn't fully understand what he could or couldn't do compared to others. Then he exhaled, forcing his focus back. 4 points, he muttered, dragging himself up on shaky, bloodied knees. Still not enough. Keep moving. Izuku let out a heavy breath. The mark had drained most of his stamina and a lot of blood. To make things worse, his knees were severely abraded, torn open and bleeding freely. But there wasn't much choice. He had to stand up, and move. 5 minutes left. Get ready for the controller, listeners. Present Mick's voice thundered across the battlefield, full of excitement. Izuku needed a new area. Maybe he could take down a 3-pointer, or at least find a cluster of 1-pointers. This zone was almost cleared, only a few attackers remained, and speedsters were too much for him right now. His best shot was to avoid using knee slider. The pads were broken and rely on the mark alone. Maybe it would be enough for the 1-pointers, at least. He touched his knees, they stung acutely with every micro-movement. But where should I run? He scanned the crossroads, hesitating. Should I just rely on luck? Before he could decide, a high-pitched, piercing buzz split the air and then, a scream followed. The sound came from straight ahead. He didn't even think his body just moved. The nice girl followed, and even 4449 turned in that direction, though his expression showed curiosity rather than concern. What's happening? Izuku yelled as he ran closer. Several examinees were already there, including the tall boy with glasses. Some clutched their ears, faces twisted in discomfort, staring at the horde of villains ahead. Dozens of robots filled the street, mostly 2-pointers, with a few 1-pointers forming a vanguard. It was a sight that made even a group of 10 hesitate. None of the villains were moving. They stood in a loose defensive formation, spaced out like pieces on a chessboard with open gaps between each line surrounding something. 1-pointers formed the first layer, 2-pointers the second, and in the center of that grid was a bot Izuku hadn't seen before. The 3-pointer. The controller. It wasn't as big as he'd imagined, barely taller than a speedster. It had no arms or legs, only a flared, conical base like a metallic pepper pot. A single eye stalk jutted out from its upper body, similar to the defender's, while slotted vents circled the rest of its frame. From those vents came a vibrating, high-pitched howl so sharp it felt like a nail scraping the inside of your head. Even from this distance, the sound was unbearable, the ground itself trembled. But the scream wasn't coming from the controller. It came from one of the examinees, a boy who looked like a porcupine. He was on the ground, hands clamped over his ears, his back pressed against a wall just a few meters from the controller. Help, he managed to cry over the piercing wail, his voice cracking. He was trapped, caught between the 2-pointers and the 3-pointer. He was unlucky, the tall boy said, adjusting his glasses. From what I've gathered, he was fighting those villains when the 3-pointer appeared behind him. Now he's cornered and that sound keeps anyone from getting close. That's awful, the nice girl gasped, covering her mouth. Yes, the boy replied grimly. I'd help him, but it's impossible to approach with that noise. Izuku clenched his fist. I could use death mode, but how do I reach him with all those villains in the way? Even with all my quirks, getting in and out in one piece would be impossible. He's at least 100 meters away outside Marks and Tornado's range. Remember what All Might said, Izuku. Don't be reckless. Size up the situation first. Get out of my way. Raketsu shoved past the others, raising his right arm. I was saving my trump card just for this watch and learn. He smirked, peeling a weighted armband off his rocket arm, the limb immediately tensed. Wait. There's someone down there. You can hurt him, the tall boy with glasses shouted. Who do you think I am? Raketsu sneered. You can't stop my turbo rocket. His arm began to hum. Veins bulged, muscles tightened, sweat beaded across his skin. A low VRRRR rumbled from his palm as yellow light pulsed under the skin, brighter with every beat. The air shimmered with heat. His hand trembled, then the charge peaked with a shrill, whistling whine. With a blinding flash, the rocket tore free. Whoosh! It streaked through the air, whizzing past the 1-pointers and 2-pointers, skimming dangerously close to the porcupine examinee before slamming into the 3-pointer in a thunderous explosion. Boom! Whoa! Did he really get it? Someone gasped. Of course. It's my ultimate move, shitheads. Watch and learn, kids. That's how it's done. Easy 3 points. Raketsu crowed, backing away as if the victory were already his. No. Izuku's calm voice broke the moment. Heads turned towards him. Huh? What do you mean, show off? Can't you see? Raketsu snapped, glaring at him. The sound, Izuku's lips tightened. It's still coming. The smoke thinned. The controller stood unmoved, its armor was blackened with scorch marks but barely dented. The shrill hum still tore through the air. It must be even more durable than the defender, Izuku murmured. What a— Raketsu's voice cracked, his grin faltered. Izuku had seen this before. When Raketsu had fired at a defender earlier, his regular rockets had at least left deep dents. This one, however, had done less than that, even though it was supposed to be much stronger than his regular one. Raketsu's face shifted from outrage to disbelief. His fingers twitched, sweat beaded on his brow. That was my best attack? I even aimed it so precisely. How did this shithead survive? The hope that his power would dominate this exam cracked. What bullshit is this? This isn't how it was supposed to go, his thoughts spiraled. I came here to prove I'm pro material. I even used my trump card. Now I'm locked out for at least a few minutes. 33 points, will that even be enough? Did I just waste my best shot? I shouldn't have wasted it. Sheet. Raketsu looked around, trying to find cameras. Sheet. 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 If they saw it, what if that radio shithead deducts points for that? He clenched his teeth. I shouldn't have done it. I thought if I killed the strongest one, they'd give me some secret points like the rumor said, but they're not giving me anything now. Obviously. 100 thoughts crashed through Raketsu's mind in chaos. Panic blurred everything else. He didn't even glance at the examinee who was still screaming and clutching his ears against the wall. What should we do? How can we help him? Uraraka asked, worry creeping into her voice. Maybe UA will shut it down, someone offered. Why would they even allow this? Another shouted. It's just an exam. Are they trying to kill us? It's not UA's fault, the boy with glasses said evenly. That examinee was careless. So you mean they're teaching him a lesson? Isn't that too harsh? The pro world is harsh, the glasses guy said flatly. But we still can't just leave him, right? We need to try something. Uraraka looked towards the porcupine boy, her hands curling into small fists near her chest. Silence fell. Everyone looked towards the porcupine examinee curled against the wall, his quills pressed flat as he covered his ears. Guilt flickered across their faces, but no one moved. They all felt helpless. Does anybody? Izuku's voice trembled at first, but he forced it steady. Every head turned to him. Raketsu scowled. That wimp again. Does anyone have a sensor quirk? Izuku asked quickly. Someone who can see the three-pointer up close? We need to try to find a weak spot or a switch, anything. He kept his voice low but urgent, scanning the crowd for any sign of a useful quirk. A switch? What are you even talking about? Someone asked. Please. Izuku's voice sharpened, clear and unwavering now. He pointed toward the trapped examinee. While we stand here, he's suffering. Explanations can wait. Right now I need an answer. Does anyone have a sensor quirk? His voice carried conviction. No stutter, no hesitation. His eyes shone with resolve, there was no doubt in them, only the will to save. The air around the group shifted. Panic began to fade as people straightened unconsciously, their focus drawn to him. A tall, muscular boy stepped forward. He was easily over 6 feet, broad-shouldered, his biceps the size of Izuku's head. His eyes were pitch black, with no iris or sclera, just pure, unbroken void. Isejo Goro, he announced stiffly, like a soldier. My quirk is satellite. I can see everything from space. A few examinees snickered under their breath. Seriously? That's his quirk, someone whispered. What's he even doing here? Another murmured. Goro didn't react. His face stayed stoic, clearly used to the mockery. Izuku clasped his hands, his face brightening. Whoa, that's an amazing quirk. Goro blinked, startled by the genuine tone. Can you see remotely? How clearly can you see? Izuku blurted. Can you zoom in close too? Yes. I can zoom in and see everything clearly. I get a top-down view like satellite footage but in full 4K quality, Goro said proudly. The only thing I can't see are your faces. Eh? A confused silence fell over the group. My quirk makes me blind, Goro declared with a perfectly straight face. The laughter and whispers died instantly. Now, everyone just stared uneasy, pitying glances flickering between them, unsure what to say. Izuku, though, couldn't help himself. His brain had already switched into analysis mode. He was scribbling furiously in his notebook, eyes shining. So his quirk blocks physical sight but gives him full satellite vision in high resolution, interesting. That's still a very useful quirk, but the drawback. Could it be D rank? Or maybe E+. HM. The group stared, bewildered, as Izuku muttered to himself. Goro's ears twitched, a faint blush crept across his cheeks. It was the first time anyone had ever called his quirk useful instead of unfortunate, and there wasn't a trace of pity in the boy's voice. Target confirmed. Goro barked, his voice regaining its military edge. There is a prominent, high-visibility red input on the dorsal surface of the controller's head. Based on its placement, it must be the primary manual override. The dorsal surface, so, a button on top, Izuku muttered, his eyes narrowing as he visualized the bot. The others had their switches hidden on the back. I don't remember any red inputs though. They didn't hit the eye, at least. But this one's prominent. Maybe that's intentional, could it be the controller's only weakness? He looked up and smiled. Thank you. That's really helpful. He gave Goro a thumbs up, staring up at the sky. Goro grinned. Glad to be of service, he said, saluting. So what? Are you an idiot? How was that helpful? Raketsu spat, the bitterness in his voice cutting through the air. Every head whipped towards him. Big deal. It's got a button. How does that change a DMN thing? We can't get near that freak, let alone reach the top of its head. We're stuck here. A few others nodded reluctantly. We're just wasting our time here. Forget that guy. Like Four Eyes said, it's his own fault. The exam ends in 4 minutes. He'll live, he's a man, he can take it. UA's not gonna kill anyone. Think about your points instead. But, you do what you want, I'm not throwing away my score for him. Some people hesitated, then started to follow him. Uraraka reached out to stop them, but her arm fell limp. She wanted to argue, but what could she say? Just standing here and staring wouldn't help. She didn't want to agree with 44-49, but maybe he was right. The exam was still going, and she had only 25 points. That might not be enough to pass. And if she failed, she wouldn't be able to pay her parents back. She bit her lip and looked down. Then, I have a quirk that can block my hearing. Izuku shouted. Everyone who had started to walk or even thought about it froze and turned back towards him. What? Someone said. Blocks hearing? What kind of quirk is that? Why would he come here with a quirk like that? People whispered. But unlike before, there were no chuckles, only shock and disbelief. What the hell are you talking about? Raketsu barked. I saw your quirk. You were sliding on your knees or some sheet. Why are you lying? Are you trying to waste our time to buy yourself a chance to pass with your little points? He already has a quirk, someone muttered. Is he stalling because he doesn't have many points? So what is it? I don't get it. Is his quirk sliding or sound blocking? Murmurs spread, skeptical and sharp. My quirks are connected, Izuku said quickly. I can slide on my knees and I can block my hearing. And what kind of bullshit quirk is that? Raketsu muttered. Izuku pressed on, ignoring him. I'm sorry, but we don't have time for this. We can save him if we work together. Please, if everyone tells me their quirks, maybe we can come up with a plan. I'm not wasting my time on this sheet, Raketsu groaned, turning away. A few followed him again. Wait please. Izuku called after them. But they simply streamed past him, as if he were nothing more than some background noise. Izuku suddenly turned to Uraraka, who still looked torn. His voice was urgent. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I saw your quirk earlier, and if I understand it correctly. Actually, I'm not really sure, but I have two options for what your quirk could be. He gestured wildly, words tumbling out faster than his breath. The first one, you make objects fly when you touch them. The second one, you nullify the gravity of everything you touch? Either way, it's an amazing quirk and could really help here. Especially if maybe, by any chance could your quirk work on people? Maybe if you make me fly, I'll be able to reach the controller. Izuku muttered hastily. Uraraka raised her eyebrows, flabbergasted. She paused for a moment. It works on people, Uraraka said hesitantly. And you're right, it's the second option. I can nullify gravity when I touch things. I can make you float, but you wouldn't be able to control where you go, and I can only move stuff up and down. But I can't hold it long now. I'm almost at my limit. That's still amazing, Izuku said, smiling. It still might work. Please, just stay for 30 seconds. If we don't figure anything out by then, I won't keep you any longer. Izuku stared at her with a burning determination in his eyes. Uraraka hesitated, then nodded. Okay. Thank you very much. Izuku turned to the few others who hadn't left yet, still hesitating. Can you tell me your quirks too? Anything might help. Silence. Then, a tall boy with glasses stepped forward. Ida Tenya. My quirk, engine. I possess engines in my calves, which allow me to move at exceptional speed. He punctuated exceptional with a sharp chop through the air. Thank you. That's an amazing quirk too. Izuku said with genuine excitement. Hipporu Osaru. I can stretch skin, bones, everything in my body's reinforced with fiber tissue and stuff like that. Oh, but 9 meters is my max. And I'd rather not go that far. It hurts, and I hate when it hurts. His face and ears were monkey-like. He wore a tight yellow suit that hugged his wiry frame and a yellow motorcycle helmet with a red star, the kind you'd see in a circus. Thank you. Izuku nodded. A girl with spiky black hair and bronze skin stepped up. Tojimi Mato. I can create spikes from soil, but only from nearby ground. The range isn't great. She finished speaking, she wasn't really a wordy one. Stern, confident orange eyes locked on Midoriya. He gulped. She looked intimidating. Her sleeveless denim vest showed off muscular arms, her biceps were nearly the same size as his, maybe even bigger. That could be really useful, Izuku murmured, already thinking. Tojimi? I've heard that name Tojimi. Oh, Tojimi Ririka. She makes bronze spikes, right? But isn't she? Hipporu started. That's my sister, Mato cut him off flatly, glaring daggers at him. Sweat ran down Hipporu's temple like a river as he backed away with a sheepish grin. How durable are your spikes? Izuku asked quickly. They can take a few hits from a baseball bat, Mato said, kneeling to touch the ground. Depends on the soil. Here it's solid, strong enough to pierce a one-pointer or a speedster. Izuku's eyes lit up. Could they withstand a person? A person? Mato tilted her head slightly. I think, maybe. Can you hear my plan, please? The group exchanged uncertain looks but listened. I'm not sure about this plan, Hipporu said, scratching his head. And if you pull it off, all the glory's yours and you get the 3 points. Not sure I like that. The others stayed silent. They wanted to help, but it was still an exam. They needed points. Izuku raised his arm, blood dripping from his fingers as he pointed at the remaining villains. If the plan works, I only get 3 points, he said hoarsely. The rest are yours. There are more than enough left, and I won't have any strength to fight after this anyway. His breathing grew heavier, each breath more uneven than before. His face had gone noticeably paler. He'd used bleeder too much, and dizziness was creeping in. The torn knees didn't help either. Uraraka's brows knit. Are you okay? Are you sure you can move? Maybe we should think about some other idea, she suggested, concern in her eyes. It's not about whether I can, Izuku said. I have to. All my favorite heroes, the ones I've always looked up to, are the kind who push beyond their limits just to help someone. Even if my body has limits, to save him, I refuse to see them. He clenched his fist. Uraraka pressed her lips together. Even in that state, his eyes still burned with determination as he looked from the villain to the screaming porcupine boy. All Might frowned at the viewing screen, seated among the exam judges. Ida, Hipporu, Tojimi, and Izuku stared at Izuku, stunned. Ida adjusted his glasses. As a future hero, I cannot ignore such conviction. 3 points were never my priority. If you believe this plan will succeed, I'll assist. If all of you help, Izuku said, then I'll make it work no matter what happens. Neat. Hipporu grinned, lacing his hands behind his head. There's still plenty of points out there. Would be a waste to leave M. Izuku smiled faintly as the others nodded. People say my quirk isn't special, that it doesn't have many uses. But you showed me new ways. I owe you one for that. So I'll help you, Mato said. She pressed her hands to the ground. 2 thick soil spikes erupted, cracking the asphalt anchored deep, 3 meters apart. Hipporu sat between them, wrapping his arms around one spike. Mato bound his arms in a tight knot around the spike. Izuku grabbed Hipporu's legs and stretched them toward the opposite spike, securing them tight, at your service. He declared. Izuku nodded and climbed onto Hipporu's stretched back, using him like a living slingshot. I'll ask one last time, Ida said, his voice sharp. Are you sure about this? His gaze flicked from Midoriya to the controller and the wall of villains ahead. There were too many, if Midoriya's calculation was off, the consequences would be brutal. In the end, it was a 50-50 gamble. Ida normally wouldn't risk it, yet the boy's resolve was hard to refuse. Izuku met his eyes. Yes, he said firmly. I'm sure. Ida nodded once. His engines roared to life. Uraraka stepped forward, forcing a smile. Good luck. Izuku smiled back. Thank you. They high-fived, her fingertips brushed Midoriya's. Then, without a pause, she placed her hand on Hipporu's shoulder. Their bodies lightened instantly. The air shimmered from Ida's thrusters. Izuku tightened his hold on Hipporu. Deafen. The world went silent. By the way, Ida said, glancing back, you never told us your name. Izuku didn't answer, his focus was absolute. Ida studied him for a brief second, then turned away, engines flaring. The name could wait. Right now, he had to focus too. He sprinted in the opposite direction, clutching Hipporu tight and pulling both him and Midoriya back like a drawn bowstring. Mato spikes anchored Hipporu's body as Ida sprinted backward, engines screaming. Every step drew the elastic boy tighter. 7 meters, 8, 9. Hipporu groaned as his body stretched to its limit. Cracks veined through the spikes. God don't. That's it. Hipporu gasped, trembling like a drawn cable. Ida surged forward and at that exact moment, Hipporu snapped. The timing was perfect. Hipporu's recoil and Ida's forward burst collided in a single instant, magnifying the launch. Izuku shot skyward like a bullet as the spikes shattered behind them. Hipporu collapsed, dizzy and half-limp. Uraraka, who had felt fine moments before, suddenly went pale. Her stomach churned. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she clenched her teeth. The instant Izuku rose higher, the strain hit her full force. Her vision blurred, but she forced her eyes up, watching Izuku soar. She kept her hand raised, locking her gaze on the green blur rushing through the sky. She stared upward, silently praying he'd reach the 3-pointer fast. Come on, just a little farther. But before he did, her body gave out. She dropped to her knees and vomited. The quirk link broke. Her quirk had hit its limit. Gravity returned fast. Izuku was still 20 meters from the 3-pointer, plummeting straight toward a 2-pointer attacker, the worst possible opponent for him. It was about a 4-meter drop. Objectively, he could land without fatal injury if he hit feet first. It was possible. About second-floor height, give or take. Best case, a sprain, but that'd leave him no chance to escape the attacker afterward. Worst case, a break, and that'd be game over. The whole plan would be wasted, everything gone in vain. All of their efforts, Izuku thought, gasping as the ground rushed up to meet him. Saving him, he thought of the examinee curled and screaming against the wall. I can't let them down. He suddenly bent his legs, putting his knees forward. Knee slider. It doesn't specify what kind of movement energy I need to charge before sliding, walking, running, jumping, or falling. His knees almost touched the ground. Izuku gritted his teeth. Fall speed from 5 meters, roughly 35 kilometers per hour, about 10 meters per second. I'm lower, call it 30. Add forward velocity from the launch, should be enough to carry the slide to the controller. These thoughts flashed through his mind in a heartbeat, but the one thing he didn't calculate was pain. His knees hit. Gha. Pain detonated through his body. Tears sprang to his eyes. Sweat streamed down his face, his skin went pale. Sparks burst as his knees grated against the asphalt, skin shredding to red like a carrot on a grater. Every layer ripped away in seconds. Raw flesh pressed a bloody kiss to the asphalt. He screamed but didn't stop sliding. Izuku barely kept himself from blacking out from the shock of pain. The attacker loomed ahead, its massive hands slicing the air. Target acquired. Commencing attack. Its palm swung with a whistle, a shadow swallowing Midoriya. T-turn, he choked through tears. He spun mid-slide, the attacker's palm slamming down a breath behind him. Turn, he screamed again, snapping another. He rode the villain's fallen forearm like a ramp, sliding up its length toward the shoulder. The two-pointer swatted its own shoulder with the opposite hand, trying to squash him like a fly, but Izuku was already gone. The blow landed with a deafening clang, caving part of its own plating and sending shards of metal flying. Izuku launched off, skimming through the air toward the controller right beneath him. Gasps rippled behind him. Ida's eyes widened. Uraraka wiped her mouth, her eyes locked on him. Guilt, hope, exhaustion, everything mixed in that one look. You can do it, someone yelled, but Izuku couldn't hear. Right now he wasn't thinking about the group, the burning in his knees, or even the porcupine he meant to save. The only thing his mind could focus on was the controller and the red button gleaming at its crown, the one he had to press at all costs. He fixed his gaze on the red circle. It rushed closer. Izuku slammed into the three-pointer's casing. His knees were still sliding, momentum unspent, so he clung to the robot with both arms. The machine didn't fight, it only screamed, gale force pressure battering him and trying to peel him away. Gritting his teeth, bleeding, sweating, eyes stinging, he forced himself higher, inch by inch. He reached the top and slammed his palm onto the red button. Yuan, deafen, he whispered feebly. Sound flowed back into the world. To Izuku's relief, the controller stayed silent. The air fell suddenly peaceful. He did it, Hipporu and the others breathed, staring in disbelief. A faint, exhausted smile crossed Izuku's lips. His knees finally stopped sliding, and he slipped down the casing, falling to the ground, breathing hard. The two-pointer the attacker Izuku had just slipped past was already coming back, looming from behind with its palm ped to swat. Izuku lay helpless on the ground, spent. He heard it closing in, but his body wouldn't answer. He managed only to roll onto his back, staring up as the attacker quickly ate the distance. The bot's damaged shoulder sparked, its right arm hung useless, but the other was still fully functional. It wasn't shutting down anytime soon. No extra 2 points, no mercy. It would keep moving until Izuku was out. The hand started down, a heartbeat from crushing him. Suddenly, a blue-white blur appeared. Ida Tenya's knee hammered the attacker mid-chest, caving metal and sending the bot skidding across the asphalt in a spray of sparks. Good work. Are you all right? He asked, engines idling. Izuku scked air between his teeth. Ida helped him sit, propping him against the now silent three-pointer, just a husk of metal now. A single glance at Izuku's knees made Ida flinch. He turned away, jaw tight. It was a gruesome sight. You shouldn't have pushed yourself that far for an exam, he said, voice clipped. Wait here. I'll help the others. Ida quickly rejoined the others, tearing through the last of the two-pointers and one-pointers. Within a minute, the field was clear, mostly thanks to him and Mato. But even Uraraka, after 30 seconds of rest, managed to take out a few more. Only the defenders were left, but they didn't attack anyone unless provoked. Most of the group ran to the fainted porcupine examinee, while only one examinee rushed to Midoriya. Izuku clung to consciousness, barely holding on. Uraraka reached him. I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't. She froze mid-sentence. Her eyes fell on his knees. Her hand shot to her mouth as big teardrops welled instantly along her lashes. Why your knees? She whispered. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. If only I hadn't. Izuku clapped a hand over his mouth, trying to swallow back the urge, but a second later he threw up right at her feet. Uraraka blinked, the tears stilling in her eyes. RRY, Izuku rasped weakly. It's my quirk. You throw up after using your quirk? He nodded, breath hitching. That was turn's drawback. Used sparingly, it barely affected him, but repeated turns 2 or more in a row wrecked his vestibular and proprioceptive systems, sending his senses into revolt. Uraraka stared at him for a moment, then shook her head, pulling herself together. I'm really sorry. It's all my FAU. It's my fault, not yours. Izuku cut her off gently, forcing his breath steady. Sorry. I should have asked more about your limit when you warned me. I didn't listen, I was only thinking about what I could do. If I'd been smarter, this could have been avoided. I wouldn't have made you and everyone worry. Her lips parted. The intensity in her face softened. She looked away, exhaling. Then, without a word, she shrugged off her tracksuit jacket, leaving only her white tee. Izuku's eyes darted away sheepishly, his face flushing. Wait, wah. She tore the jacket into strips and wrapped his knees with careful, steady hands. Ugh, he hissed. I'm sorry. I know it hurts, but that's the best I can do right now. I wish I'd brought antiseptic like my mom told me to, but this is all I have. I hope it helps, at least a little. Okay, done. Does it feel any better? Sweat streamed down Izuku's face. He glanced at the makeshift bandages already soaked through with red. It was hard to tell if it felt any better, but at least now he wouldn't scare people with his mangled knees. Thank you. And, sorry about your jacket. I'll pay you back. He pursed his lips, eyes lowering in embarrassment. Uraraka waved both hands frantically, her eyes suddenly fierce. No, no, no. I'm the reason you're like this. My jacket isn't nearly enough to make up for what you went through. No, no, no. It was my fault. And your jacket looked so nice and you just wasted it on me. Izuku stammered, leaning back awkwardly. Uraraka stared at him for another second, ready to protest again, but then her lips twitched. Pfft, she huffed, cheeks puffing, before a quiet laugh escaped her. The sound was soft, warm, and helpless. Izuku tilted his head, confused. Sorry. But even in a state like this, you're more worried about my jacket. You should think about yourself for once, dummy. Uraraka smiled brightly and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Izuku gasped and blushed, staring at her. Something strange and warm settled between them. He swallowed, cheeks pinking. What are you two doing? Ida appeared, chopping the moment in half. Are your legs intact? Are you all right? How are you feeling? Are you still conscious? Do you feel like you might lose consciousness? Hipporu got down from Ida's back. He'd been clinging to him like a backpack. Yes, I'm. 2 minutes left. Present Mike thundered over the city. 2 minutes? Izuku gulped. Points. I need points. 7 isn't enough, he mumbled. 7? Uraraka and Hipporu gasped, staring at him in shock. You shouldn't worry about that, Ida said firmly. In this state you can't contest anything, and regardless, you conducted yourself admirably. Yue will not overlook such courage. He chopped his hand in the air, confident and serious. Izuku looked down, pressing his lips together. Even if that's true, 7 points can't be enough. Even if Yue gives some bonus points like my help points, Present Mike said they also deduct them, and I definitely did enough to give them a reason to do that. Ida adjusted his glasses. Earlier, you couldn't hear me. I wish to know your name. My name? I don't think I'm worth remembering, haha. And don't you all need to earn points? I feel awkward wasting your time here while you could be getting more. Izuku rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Thanks to you, I now have 52, Ida said matter-of-factly. It should suffice. F52? Uraraka, Izuku, and Hipporu blurted in unison. I only have 28, Uraraka murmured. T28? I've got 21, Hipporu mumbled. Izuku stared at them, frozen in shock. And here I am with my 7 points? Just as I thought. I'm so far behind. What is your name? Ida asked again, patience fraying at the edges. I'm Midori. Thud. The ground shuddered. Distant buildings rattled, examinees bolted past them, fleeing from the next street over. Something enormous turned the corner, a towering wall of steel, taller than any villain Izuku had seen today. Its hand came down on a rooftop, and the structure collapsed like cardboard. Dust bloomed in a gray cloud as the giant kept advancing. This is 0-pointer, Izuku whispered. The Beyonder. Ida looked toward him, engines already spooling. You green examinee. Midoriya stared at him blearily as dizziness crept in. Then Ida's voice sharpened. Hey, you green daredevil. Daredevil? Izuku croaked. Get on my back. You're in no condition to run. Can you stand up? Izuku nodded, pushing himself up on trembling legs. I can help. Uraraka started forward, hand half raised, ready to activate her quirk. But Ida stopped her with an outstretched arm. I can carry him, he said firmly. If I couldn't carry even one injured person, I'd have no right to apply to UA in the first place. Thank you and sorry for the trouble, Izuku murmured, steadying himself. He was about to climb onto Ida's back, when a raw scream tore through the air. Help! Somebody! Sheet! Don't leave me here! Anybody! Hey! The voice came from the rubble a few blocks ahead. Examinee 4449 Raketsu Junichiro was pinned beneath the wreckage. The 0-pointer lumbered toward him, each step shaking the ground. Izuku froze. Then he reached into his pocket, one baseball left. Hey, green daredevil! Are you getting on or not? Ida shouted, crouching, expecting Midoriya to climb on. Uraraka, who had just started to run, stopped and turned back. Midoriya twisted his body and hurled the ball with everything he had. But it only flew about 70 meters. The trapped, rocket-haired examinee was nearly 200 meters away. Midoriya's mark limit was 71 and that was on a full sprint. He'd already used the quirk several times today. To reach that distance, he'd have to triple his limit far beyond what he was capable of. His knees were barely holding together. The only thing keeping him upright now was pure adrenaline. But Midoriya didn't care. He ran. Ignoring the screaming pain in his legs and knees, ignoring the burning in his lungs, ignoring his body that begged him to stop, ignoring all his limits, he ran. He sprinted, stumbled, ran again. When he reached the first ball, he snatched it up and threw it again. A faint red cross flared midair, his quirk activating. He dashed toward it, then threw again. And again. Each throw was weaker than the last, but each carried him farther. By the time he reached the wreckage, barely 20 seconds had passed. The zero-pointer's shadow engulfed them both. "Show off?" 4449 shouted, eyes wide as Midoriya staggered in front of him. "Are you all right?" Midoriya panted. Raketsu went rigid. He looked over Midoriya from head to toe. The guy looked like a half-walking corpse. He was as pale as one of those bloodsuckers Raketsu saw in movies. His breathing was heavy and ragged, like he was suffocating. Blood dripped from his fingers, and there was some real mash in his knees department. Even through the bandages Raketsu could see raw flesh beneath. And this was the same guy he'd stolen points from minutes ago. The guy he'd mocked. And now that same guy was asking if he was all right. No anger. No sarcasm. No malice. No jest. Just concern. This guy was real. Panting, Izuku tried to lift the debris. His arms trembled but he couldn't. His strength was gone. The villain's shadow loomed closer. Izuku didn't know what else to do, so he did the only thing that came to mind. He stepped in front of 4449 and spread his arms wide, shielding him with his body. Uraraka gasped from afar. The image of 4449 mocking the freckled boy flashed before her eyes, his fake smile, his words that had crushed Izuku. She had seen it all. And still, Izuku was standing there protecting him. Her chest tightened painfully. Ida stood frozen, staring at Midoriya and the colossal machine towering over him, the Beyonder. Even in that state, the green daredevil was facing it head-on. "Why aren't my feet moving?" he thought bitterly. And yet, he is? Midoriya's thoughts were a blur, his eyes darting from one spot to another as panic surged through him. The Beyonder was about to swing its arm. Think, Midoriya Izuku. What do I do? Distract it? Let it away? But what if it doesn't follow? Think. What? How? There must be something I don't see. Maybe my quirks, can any of them help here? Maybe if that nice girl were here, she could have lifted that wreckage. Why did I even run here by myself? No, focus. My quirks won't help, I can barely stand. I wish I had some kind of reinforcement type quirk like All Might, it would help. Maybe it has a switch somewhere? But where? How? I don't have time. The zero-pointer raised its arm. The shadow swallowed both examinees. The fist swung down at terrifying speed. All Midoriya could do was smile weakly, helplessly. A trembling smile, a small show of defiance, a desperate attempt to say he wasn't afraid of the Beyonder. But his eyes betrayed him. His pupils shrank with terror. And that's it. Time's up. Present Mick's voice boomed across the city, freezing the Beyonder's fist. A siren blared, signaling the end of the exam. For a heartbeat, the whole world seemed to stop. The zero-pointer's fist stopped barely 10 inches from Midoriya's face. Then it straightened, mechanical joints whirring, and powered down. Izuku's legs gave out. He slumped backward, breathing in ragged bursts. His adrenaline drained out of him completely, his face was paler than chalk. Points, he whispered weakly. A faint chime sounded. Floating blue text appeared in front of his fading vision. Congratulations. You've received 125 help points for save. Congratulations. Your hero's impact. But Midoriya didn't see the rest. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed, unconscious. 4449 stared at him, stunned, eyes wide, trembling. The wimp, the guy he'd mocked, the one he'd thought was useless, had just risked his life to protect him. Uraraka Ochako. 28 villain points. Let's start with deduction points. Uraraka's photo filled the main screen, side monitors looped clips of her performance. The judges watched in calm silence. I don't think she made many mistakes, one examiner began. Aside from not recognizing her limits. That was a crucial mistake, another countered. If it had been a civilian instead, she could have seriously injured them and it would have been her responsibility. For such a mistake, a 10-point deduction feels fair. I wouldn't say so, 13 interjected, calm but firm. It all happened very quickly. She didn't have time to think it through and just went along with the boy's plan like the others. As he himself admitted, it was his responsibility, he misjudged the risk and ended up putting pressure on everyone, including Uraraka Ochako. Excuse me? How is that his responsibility? Ectoplasm cut in, voice sharp but composed. She has her own head. Heroes face pressure constantly. It's her fault for making that mistake and giving into it. She pushed herself that far without fully understanding her quirk or what her body could handle, and she wasn't clear enough about her condition. She should have made that clearer. You can't expect a 15-year-old boy to account for everyone else. Let's be realistic here. If we're being realistic, Gang Orca, one of the invited judges, rumbled, stepping in. I don't think we should be too hard on Uraraka for that same reason. She's just applying for UA. She's an unpolished diamond like everyone here. There's no such thing as a perfect student. From her perspective, the plan seemed solid, and in the rush of adrenaline she simply forgot her limits. That's a lesson she'll remember for the rest of her life, no doubt about it. I deduct 5 points, not 10. Let's vote. 10-point deduction for Uraraka Ochako? Almost half the hands went up. 5 points? The remaining hands rose. 5 it is. Now, let's discuss rescue points. At that pace, the discussion moved briskly from candidate to candidate. After that, it was Ida Tenya's turn. He didn't receive any deduction points, the discussion focused on his rescue points. Apart from the final phase, he didn't really show much initiative. One judge began. He committed to the plan, though I'm not sure we should award points just for that. Still, he played his part, was willing to help, assisted effectively, saved the injured boy, and even prepared to evacuate him. I think 20 points seems adequate. Any objections? Asked the small creature with the scar over one eye, Principal Nizu, his voice mild and pleasant. Everyone shook their heads. 20 it is. Next. They cleared a few more examinees, then the room settled as the screens switched. Footage of Midoriya Izuku filled every monitor. Reactions around the table were mixed. No one looked entirely calm. Only Nizu remained serene, eyes bright with curiosity as he watched the green-haired boy dominate the feeds. Midoriya Izuku. 7 villain points. What's his quirk? One of the judges asked, unable to hold back. The others seemed curious too and fell silent. Let's discuss every selected examinee in detail during the second stage of evaluation. Nizu's voice carried its usual cheer. Right now, our focus is on points. As always, we'll start with deductions. What makes you so sure he'll even reach the second stage, sir? All Might's voice cut through the room, stern, measured, and heavier than before. Until now, he'd been mostly quiet. This was the first time he'd spoken, and the air immediately tensed. The mouse, however, remained unshaken by All Might's voice. His friendly smile didn't waver. I have a hunch, Nizu said in his usual carefree tone. I don't see him making it that far, All Might replied flatly. Only 7 villain points and I'd push for a 30-point deduction for recklessness. A murmur rippled through the room. 30 points? Isn't that a bit extreme? Someone whispered. It's too harsh, All Might, another added quietly. Did the boy do something to him? All Might, Nizu said calmly, would you care to elaborate? All the injuries he sustained were unnecessary. Every single one could have been avoided. Hurting himself throughout the entire exam isn't something we should praise, it's dangerous. Heroes can't afford to forget about themselves. For that alone, I deduct 10 points. And if anyone disagrees, then you're openly supporting suicide heroes. A tense silence followed. Next, All Might continued, his tone hardening. The weights. Why did he take them off the moment the exam began? Was he trying to impress us? Preparation should be done before the test, that was out of line. -5 points. He didn't stop there. Then there's his nerves. It's natural to be nervous, but for half the exam he froze up, intimidated by the villains. That's something we can't overlook. Another issue, the boy doesn't know when to use his brakes. When he sees someone in danger, he forgets they exist. But when he's alone, he hits them so hard he can't move. He did redeem himself later, but what about those first 4 minutes? What was he doing? Another examinee was stealing his points, and he couldn't even stand up for himself. Is that the kind of hero we need? Someone who can't defend himself, yet will burn himself to ashes just to save someone else. No one spoke. All Might's words hung heavy in the room. Now, about his plan, he said, quieter but no less sharp. It was good. I admit it. It was impressive, even. Considering how little time he had, how fast he came up with it, the potential was there. But he rushed. No breaks, again. Always rushing. If his luck had been even slightly worse, he could have been seriously injured or worse. The plan wasn't 100% safe, yet he insisted on it anyway. Nizu finally tilted his head, smiling faintly. And what was the result of that plan? All Might frowned. Yes, he destroyed the villain and saved the boy, but at what cost? He should have thought it through more carefully. 5-point deduction. He paused. And then, of course, his final move trying to save examinee 4449. His voice dropped low. I won't even start on how pointless that was. Running there, standing in front of that thing, shielding the boy with his body, what was he trying to do? What did he think would happen? If this were real life, he would have died. Both of them would have. For nothing. And let's not forget your own rule, Principal Nizu, 10 points automatically deducted when a villain makes direct or near contact with a student. We simulate real conditions here, and in real life, that kind of contact means injury or death. In this case, we're looking at an obvious death. The villain didn't make contact with him, one judge said. And even if the zero-pointer was programmed to stop its attack 10 inches before the examinees, the moment it reached that distance, the alarm went off. So technically, it doesn't count. Well, that's debatable, All Might replied, his voice sharp but controlled. It stopped right at the verge just as the alarm sounded. If not 10 points, then 5 would still be reasonable. Either way, he ran in without a plan. If this were real life, he'd have died alongside that civilian. It would have been an empty death. The young man doesn't have potential. I don't agree with that, Nizu said suddenly. It was the first time he'd openly opposed anyone during the discussion until now. He'd remained neutral. Several judges raised their eyebrows in surprise. Firstly, Nizu continued, look at his reaction. He nodded toward the screen. The footage replayed Midoriya spreading his arms in front of examinee 4449 as the zero-pointer's shadow fell over them. Look at his eyes, Nizu said softly. Do those look like the eyes of someone who gave up? To me, they belong to someone still searching for a way out. Someone who hasn't accepted defeat. Someone who's trying to find a solution. It doesn't matter what he tries if he can't find it, All Might said flatly. And Rome wasn't built in a day, All Might, Nizu countered with his usual calm smile. As Gang Orca mentioned, we're not here to find perfect students. The key point is that he tried to find a solution, and it's our job, as teachers, to help him find it next time. As for potential, we can discuss that during the second stage. But right now, we're talking about points, and I don't believe we should deduct any for that. The boy ran to save someone who gave him a hard time throughout the entire exam, someone who even stole points from him, and despite that, he didn't hesitate. Doesn't that show he has the heart of a hero, and the resolve to do whatever he can to help others? We're not endorsing recklessness, Nizu said, turning slightly toward All Might. But we are encouraging selflessness, courage, compassion, and the will to act. He was the only one who didn't freeze, the only one who tried to do something, the only one willing to break himself just to help someone else. You call him a suicide hero, All Might. I see someone with potential, someone who just needs guidance. The room fell quiet. A few judges began whispering among themselves. All Might frowned, his expression unreadable. By the way, All Might, Nizu said mildly, doesn't he remind you of someone? Someone who rushes in to save others without thinking, never considers himself. Impulsive, but pure-hearted. The person he reminds me of, All Might said quietly, paid the price for those actions. And the person you're talking about had the power to back them up. This young man doesn't. He ignores his limits, refuses to see the bigger picture. The students we accept have to be better than that, clearer-headed, more grounded. Like Ida Tenya. Or the boy from the same school as Midoriya Izuku. Bakugo Katsuki, wasn't it? He didn't try to do what he couldn't. And yet, Nizu noted subtly, he didn't earn even a single rescue point. Defeating villains is a rescue, All Might replied. That's a good point, Nizu conceded with a tilt of his head. But neither Bakugo Katsuki nor Ida Tenya are perfect either. It's up to us, the teachers, to polish and guide them onto the right path. Midoriya Izuku's mistakes aren't fatal, they're correctable. We're looking for future heroes here, and that boy already has the heart of one. His impulsiveness and self-destructive tendencies are flaws, yes, but those are exactly the kind of flaws teachers are meant to fix. It's your first year teaching, All Might, so perhaps you expect every student to start perfect, but they won't. They're different. Each has different strengths, weaknesses, goals, personalities, and values. They'll stumble. That's why we're here. And if you don't like the boy simply because he reminds you too much of someone, then that, too, is something to reflect on. Because your duty as a teacher isn't to avoid your own mistakes, it's to make sure he doesn't repeat them. To me, Midoriya Izuku is an obvious candidate for the second stage. He has both the heart and the mind for it. I believe deducting 20 points, not 30, would be far more appropriate. Who's in favor? Almost every hand rose except All Might's. His face had hardened. After that, they reviewed Midoriya's rescue points and the remaining low-scoring examinees. Hours passed before every total was finalized. Finally, the top 10 appeared on the screen. Number 1, Katsuki Bakugo, v. 77D, 0R, 0 OVR, 77. Number 2, Tenya Ida, v. 52D, 0R, 20 OVR, 72. Number 3, Shiozaki Ibara, v. 36D, 0R, 35 OVR, 71. Number 4, Itsuka Kendo, v. 39D, 0R, 40 OVR, 70. Number 5, Eijiro Kirishima, v. 35D, 5R, 35 OVR, 65. Number 6, Tetsu, v. 49D, 5R, 20 OVR, 64. Number 7, Ochako Uraraka, v. 28D, 5R, 40 OVR, 63. Number 8, Fumikage Tokoyami, v. 47D, 0R, 13 OVR, 60. Number 9, Yosetsu Aways, v. 50D, 3R, 10 OVR, 57. Number 10, Himiko Toga, v. 55D, 0R, 0 OVR, 55. As you all know, Nizu said calmly, paws folded, everyone in the top 10 automatically passes. These results are final unless a majority vote decides otherwise. For the second stage, we'll be selecting 26 more students out of the 50 remaining candidates. The judges began their discussions. Kaminari Denki unanimously accepted. Next Mina Ashido. After a brief discussion, Nizu spoke again. Accepted. Next Midoriya Izuku. The room grew quieter. Principal, what's his quirk? One judge asked, unable to hold back. Does it say anything in your copy of the candidate file? I have the same file as all of you, Nizu replied, still smiling. But that's just it's impossible. It says, the judge stopped, staring at the file. The line under quirk read only one word. It says, quirkless. How is he quirkless? He can't be quirkless, Cementos protested. It's impossible for a person to slide on their knees like that or spin around 180 without taking a step. And what about his throws? Could that be some kind of sports-based quirk, something that boosts his abilities when he performs athletic actions, like pitching? That doesn't make sense, Ectoplasm countered. If that were the case, how do you explain the steam coming from his mouth? He also said he had a quirk that blocks his hearing. It didn't look like he was lying, otherwise, he'd have lost consciousness when he approached the controller. He has multiple quirks, Lady Nagant, one of the invited judges, said suddenly. Her tone was calm, almost casual, despite the weight of her words. Several heads turned her way. That's what I thought as well, Aizawa noted silently, leaning against the wall. Dark circles framed his eyes. Unlike the others, he wasn't part of the voting panel, only an observer. Still, his gaze stayed fixed on the screen showing Midoriya's footage. The other judges began whispering among themselves. It does seem that way, Nizu said at last, a faint smile curling his lips. It would be foolish to deny it. There's no real connection between his quirks. Moreover, each one on its own is low grade. But together, they function remarkably well, enough to raise him from low grade to second rate. It's as if he or someone else selected and combined them deliberately, Lady Nagant concluded, staring at the clip of Midoriya taking out the defender. The murmuring grew louder. I wanted to say this earlier, All Might's voice cut through the noise, stern and heavy, but I was hoping we wouldn't reach this point. Every judge turned to him. His face was hard, unreadable. I've seen that young man before, All Might said. 10 months ago. The sludge villain incident. Some of you may not know, but he was there alongside Bakugo Katsuki. He was there? The reporters never mentioned that, one judge said, startled. No, I heard from Death Arms that there were actually 2 boys, another added. Murmurs rippled through the room. It doesn't matter, All Might said firmly. What does matter is that 10 months ago, that same boy asked me if someone without a quirk could ever become a hero. A stunned silence fell. Even Lady Nagant, who had seemed perfectly composed until now, tensed slightly. Do you understand what that means? All Might continued, eyes narrowing at the screen showing Midoriya's footage. 10 months ago, this boy didn't have a quirk at all. Gasps filled the room. If that's true, Ectoplasm said, leaning forward, that would explain a lot. His control's inconsistent, and his mastery is unrefined. He uses his quirk like an amateur. Otherwise, he would have realized his knee pads couldn't withstand that kind of speed. He paused, then exhaled quietly. But on the other hand, if it's only been 10 months since he got them, then his level of mastery for that time is extraordinary. He might look unpolished, but to coordinate multiple quirks that fast, that's something else. And we also can't even be sure it's been 10 months. It might be less. That's not the point here, All Might cut in sharply. Nizu's smile faded just slightly. He already knew what All Might was thinking. Someone gave him those quirks, Nizu said it first. A chill passed through the room. Every judge froze. You can't mean that person, 13 said, her voice muffled by her respirator. I thought you put an end to him years ago. All Might nodded grimly, a bead of sweat tracing down his cheek. That's what I was hoping for. The body was never found, Lady Nagant murmured, narrowing her eyes. Don't tell me he gave all those low-grade quirks to this boy? Does that mean he's his spy? Did he find out that All Might would be teaching this year? A slight note of panic could be heard in Cementoss's voice. Let's not jump to conclusions, Nizu said, his voice calm but firm. How else would you explain it, sir? All Might asked, meeting his gaze. The tension between them was palpable. Nizu folded his paws neatly on the table. Let's take a step back and analyze what we actually know. 10 months ago, the boy was confirmed quirkless. His medical records are consistent with that. Now, he possesses multiple low-grade quirks with little to no apparent connection between them. And yet, they synchronize unusually well. That kind of synergy doesn't happen by chance. It suggests they were chosen deliberately. He continued, voice steady and analytical. If we assume this person is still alive and truly gave Midoriya those quirks, we have to ask a logical question: why? Why give multiple low-tier quirks to one boy, especially when doing so would immediately draw attention? And even if we admit that Midoriya uses them cleverly, it's still not enough to achieve a high villain point score. And, as you all know, the rescue point system was introduced only this year. No one outside this room knew about it before today, and we're talking about events 10 months ago, possibly less. Meaning, the likelihood that our hypothetical benefactor could have counted on Midoriya Izuku earning rescue points is extremely low. Nizu's expression softened, though his eyes stayed sharp. If someone truly wanted to plant a spy, wouldn't it make far more sense to give one strong, above-average quirk, something powerful yet inconspicuous, rather than a handful of mismatched, low-grade ones? And based on everything we've seen of Midoriya Izuku, his behavior, his reactions, his willingness to risk himself for others, I find it hard to believe someone like him could be a spy. Or that someone like him would ever choose him to be one. The room stayed silent. For a long moment, no one moved. The quiet hum of the monitors was the only sound. Or maybe that's just an act, All Might said darkly. Maybe he knows this is exactly what you'd think. Maybe he sent the boy here precisely because he's an obvious choice, knowing you'd never suspect someone so blatant. Or maybe the young man himself doesn't even know he's a spy. Maybe he was given a quirk that lets him watch everything through him. Nizu tilted his head slightly. That's an interesting theory, All Might. But I think you're overestimating him. Or maybe you're underestimating him, All Might shot back, his voice low. That person, he can get inside anyone's head. I would know. He pressed his lips together. I understand how you feel, All Might, Nizu said gently, but even so, I find it illogical for someone like him to send Midoriya Izuku as a spy. He's far more careful than you think. Transferring a quirk requires physical contact. He wouldn't risk revealing himself just to give powers to a random boy who had only 10 months before the UA entrance exam. So you're ruling out the possibility of any connection between them? All Might asked sharply. Then how do you explain him receiving a quirk? I'm not ruling it out, Nizu replied calmly. I never exclude possibilities. But I do weigh their likelihood. And this one, while possible, is highly improbable. He folded his paws together again. There are two other possibilities that make more sense. The first and the more plausible one, in my opinion, is that Midoriya is a late bloomer. Perhaps his quirk simply didn't manifest until recently, or he never understood how it functioned. Maybe the sludge villain incident triggered it, a kind of awakening. And maybe the doctor who diagnosed him made a mistake, and his quirk isn't a conventional one at all. It could be something similar to his, though not identical. A quirk that doesn't steal or give, but rather creates quirks limited, low-grade abilities. We already have one recommended student with a vaguely comparable power. So you're saying that him being a late bloomer, having such an unprecedented quirk, and the doctor making a mistake in his diagnosis, all of that together is still more likely than him being connected to All for One. Do you even hear yourself, sir? All Might frowned deeply. Nizu's smile didn't waver. It's more likely than your theory, though only slightly. Both scenarios have low probability. But there's still one more possibility. All eyes turned toward him. My other hypothesis, Nizu continued, is that someone else gave him a quirk. Someone else? Several judges exclaimed at once. This is insane, All Might snapped. There's only one person known to be capable of that. There's no evidence anyone else can pass on quirks. Nizu's tone remained calm. That's your main problem, All Might. That's exactly why he always manages to get inside your head. Expect the unexpected. We already know of 2 people capable of passing on their quirks. Why not 3? All Might stiffened. Lady Nagant raised an eyebrow. 2? Who's the second? Nizu chuckled softly, brushing off the question. Haha, anyway. He turned back to the group. We've heard All Might's opinion. What does everyone else think? I've heard rumors about his children, Ectoplasm said, his voice measured. Some of them were reportedly having multiple quirks or variations of his own. Could Midoriya be one of them? His analytical mind fits that profile. And perhaps he doesn't even know. That would align with Principal Nizu's theory, a quirk capable of creating others. Maybe a diluted form of his power. But according to official intel, Lady Nagant said evenly, all of his known children are overseas. None are currently in Japan. And besides, he supposedly granted them far more impressive quirks than what we've seen from the boy. Maybe even he doesn't know the boy exists, 13 said thoughtfully. If he did, there's no way he'd let go of someone who could create quirks. That's possible, Principal Nizu said, nodding thoughtfully. I'm more interested in something else, Gang Orca rumbled. When the exam started, he took off his training weights. At first, I thought it was just for show, but that doesn't add up. If he wanted attention, he would have done it before the test began, in front of everyone. Instead, he waited until he confirmed with Present Mike that it had officially started. That suggests someone told him not to remove them until then. Maybe the third person Principal Nizu mentioned earlier was the one who instructed him. That's a plausible interpretation, Nizu agreed with another calm nod. So what does that mean? Hound Dog growled, tail twitching. Is he a spy, or isn't he? Most likely not, 13 said. I'd agree, Lady Nagant said. He doesn't strike me as the type, it's more of a gut feeling, but I trust it. She paused, eyes narrowing slightly. And for what it's worth, my gut also tells me your real potential spy candidate is sitting somewhere in your top 10. But there's no point in making baseless accusations. I'll look into it quietly and report back to you, Principal Nizu. Nizu smiled faintly. Much appreciated, Lady Nagant. Speaking of spies, Snipe said suddenly, leaning back in his chair, while we're at it, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to one of the examinees. He flipped through the stack of papers in front of him. I was going over the students' documents and noticed something interesting. Himiko Toga. Lady Nagant's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. Lady Nagant-san, Snipe said, his voice dry, looks like the Hero Commission isn't even trying to hide it this time. The other judges quickly opened their copies of Toga's file. Under the section labeled Parents, only one entry stood out. Mother, Lady Nagant, adoptive. What's the problem here? Lady Nagant said evenly. She's in the top 10. She earned her place fair and square. You can't change that now. Unless, Snipe replied, a majority vote says otherwise. Well, Lady Nagant said evenly, you can try that. But don't be surprised if the Hero Commission cuts a few of UA's funding lines or resorts to more direct measures. Are you threatening us? Principal Nizu asked in his usual friendly tone, smile never faltering. Not at all, Lady Nagant replied smoothly. Right now, the Hero Commission is trying to be as friendly, cooperative, and sincere as it can be. We're not hiding anything, and we're not trying to bring any harm. We just need her there to keep an eye on one of your students. Nothing more. I suppose, Nizu said pleasantly, you're referring to that student. His eyes twinkled. It's understandable why he would draw the Hero Commission's attention. And I take it you'd prefer she be placed in the same class as him? Well, it would make things much less difficult for everyone else, Lady Nagant said, her tone polite but firm. If you assign her elsewhere, she'll still find a way to do her job, though you probably wouldn't like her methods. I see. Nizu's smile widened by a fraction. In that case, I have no reason to object. I'll make a concession and cooperate this time. But I can't promise I'll be as accommodating in the future. Lady Nagant inclined her head slightly. Understood. I'll let them know. She avoided meeting his eyes at all costs. A bead of sweat rolled down her neck. Now, Nizu said cheerfully, clapping his paws, we've drifted a bit off topic. Let's return to our main discussion. Midoriya Izuku. We can't accept him. He's a risk, sir, All Might declared firmly. I agree with All Might, Snipe said. Whether he's connected to All for One or not, he could bring trouble to the other students, and I don't think we need that kind of danger here. Cementos nodded in agreement. Well, Lady Nagant said coolly, that's just your opinion. All Might teaching at UA also brings its own risks. I don't think adding one more to the mix will change much. As far as I know, this school is supposed to raise future heroes. I've seen all kinds of them. The hero world can be cruel and dark. She pressed her lips together for a moment before continuing. If you don't accept that boy, then you're only helping to keep it that way. There aren't many true heroes left, and that boy, he radiates heroism. It's in his bones. He's completely soaked in it. Don't take that light away. All Might, you call him a suicide hero, but that's just your conclusion. He can be more than that. We still don't even understand what his quirk truly is, or what he's capable of. Maybe it's much more than meets the eye. If you turn him away now, you could not only be denying his future, you might be denying the world's. Nobody here can say with certainty what a wild card like him could bring to the table. She smiled faintly. I like him. I vote we accept him. Nizu nodded approvingly. Bullshit, All Might muttered under his breath in English. I vote in favor as well, gang. Orca said suddenly. All Might raised his eyebrows. Gang Orca? Out of all people you're serious. I understand the risks, Gang Orca rumbled, but I made a promise to my teacher that if it ever came to this, I'd stand behind the reckless green-haired boy. The great Tetsu Kaba-san? He knows him. Not so long ago my sensei made a mistake, a little boy nearly died. If it weren't for Midoriya and Kendo, that kid wouldn't be here and my teacher's reputation would have gone down with him. He crossed his arms. I'm just paying back a debt. But beyond that I like the boy's spirit. He's got both guts and brains. Even after that unforeseen mistake with Uraraka hitting her limit, he adapted to the crisis fast and fixed it under pressure. A low murmur spread through the judges. Gang Orca, All Might said sharply, what exactly did he do during that incident? How did they save the boy? Gang Orca looked away. He pushed the child out of the way of a flying sugar cube and was ready to take the hit himself. Kendo shielded him at the last moment. See? All Might's voice rose, frustration bleeding through. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The same behavior as during the sludge villain incident and again, with great Tetsu Kaba-san and in the entrance exam. Again and again. The boy's not brave, he's reckless. He doesn't value his own life, he just throws himself into danger without thinking, ready to break himself for another meaningless sacrifice. He doesn't change. Yes, a hero's job is to risk everything, but he'll never live long enough to reach his potential. He'll just keep rushing headlong into danger until it kills him, and when it happens, it'll be too late for any of us to stop it. He doesn't understand his limits, and it seems like he doesn't even want to. Without knowing your limits, you can't be a hero. If you let him in, you'll all be taking responsibility when he dies trying to save someone for nothing. You're focusing only on the negatives, All Might, Nizu said gently. He also neutralized a three-pointer and saved another examinee without sacrificing himself. He still hurt himself, All Might shot back. Because he didn't fully calculate all the possible dangers, Nizu said calmly, he pushed himself too far. If he'd had the proper equipment, he wouldn't have been injured. He didn't intend to hurt himself. More importantly, he showed real leadership when it came to saving others. He worked with his teammates to raise their chances of success. Yes, he made mistakes, but he corrected them quickly. Across the table, All Might's jaw tightened, but he didn't interrupt. Nizu's eyes flicked toward him briefly before he continued. I'd agree with you, All Might, if he'd charged at the three-pointer by himself, but he didn't. He tried to coordinate first, to think. And yes, in the end he acted impulsively, but by then he'd already lost a lot of blood. He was running on pure adrenaline, barely thinking straight, and yet still trying to find a way out. That's not recklessness, that's instinct mixed with conviction. Nizu's tone softened as he leaned back slightly. The key thing is that he's not a mindless or foolish boy. He's someone who can be guided, and isn't that the whole point of being a teacher? All Might frowned so hard it looked like his eyebrows might touch his nose. He doesn't have potential, sir. Other students show far more promise. He's too reckless, and besides his personality issues, the most obvious problem is that his quirks are weak. We don't even know if that's all he can do. If it is, then it's just not enough. He won't cut it with those low-grade quirks. It's not UA level. There are plenty of heroes, Nizu replied, whose quirks aren't impressive yet they trained themselves enough to stand among the best. All Might didn't look convinced, his expression stayed tight with dissatisfaction. Nizu turned his gaze to the back of the room. Let's ask someone a bit more objective, he said with a smile. Eraserhead, what do you think? Does the boy have potential? You said I don't have a say here, Aizawa remarked, his voice low and even. You don't, Nizu replied pleasantly. We just want your opinion. You'll be their teacher, after all he could end up in your class. Aizawa crossed his arms. In that case, I agree with All Might. He's far too careless with his quirks. All Might allowed himself a faint, approving nod. But, Aizawa continued, I can't say he has zero potential either. If you want my honest opinion, I'd rather you accept him and let me judge for myself during the quirk apprehension test. If he really doesn't have what it takes, I'll expel him then. He looked toward All Might. And if you're worried about his quirks or any possible connection to All for One, then just ask him about it directly during the interview. Interview? All Might frowned. Isn't that just a formality? That means we'd have to accept him first. I think an interview is a great idea, erase her head, Nizu said lightly, clapping his paws once. Why not just ask him directly about it? But All Might began. Usually, the interview is just a formality, Nizu interrupted smoothly, but there are rare cases when we make exceptions. If anything concerning comes up, it won't stay just a formality, All Might. All Might met Nizu's gaze seriously. In that case, I hope you won't mind if I invite a friend of mine to the interview, sir. Of course not, Nizu said with a cheerful smile. 2 heads are better than 1, after all. Then shall we call it unanimous? The judges nodded one by one. Good. Nizu's tone brightened. Then, Midoriya Izuku accepted. Next candidate. A green stamp appeared across Midoriya's file, the word accepted gleaming boldly at the top. It was the first day back at school after the UA entrance exam. Everyone had gathered around Bakugo, bombarding him with questions. Bakugo looked at them like they were a bunch of noisy flies. I heard from my friend at another school that UA really went all out this year. Is it true? Did you fight giant robots? My friend said he got 11 points. How many did you get? A gray-haired boy with stretchy fingers grinned. 11 points? TCH. Your friend's a DMN weakling. I got 77. Not a single extra in my battle center could keep up. Whoa! And there were real robots? Yeah, Bakugo said, leaning back in his chair. 1-pointers, 2-pointers, 3-pointers, I crushed them all. Then this shitty 0-pointer showed up. Massive BSTRD was bigger than the whole DMN school. Whoa, the class gasped in unison. Ha, typical Bakugo, stretchy fingers scoffed. I wonder how much Midoriya scored? Is there even a point asking? It's 0, obviously. A quirkless guy couldn't score higher than that. Everyone turned their attention to Izuku, who was staring blankly at his desk. 77, as expected from Kaken. But not just Kaken, even Yuruzawa's friend got 11. And everyone else at the exam scored 21, 28, 52. There's no chance I passed. 77, 52, 28, 21, 11, and I'm here with my 7. No chance. Hey, Midoriya. How many points did you get? A long-nosed boy suddenly asked, tapping his shoulder. .7, Izuku muttered. Everyone blinked once. Even Bakugo turned to look at him, eyes narrowing in disbelief. Wha? No way. You're lying. Izuku tilted his head, puzzled. Why would he lie about it? Are you stupid? Hagetame spoke up suddenly, making stretchy fingers whip around in surprise. Huh? Hagetame, are you serious? Why are you? How the hell could a quirkless guy like him get even 1 point? He's just too embarrassed to admit he got 0. Aren't you guys the ones trying to embarrass him every time you see him? I think he's immune to it by now. The class went quiet again. Everyone gawked at Hagetame. Hagetame-kun. That's the first time he's done something like this. I thought he didn't want to be seen with me at school. Won't this cause him problems? Stretchy Fingers' face turned red, he gritted his teeth, clearly irritated. My buddy from another school got 11 points, and he's got a solid quirk. He can spit icicles. And you're telling me this guy only got 5 less? That's crap, and you know it. Then maybe ask Midoriya how he did it before you start talking shit. Might sound less stupid after that. Why are you defending him so much? Didn't you two fight recently? What, are you friends now or something? So what if we are? Hagetame shot back. How's that your business? You want me to report everything that happens in my life? Maybe I should start sending you updates every time I wipe my butt or tell you what I had for dinner, huh? A few people snickered. Izuku's eyes widened. You BSTRD. You wanna fight, you pop-eyed freak? Anytime, Hagetame shot back. But do me a favor first, scratch my back with those stretchy fingers of yours. Another wave of snickers rippled through the class, the laughter growing louder. Even Bakugo cracked a faint smirk. Stretchy Fingers' face flushed red, he looked furious, ready to throw hands at any moment. The villains! Izuku suddenly blurted out. Everyone turned to him. They had switches. Huh? I wasn't strong enough to destroy the robots, oh of course, so I just turned them off. They all had switches. I think UA added them so everyone would have a chance to pass, even people without strong or destructive quirks. Like, maybe for support or utility types. So, yeah, I guess I just got lucky. Izuku rubbed the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. It was the first time he'd ever spoken that loudly in class, not that he noticed. He just wanted to stop the fight. Bakugo, is it true? Did they have switches? How the hell should I know? Bakugo scoffed. I just killed them with my explosions. Maybe they added switches for weak nerds like him. Kaken, but what about the controller? Izuku asked nervously. Wasn't yours that really durable villain too? The one that made that loud noise and could only be stopped by pressing a button. Don't talk to me, nerd. Bakugo barked, making Izuku flinch. TCH. The three-pointer I killed was an annoying little BSTRD fast, sneaky, spewed smoke and hid like a rat. But I found it and blew it to hell. Whoa, everyone gasped. That's so cool, Bakugo. Bakugo smirked. Huh? UA really went crazy this year. Yeah, someone said. A robot that released smoke and hid in it? Sounds like they really put effort into it. So, Midoriya, didn't you say yours was durable and made loud noises? Does that mean every battle center had a different three-pointer? Everyone turned from Bakugo to Midoriya. Izuku blinked as half the class suddenly crowded around his desk. Why yeah, most likely, he stammered. It made that loud noise, and one of the other examinees even tried to shoot it with a rocket, but it didn't even damage it. It was really sturdy. Eh? Are you for real? So how did they defeat it? There was a button on it, Izuku explained quickly. So everyone worked together and launched someone who was insensitive to sound. He pressed the button and turned it off. Whoa! So everyone teamed up to beat one villain? That's awesome. Humph. I didn't team up with anyone, Bakugo scoffed. I crushed it by myself. So how did you get your points, Midoriya? Another classmate asked, ignoring Bakugo completely. Stretchy fingers had cooled off and slumped at his desk, avoiding Hagetame's gaze. Bakugo, meanwhile, was visibly fuming, veins bulging at his temples. Did you sneak up on villains while they were fighting other examinees and just turn them off? Or maybe he only finished off the ones that were half destroyed, said one of the girls, the one with the telekinesis quirk, adjusting her glasses. I was just lucky, Izuku said quietly with a hollow smile. Come on, it doesn't sound like you got 7 points just from luck, Longnose said. Didn't Bakugo mention there were different types of robots, one-pointers and all that? That means you had to take down 7, right? That can't be just luck. There's no way you got that lucky. Izuku hesitated. He didn't want to lie, but he wasn't sure telling the truth was a great idea either. How was he supposed to explain using multiple quirks? I can't lie, so the only option is. I slid on my knees, he said at last. Huh? One of the villains had an opening between its legs, so I slid under it and turned it off. It sounds kind of silly, but that's how I earned my points, by sliding on my knees. He laughed nervously. Bakugo's eyes widened. That nerd. There was only one villain with an opening, the defender. Even I had trouble with those BSTRDS. And he's saying he beat one? Like hell I'm gonna believe that. Eh? Really? Was it that simple? I don't buy it. If it were that easy, everyone would have scored 70. It wasn't simple. Izuku blurted. You have to time it perfectly. And if you make a mistake, you could get hurt or get caught by a villain. It was a risky gamble, to be honest. I was really reckless. One wrong calculation and I was lucky. Izuku clenched his fist and pursed his lips. Even if I didn't score much, those 7 points were still pure luck. The more I think about it, the clearer it gets. If I'd mistimed it even once, I would have failed. Even against the speedster, I only made it because 2 of them lined up and I got the timing right. If it had dodged when I turned, I would have lost. Whoa, Midoriya, that's really cool, everyone around gaped. Eh? I didn't know he had that much guts, one of Izuku's classmates whispered. Sliding under a robot? I don't think I'd ever be able to do that. The whispers spread through the classroom like wildfire. Several students were now looking at Midoriya differently. There was even a faint glimmer of admiration in a few of their eyes. Hagetame smirked, hiding it behind his hand, while Bakugo gritted his teeth, glaring at Izuku with a look sharp enough to kill. Then, a translucent window suddenly appeared in front of Izuku's eyes. Reputation increased, +7. His eyebrows almost jumped off his face. It had been 5 days since the entrance exam. Izuku finished his set. Even after completing the quest, he didn't stop training. The new quirk he'd received as a reward actually helped him train more efficiently. Panting, Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead and opened the system window showing the description of his new ability. Pressure. Rank, F. Type, gravitational. Description, allows the user to increase the weight and physical pressure acting on their own body. The effect is internal, others cannot sense or experience the same force. Drawbacks, continuous strain on the body. Prolonged or excessive use may cause fatigue, chest tightness, or shortness of breath. Instruction, verbally declare the desired level of pressure or weight, e.g., 50 kg pressure on. To deactivate, say, pressure off. Activation, verbal. Pressure off, Izuku said. Immediately, his body felt lighter, almost too light, though the weight on his chest didn't fade. This quirk's amazing, he thought, catching his breath. If I can upgrade it later, it'll be even better. But for that, again, I need to get into UA. My practical exams at the other schools, like Shiketsu, went even worse than UA's. I couldn't use my quirks properly. I got too nervous and messed up a lot. Izuku had applied to several schools. He even applied to UA's general studies, just in case. Realistically, that was his only real shot. But out of all the exams, he'd performed best at UA, so he couldn't stop hoping. The odds were slim but still. The results. They could come tomorrow, he muttered. He and Hagetame had promised to meet at Izuku's place to open their results together. Hagetame's own letter from his chosen school was due to arrive today, but he'd agreed to wait until Izuku's came so they could open them at the same time. That thought only made Izuku more anxious. He sighed and pulled up his status window. Status. Izuku Midoriya. Points 433.5. Quirks by myself, UR, Def Mode, F, Steam Breath, F, Mark, F+, Bleeder, F, The Tornado, F+, Knee Slider, F, Turn, F, Spice Eater, F, Pressure, F. Heroes Impact 26-100, F. Reputation 65.5-100, F. Right now, I have 10 quirks and a lot of points, but I don't want to spend any until I reach E rank. My reputation's close to ranking up too. And my hero's impact finally went up by 15 after the practical exam. Just as I thought, it only increases when I do something heroic. He exhaled and smiled faintly. I still have a long way to go, and I don't know how things will turn out, but thanks to UA and my quirk, I've reached something I never even dreamed of. So no matter what happens next, my resolve to become a hero won't change. And then the day had come. Everything's hopeless. My hero path is over. He stared blankly at the fish he was holding. Its lifeless eyes reflected his own dull expression. Izuku? 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 Izuku blinked, snapping out of his thoughts. Why are you smiling at that fish? Should I be worried about you, honey? Inko asked nervously. Oh sorry. No, I'm okay, just spaced out for a minute. Izuku quickly drowned rice in chili sauce and shoveled a spoonful of it in his mouth, hoping the burning heat would distract him. A few minutes later, he sat on the couch, rhythmically squeezing a hand-grip trainer, his eyes fixed on the wall in a spaced-out stare. The more I think about it. Based on my estimations, I barely passed the written part of the exam probably. But that doesn't even matter. I only got 7 points in the practical. Kaken has 77. Yuruzawa's friend got 11, and that's the lowest score I've heard of. 5 people, and 11's still the lowest. And that's without counting deduction points. I'm sure I got plenty of those. I made so many mistakes that could have been avoided. Kendo-san hasn't contacted me for so long. Do I really have to get into UA just to talk to her again? Izuku sighed quietly. The letter? It should come today or tomorrow, right? Inko asked carefully. Izuku mumbled, barely looking up. No matter what happens, she continued with a gentle smile, I just want you to know that I'm proud of you and I think it's wonderful that you even tried. Inko gave him a worried look, then quietly went to check the mailbox. A lot of people told me I didn't have potential, that I should quit. Even All Might. Izuku lifted a 20-kilogram dumbbell and started curling it, his expression tight. I want to say I did everything I could, but I could have done more. I should have brought spare, more durable knee pads. I let myself down, and I probably let down the person who gave me that quirk. Ugh. No matter what happens, I'll keep going. Even if it's in general studies. From what I know, there's a chance to transfer from there if I stand out at the UA Sports Festival. Izu is Zizuku. Izuku! It's here. The letter. It's really here. Inko gasped, dropping to her knees. Izuku's eyes went hollow. His mother held up the envelope, the UA High School insignia gleaming faintly in her trembling hands. Izuku opened the door. Hagetame stepped inside. Neither of them said a word. He quietly took off his shoes and headed straight toward Izuku's room, clutching an unopened envelope in his hand. Hello, Midoriya-san, Hagetame greeted politely. Hi, Hagetame-kun. Inko stammered. Out of the three of them, she somehow seemed the most nervous. Midoriya went straight to his room and shut the door behind them. We're opening yours first, Hagetame said, crossing his arms. He was trying to look calm, but his tapping fingers betrayed him. Izuku nodded. He reached for the envelope then froze, hand hovering above it. He swallowed hard. Hagetame's eyes followed the letter nervously too. Izuku clenched his fist and drew in a shaky breath before tearing the envelope open in one swift motion. A small, round metal disc slipped out and fell onto the table. A hologram flickered to life. A white mouse appeared, standing upright. Good evening, Midoriya Izuku. Eek? Izuku yelped, nearly jumping out of his seat. Hagetame flinched. That's right. It's me, Nizu, the one who could be a dog or a mouse or a bear, but more importantly, I'm the principal. Principal Nizu? You don't know who he is? Hagetame gawked. He's kind of a big deal. Hey, how were you planning to get into UA without knowing such important stuff? Hagetame grumbled. Sorry. Even though you passed the written test, Nizu continued, cutting Izuku off mid-sentence, you earned 7 villain points in the practical exam. And no, don't count on getting any bonus points for the difficulty of defeating 2 2-pointers and 1 3-pointer. Hagetame stared at Izuku, eyes wide. 2 2-pointers and a 3-pointer? Seriously? I thought he only took out 1-pointers. And he never even bragged about it once? Did he hide it because no one would have believed him anyway? 3 points is still 3 points, Nizu said, still smiling pleasantly. No matter how strong the villain was, the numbers don't change. That's the reality, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku lowered his head. I knew that, of course I knew that, but still, he clenched his knees and winced, barely holding back tears. It's just so frustrating. Hagetame pressed his lips together. He wanted to say anything to cheer him up, but no words came. Nothing could ease the sting of that truth. And now, let's talk about your deduction points. Nizu went on, tone still cheerful. Deduct what? Hagetame blurted out. You have 20 deduction points, Nizu said, tone chipper as ever. Which means your final score comes to -13. And now, I'll explain exactly what you did wrong. Izuku's fingers tightened around his knees. Hey, what the hell's wrong with that mouse? Hagetame burst out. Do people at UA enjoy beating a dead horse? Veins stood out on his bald head as he clenched his fists, barely restraining the urge to smash the metal disc into pieces. And no, it's okay, Hagetame-kun, Izuku said quickly. This is actually really helpful. I can use it to improve to make sure I don't repeat the same mistakes in the future. These are very valuable notes. Midoriya. First things first, Nizu's voice chimed, cheerful as ever. The hologram shifted, and footage appeared of Izuku fumbling with his weights while everyone else was already sprinting ahead. You received deduction points for your major start delay. We don't know your exact circumstances, but you should have removed the weights before the test began. You had time to prepare. Midoriya, what the hell? Hagetame exclaimed. You didn't take those things off at home before the exam? Did you forget about them? No, I didn't. Izuku gave a small, awkward smile, scratching his arm. Next, Nizu continued smoothly, you lost points for your shaky start. It's natural to be nervous, but you panicked far too much in the beginning. Someone even had to save you from a villain. If not for that intervention, you would have lost even more points. Izuku bit his lip. That's true. I always panic when it's just me against someone. For a second, Kaken's face flashed through his mind. I need to learn how to calm down before I act. That's really important. Another issue the judges noticed, Nizu went on, was your inability to stand up for yourself. The footage changed, showing the moment another examinee wiped out a group of robots right in front of Izuku, smirking as he stole his points. What an annoying piece of Hagetame started, but Nizu cut him off. You remained idle, Midoriya Izuku, Nizu said calmly. And in a situation like that, remaining idle isn't the best choice. Hesitation only emboldens the aggressor, and in the real world, heroes face people like that constantly. If you don't learn how to respond, it could become a serious problem later. Izuku nodded silently. Hagetame glanced at him, he could see the pain written across Izuku's face. Still, the boy kept listening, swallowing every word. Then there's the issue of your broken knee pads, Nizu continued. The next clip showed Izuku sliding across the asphalt, sparks flying as the pads shattered. You should have known your quirk's limits better and what could happen in a worst-case scenario. The same goes for your plan. It was sound considering how little time you had to come up with it. But you should have anticipated the unforeseen. Even someone as powerful as All Might always has a plan B, and those without such overwhelming power should have plans C, D, E, F, as many as it takes. Expect the unexpected. Stay aware of your surroundings. Gather every bit of information you can, every detail matters. Another clip appeared Izuku plummeting from the air when Uraraka reached her limit and accidentally released him. Midoriya, what the Hagetame began, but Nizu spoke over him again. Being aware of your own limits is important, the principal continued, but so is understanding others. Coordination and awareness save lives. It didn't even sound like feedback anymore, it was a lecture, direct and firm, but not unkind. Izuku nodded gloomily after every sentence. Charging at the Beyonder without a plan also wasn't wise, Nizu said. Courage is vital for a hero, but courage without wit is recklessness. It's like trying to defend your bishop against a queen with a knight, forgetting the bishop can't even escape. You'd just lose 2 valuable pieces for nothing. And that's exactly what would have happened if the exam hadn't ended when it did. Both you and examinee 4449 would have been crushed. The footage shifted again, showing Izuku throwing himself in front of 4449 to shield him from the blast. Wait, isn't that the same guy who stole your points? H-Tame blurted, eyes widening as he leaned closer to the screen. But Izuku barely heard him. His ears rang with Nizu's words. His chest felt tight. The hologram's voice grew distant and echoing as everything around him blurred. Still, he didn't look away. He just bit his lip harder until a small drop of blood appeared and kept listening. If you've listened this far, well done. Principal Nizu suddenly called out, energetic as ever. Here's your reward for that. I'd like to show you some clips. Izuku lifted his head. Excuse me, a voice off-screen began. That nice girl? Izuku recognized Uraraka on the screen in her school uniform. Is this some girl from the exam? H-Tame asked. Izuku nodded. After the test she came to us to negotiate, haha, Nizu said, then the clip continued. You know, the boy with the messy hair, the one with freckles, do you know who I mean? He was so reserved, shy, and a sports boy. He pitched the ball, ran fast, and slid on his knees like a racer. Uraraka gushed excitedly. That's me. But, sports boy. Izuku tilted his head, baffled. Why would you pitch the ball at the exam? What is she even talking about, Midoriya? Haha. Midoriya laughed nervously. Can I share my points with him? Uraraka asked earnestly. Izuku's eyes widened. But wasn't she worried she didn't have enough points herself? If she shares them with me, there's a chance we'll both fail, especially since I'm at -13. I heard him say he only had 7 points. He didn't get a lot, right? It's unfair he did so much, but what do you think you can do? Bakugo's voice suddenly echoed in Izuku's mind. A memory flashed, Bakugo's sneer burning in his head. At least the points he lost because of my mistake. There was absolutely no need to put yourself in danger, another memory cut through. That boy. He helped everyone. Someone like him deserves to be a hero. Uraraka pleaded. You can't become a hero. Another flash, All Might's serious face towering over him, filled with hopelessness. Izuku's eyes lit up. H-Tame gave Midoriya an encouraging pat on the back. Please. 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 Uraraka squeezed her eyes shut and chirped like a little bird. Izuku stood up. Nizu cut in with a cheerful smile. And here are more clips. This time Tenya Ida appeared on screen. I believe it would be fair if I shared my points with one of the examinees who devised the plan and took out the 3-pointer, Ida said formally, chopping the air for emphasis. I'm sure a prestigious school like UA has the footage of it and knows who I mean. Owing to his strategic thinking, another examinee was rescued and we all gained points. I hope UA encourages examinees like that and rewards such initiative, but as an additional precaution, if your system allows it, I'd like to share 10% of my points. It would be unacceptable if someone like him didn't join UA, and I'd be deeply disappointed if such a prestigious hero school failed to value a student with true heroic qualities. This guy says all the right things, but for some reason he sees me off, H-Tame muttered, half grinning. Nizu switched again. I only earned 4 points, but I want to give all 4 to him. I believe he would be of great service to both the country and your academy, declared the shaved, black-eyed examinee, Isejo Goro, snapping into a salute. Izuku couldn't hold back his tears any longer. He clutched his chest. Then Hipporu's clip rolled. I probably failed anyway, so why don't you transfer all my points to that guy? Hipporu grinned, resting his head on his arms. The clip switched again. He's got guts and an open mind. He can take 5 points from me, said Mato, the spiked-haired girl, coolly. She wasn't a wordy one, despite her wild, intimidating look. And the final clip, I think you'll like this one, haha. Nizu laughed, flipping to the last recording. The rocket-haired boy stood before Present Mike, hands in his pockets. He looked sideways, irritation flickering in his eyes. That guy again? H-Tame grumbled. It was examinee 4449 Raketsu Junichiro. Hey! There was that show-off, 4449 began, then cut himself off. That guy. You know, the one who took off his weights when the exam started? You've seen him, right? I want to give him some of my points, he muttered, voice low and reluctant. Midoriya froze. Even H-Tame faltered, lost for words. I hate owing anyone. And this guy tried to save me even after I said and did some shit. Give him the points I stole from him. I don't care if he passes, just give him that. Raketsu kicked the floor in frustration, a faint blush creeping up his face, before turning away with a gruff, humph. H-Tame's mouth hung open. Midoriya gawked at him, speechless. So, after all those clips, you might expect that everyone's points were transferred to you, Nizu said softly. Then, with a bright grin, he suddenly boomed, but that's not it. That's not how it works. Their points stay in their accounts, haha. This BSTRD mouse. Hagetame burst out. Midoriya, however, looked strangely calm, relieved, even. He exhaled deeply. I'm glad, otherwise, I don't know what I'd do if someone failed because of me. But, Principal Nizu said, settling into a chair with a steaming cup of tea that appeared in his paw out of nowhere, as one of the examinees pointed out, the practical exam wasn't graded on villain points alone. Huh? Izuku and Hagetame both blinked in confusion. The hologram flickered to another clip this time, it was Present Mike and Uraraka. I can't share your points even if you beg, Present Mike said, patting Uraraka's head. But I don't think you need to, my listener. Of course, UA wouldn't turn away someone with such a heroic heart, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku's lips parted slightly. Saving someone's life. Forgetting all about points and throwing yourself in just to help another, Nizu's tone softened. Oh, and by the way, the porcupine examinee you saw wasn't actually a real examinee. Eh? The footage shifted to show the porcupine-like examinee waving with a cheerful smile, then zoomed in on another shot of the same examinee screaming, but wearing UA earplugs and looking perfectly calm. That's one of our second years, Nizu explained with a cheerful grin. He ranked near the bottom of his class, so as a little motivational exercise, we assigned him to play the victim role in the entrance exam. Of course, we at UA never truly endanger anyone. If things had gone too far, we would have stopped the test immediately. And in your case, we were seconds away from doing exactly that. Huh? Eh? Izuku froze, color draining from his face. It looked like his soul had just left his body. Yes, Nizu continued cheerfully, the moment the gravity quirk stopped working, we were about to intervene, but you found a way to prevent disaster. So, in short, there's no need to send any lawyers our way. We've got everything under control, haha. Ha, looks like UA deals with a lot of annoying people like my parents, Hagetame muttered. Midoriya? The exam could have been stopped because of me. The exam could have been stopped because of me, Izuku whispered the words like a broken chant, horror dawning across his face. The students who selflessly rush in to help others, Nizu said, his tone suddenly gentler, are highly valued at UA. Our school trains heroes who are willing to risk their lives for the greater good. That's why we have rescue points. Izuku and Hagetame went still, breath caught in their throats. A panel of judges reviews the footage, Nizu explained, and awards points for acts of heroism that go beyond fighting villains. Midoriya Izuku 55 rescue points. Rank 19. Izuku's name flashed onto the screen. Number 19 Midoriya Izuku. V, 7D, 20R, 55 OVR, 42. You? Izuku breathed, voice trembling. His vision blurred. Beside him, Hagetame stared wordlessly, jaw slack. And Ochako Uraraka 40 rescue points. Rank 7. A full leaderboard appeared. Number 1, Katsuki Bakugo, V, 77D, 0R, 0 OVR, 77. Number 2, Tenya Ida, V, 52D, 0R, 20 OVR, 72. Number 3, Shiozaki Ibara, V, 36D, 0R, 35 OVR, 71. Number 4, Itsuka Kendo, V, 39D, 0R, 40 OVR, 70. Number 5, Eijiro Kirishima, V, 35D, 5R, 35 OVR, 65. Number 6, Tetsu, V, 49D, 5R, 20 OVR, 64. Number 7, Ochako Uraraka, V, 28D, 5R, 40 OVR, 63. Number 8, Fumikage Tokoyami, V, 47D, 0R, 13 OVR, 60. Number 9, Yosetsu Aways, V, 50D, 3R, 10 OVR, 57. Number 10, Himiko Toga, V, 55D, 0R, 0 OVR, 55. Bakugo, first place? This guy, Hagetame muttered with a wince. You, Ochako Uraraka, and Tenya Ida have all passed the exam. Nizu announced cheerfully. This is insane. Izuku stammered, his whole body trembling. Tears welled in his eyes, overflowing in seconds. We're waiting for you, Midoriya Izuku, Nizu said warmly. Come to us. This is your hero academia. Nizu threw his paws up in celebration, beaming. Izuku dropped to his knees, his voice breaking as sobs tore free. He covered his face, but the tears kept spilling no matter how hard he tried to wipe them away. Hagetame watched him quietly, then glanced at his own letter. With a deep breath, he tore it open. Oh, and by the way, Nizu's voice added suddenly, just before the projection flickered out, you've been technically accepted to UA, but not formally. You'll need to come in for an interview on Monday for final confirmation. Don't worry, it's just a few simple questions. Haha. Bye-bye. The hologram vanished. Interview? Izuku blinked and a system window suddenly popped up before his eyes. Quest, first steps. Objective, pass the UA practical entrance exam. Reward, 1,000 points and a quirk-free coupon, expires April 1st. Quest, complete. Congratulations. You've earned 1,000 points and a quirk-free coupon. Congratulations. Your reputation has increased. Reputation increased, plus 58. Warning. Reputation points exceed the limit. Transferring 23.5 excess reputation points into regular points. Conversion rate, 1 reputation 5 points. User, Midoriya Izuku 1 has received 117.5 additional points. Congratulations. You've reached the maximum reputation level. Reputation rank E achieved. Congratulations. E and E rank quirks have been unlocked for the user. Izuku's vision blurred, his eyes were practically spinning. TT 1000? E rank. UA? N19th, he stammered. Beside him, Hagetame suddenly dropped his letter. I'm also accepted, he muttered, staring blankly, barely believing his own words. Interview? Izuku squeaked, turning toward Hagetame. He looked like a startled ferret. I'm accepted. We're accepted, Midoriya. We're accepted. Hagetame-kun also? Am I dreaming? If you are, then don't wake up. We're accepted, Midoriya. We are actually accepted. Hagetame shouted, jumping up and down in pure joy. T-1000 points. E rank, 19th. U.A. Hagetame's accepted. This is Izuku trembled, eyes wide, voice breaking. The happiest day of my life. And then, without a hint of hesitation, he started bouncing in place too. Tears shot from his eyes like twin fountains, practically flooding the room. Mine too. Hagetame-kun. Midoriya. The two of them linked shoulders, bouncing in place and kicking their legs in a celebratory rhythm. 1,000 points. E rank. 19th place. UA. Hagetame in art school. Izuku sang out. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. You have 42 points, not 1,000, but to hell with you. Hagetame laughed. 1,000 points. E rank. 19th place. UA. Art school, they chanted together, jumping in circles. Then, suddenly, a thought cut through the noise. Wait, but why did the reputation increase appear only after the quest completion? Usually, it shows up immediately after someone acknowledges me. Surprise. A new system window blinked into view the moment he thought about it. Surprise? Izuku froze. He already had his suspicions, but this only deepened them. The system wasn't behaving like any normal AI in an RPG, not like something that was programmed. Could it actually be alive? A chill crawled down his spine. He'd always suspected someone might be behind it, watching him, but if the system itself was alive, that thought made his stomach twist. Hey! We need to tell your mom. Hagetame suddenly said, snapping him out of his thoughts. Mom. Izuku nodded. There was no point ruining the best day of his life with paranoia. He'd think about that later. He dashed to the door and swung it open only to find his mother standing right outside, wringing her hands and fidgeting nervously, her eyes full of worry. Izuku, she whispered, voice trembling. Mom. Me and Hagetame, we got accepted. Inko blinked, her expression blank for a moment. Why, you got accepted? Really? She looked like she could barely process the words. 19th place. 42 points. And Hagetame-kun got into art school. Izuku, Inko's voice broke, tears welling up immediately. Hagetame-kun, I'm so proud of both of you. So proud. She threw her arms around them, pulling both boys into a tight hug. Her shoulders shook as she choked back sobs. So proud, she managed between hiccups. Hagetame turned scarlet. It was the first time anyone had ever hugged him like that. For a moment, he stood stiffly, then his eyes began to water too. Midoriya-san, Midoriya, thank you. If it weren't for you two, I'd never. His voice caught in his throat as he gripped Inko's shoulder. No, Hagetame-kun, it's me who should thank you. If it weren't for your lessons, if it weren't for Izuku couldn't finish. His words drowned under his tears. The three of them just clung together, faces wet and trembling, babbling through their sobs, none of it making sense. To anyone else, it would have sounded like alien chatter, or trolls mumbling deep in a cave. But a few moments later, all three of them were dancing and grinning, arms around each other's shoulders, kicking their legs in unison as they chanted. 1,000 points. E rank. 19th. UA. Art school. Interview. Izuku suddenly shouted mid-spin, stopping dead in place. Tame and Inko looked at him, confused. Didn't he say I have an interview on Monday? Isn't that important? I'm still not formally accepted. Nah, don't worry about it, Tame said, waving it off. I've got an interview tomorrow too, it's just a formality. Like your principal said, there's nothing to worry about. Ah, okay. If you say so, Izuku mumbled, though the excitement in his voice wavered slightly. Even as happiness filled the room, a strange uneasiness crept into his chest. For some reason, whenever he thought about the interview, a quiet premonition stirred deep inside him, something he couldn't quite explain. 4 days passed in a blur. And in those 4 days, Izuku couldn't think about anything except the interview. He barely glanced at the new E-rank quirks in his store. Every time he opened the menu, his eyes just slid over the text without absorbing a single word. He couldn't focus, his mind kept drifting back to the interview. With every passing minute, he grew more and more nervous. And that strange premonition he'd felt earlier didn't help either. But the day finally came. Now he stood in front of the cabinet where the interview was supposed to be held. His legs felt unsteady, and for a moment he simply stared at the door handle, unable to make himself grab it. His hand hovered inches away. His breathing was shallow, even the tiniest sounds in the hallway felt deafening. Then, whoosh! Izuku jolted with a squeak as a teasing puff of air tickled his ear, far too intentional to be a coincidence. Fabric whispered behind him, and a warm perfume drifted past his nose, sweet, tempting, impossible to ignore. It wrapped around him like a ribbon, pulling every nerve to attention. Before he could turn, a hand slipped onto his shoulder, light, but unmistakably deliberate. Well, what's this? A woman purred near his ear. Don't tell me our brave examinee is about to faint before he even opens the door. Izuku froze. His brain short-circuited for a full second. The tone. The sweet scent he'd heard rumors about. The voice. He knew them instantly. He slowly turned his head, heart pounding. Midnight. The Midnight. Standing behind him, leaning in close enough for a strand of her hair to brush his neck. Relax, sweetheart, she said with a teasing smile, eyes half-lidded. No one's going to bite you. Unless, her lips curved. You really want me to? His face ignited. He tried to form words, nothing came out except a strangled noise. He'd heard something like this before from someone else. Are all women this scary? Uraraka's gentle warmth and Kendo's earnest smile suddenly flashed through his mind. Maybe not all of them. Midnight chuckled softly and patted his shoulder, somehow even that felt charged. Deep breaths. You'll be fine, she murmured. Now, should I open the door for you? Or, she tilted her head, lips brushing dangerously close to his ear, do you want us to do it together? And no. Ive got it. Izuku blurted, practically vibrating. Heh. She stepped back, a soft blush dusting her cheeks. Ah, the innocence of youth. It's so adorable. Izuku took a deep breath. Heat still lingered on his ear, but he pushed past it, he had to do it. With firm resolve in his eyes, he opened the door. Inside, a long table stretched across the room. The air somehow felt different here. 4 people sat behind it, 3 of whom Izuku recognized instantly. From left to right sat All Might, in his deflated form, Cementos, and Principal Nizu in the middle. Beside Nizu was a middle-aged man in a coat whom Izuku didn't recognize, and the last seat at the end of the table was empty until Midnight slipped past him gracefully and sat down. Midoriya gasped and froze. Might, he stammered. His whole body trembled. What is All Might doing here? And that form? Oh, he'll be one of your teachers at UA, Nizu said cheerfully. In fact, everyone in this room will be your teachers, except Detective Tsukachi. Yeah. I've heard that Cementos and Midnight were teachers, but All Might is here and he'll be a UA teacher. And Detective Tsukachi? I've seen him on the news. What is he doing here? What's happening? Midoriya's eyes spun as he tried to process everything at once. But All Might's form, how why? Everyone at UA knows his secret, Nizu said calmly. Trust is an important pillar of our school. All Might entrusted us with his truth. But that trust doesn't apply only to teachers, it applies to students as well, Midoriya-kun. Nizu's gaze sharpened, cutting straight through him. What do you mean? Izuku murmured, a bead of sweat sliding down his cheek. Your secrets, Nizu said with a serene smile, are safe with us. Izuku swayed slightly as dizziness washed over him. What is happening? Young man, All Might spoke up, his weakened voice carrying unexpected weight. You didn't think I forgot you, did you? 10 months ago? I remember what you asked me. All Might remembers me? Asked Yumea? Izuku froze. The realization slammed into him like a truck. That day flashed in his mind. The rooftop. The wind. The tears. And his desperate question. Can somebody without a quirk become a hero? All Might repeated the exact question Izuku had once asked him. Izuku swallowed hard, eyes widening in fear. I see you prefer to cut straight to the point, All Might, Nizu noted with a small smile. This is important, sir. All Might turned back to Izuku. Now then, young man, I want you to look into the eyes of Detective Tsukachi. He gestured toward the man in the coat. Then answer the next question truthfully. Izuku turned. Tsukachi's expression was completely calm and unreadable. All Might leaned forward. His voice hardened. The quirks you used in the exam, did All for One give them to you? All for One? Izuku choked. Izuku's eyes darted quickly around the room. Everyone's faces had turned intense and serious. Even Midnight's playful expression had faded. Yes or no, young man? And keep your eyes on Detective Tsukachi. Izuku's whole body tensed. And no, he blurted, terror pulling tight across his face. Tsukachi looked back at All Might and gave a small nod. Maybe he didn't introduce himself, All Might muttered, or gave you a different name. Did anyone approach you and hand you all these quirks? It wasn't exactly like that. Yes or no, young man? All Might was on the verge of raising his voice. His tone held a rare, heavy seriousness. And no. Tsukachi nodded again. Midoriya was sweating uncontrollably. He remembered Principal Nizu's reassuring smile and Hagetame's words, it's just a formality. But this didn't feel like a formality at all. It felt like an interrogation. He looked at Nizu now, the principal smiled at him warmly, almost comfortingly. Izuku clenched his fists. What's going on? I thought this was supposed to be an interview. Why do I feel like a criminal here? Is it because of my quirks? Of course they noticed I have more than one quirk, but I didn't expect it to be such a problem for everyone. Do they really think I'm that dangerous? Why are they treating me like this? I didn't do anything wrong. Could he have wiped the boy's memory? All Might murmured. You do have multiple quirks? Yes. That's true, Tsukachi confirmed. His eyebrows lifted slightly, and the others exchanged stiff, uncertain looks. You've asked the most important questions, Nizu said, clasping his paws together. Now, why don't we let Midoriya-kun explain what happened? Perhaps hearing the full story will help clear things up. It is an interview, not an interrogation, isn't it? All Might nodded, though tension remained in every line of his body. Izuku's heart hammered so violently it felt like it might burst. Now, Midoriya-kun, Nizu continued gently, can you tell us about your quirks? How you acquired them and, if you're a late bloomer, how they manifested? We need you to be completely honest with us. Detective Tsukachi's quirk allows him to detect lies, so we may ask him to confirm certain parts, just to be safe. See, can I ask why? Izuku asked cautiously. Of course. Nizu nodded. Trust is a two-way street, after all. He tilted his head slightly. The reason why, is because some people suspect that you might be All for One's spy. Izuku's breath caught. A All for One's spy? Sir. All Might snapped. Don't you think some things shouldn't be said outright? All Might, Nizu added as the symbol of peace tensed, transparency builds trust. If we act secretive, he'll respond in kind. Don't you think? When you press someone and treat them like a criminal, they're far less willing to cooperate than when you treat them like a human. Isn't that right, Detective Tsukachi? Detective Tsukachi nodded. All Might, I understand your concerns. But remember, this boy isn't All for One. Even in my field, we try to understand the person in front of us first, and only then look for the shadow that might stand behind him. A faint smile appeared on Tsukachi's face. All Might glanced at Tsukachi, then lifted his head. He finally looked properly at the boy and saw him shaking like a leaf. All Might sighed heavily. He's just a kid. Maybe I pushed too hard. But we can't afford carelessness, not when All for One might be involved. If he's connected to All for One in any way. All for One, Izuku murmured. Could it be the villain who severely injured me? Yes, All Might said gently. Then his voice dropped into a grave tone. This villain is extremely dangerous. His expression darkened. His words alone can break a person. He's a horrible manipulator. His mind alone is a threat, and his quirk only makes him even worse. He can steal quirks and grant them to anyone he touches. If he ever threatens you, blackmails you, or promises you anything, you must cut all ties with him immediately and tell us everything. You cannot be connected to him in any way. That man cares for no one but himself and his interests. A chill slid down Izuku's spine. Such a dangerous villain, could he be the one who? But nobody touched me. And if it wasn't him, then if he finds out about me, he could steal by myself, and that would be? Now I understand why they're so interested in details. It really could bring a lot of trouble to UA. There's no point in hiding it. I never saw anyone, Izuku said quietly. After All Might left that day, a system window appeared in front of me like in a game and asked me if I wanted to change my fate. His fists tightened. No one interrupted. Izuku fixed his gaze on Detective Tsukachi, unwavering. It asked if I wanted to accept reality and give up on becoming a hero, or remain the naive boy who keeps chasing the dream. I chose the latter, Midoriya said firmly. All Might's face hardened. And then, another window appeared. It said I received a quirk that lets me buy other quirks. Every calm face in the room shifted at once, eyes widening, backs straightening, a wave of silent disbelief rippling through them. Midoriya-kun, Nizu asked, a hint of urgency in his voice, did the system tell you the name of this quirk? By myself. This time, even Nizu's friendly composure cracked. A flash of surprise crossed his face, matched by All Might and Detective Tsukachi. It's an UR rank quirk, Izuku continued. I don't know what that means, but I assumed it stands for unrated. Unrated? All my other quirks have ranks. Everything I used at the entrance exam was F rank F, F, and F+. At that time, those were the only ones I could access. But after you said I got accepted into UA, my rank upgraded to E and now E rank quirks are available to me. Izuku kept going, telling them everything, the mechanics of the system, heroes' impact, reputation, points, quests, help points. Every detail, even the smallest one. Their expressions shifted throughout his explanation from shock, to disbelief, to outright astonishment. And, that's everything, Izuku finished quietly. He swallowed. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing, but I don't think hiding it would be the right choice, especially from them. Sooner or later they would find out people here aren't fools. Keeping it to myself would only make me look more suspicious. I think sharing it with trusted UA teachers, with Detective Tsukachi, someone everyone trusts here, and with the greatest hero, is better than letting that villain All for One learn about it first. But I still hope I didn't make things worse. He looked away from Tsukachi and glanced at the others. Every single one of them looked stunned. Oh my God, All Might exclaimed in English. Sir, this is much worse than I thought. If we accept him. Izuku's blood froze. All for One? All for One will. All Might, Nizu chided, let's not jump to conclusions. Impulsiveness rarely leads to good outcomes. All Might clenched his jaw, but said nothing. Everything carries risks, Nizu continued. But I see far more potential benefits here. He tapped his paws on the table. First, as far as we can infer, All for One likely wouldn't be able to upgrade this quirk. I doubt he could force others to acknowledge him or earn hero's impact, and he certainly wouldn't waste time trying. Nizu's eyes sharpened. Second, we don't even know if he can steal this quirk. You can't know that either, All Might said gravely. And the most important thing is that All for One doesn't know that. Third, Nizu continued smoothly, Midoriya-kun, you said E-rank quirks are now available to you. Did you pay attention to the price? I didn't. Sorry. Check it now. Izuku nodded quickly. Midoriya Izuku 1, he muttered, embarrassed. Store. He scrolled. Yeah. His eyes nearly popped out. How much have the prices increased? Nizu asked, smiling. TTT 10, by 10 times, Izuku said weakly. He stared at the E-rank quirks in despair and noticed the E+ row was locked. But considering E cost 500 points, regular E cost 750, and E+, well, that clearly meant then another dread hit him. Status, he whispered fearfully. He checked his reputation stat and let out a noise like a dying deer, clutching his head. You discovered something else? Nizu asked, unfazed. My reputation, it's locked now, Izuku croaked. It says, rank E0 1000 locked. To reach the next rank I need 10 times more reputation than before, and most importantly, I can't raise it at all until my hero's impact reaches E rank. Izuku's voice dwindled helplessly. Everyone absorbed that in silence. Nizu clasped his paws together thoughtfully. Which means, he said, that with every rank increase, the system's requirements will likely scale by a factor of 10. In other words, Midoriya-kun still has a very long road ahead of him. His eyes glinted. And as a consequence, this quirk would offer All for One very little practical benefit, at least for the foreseeable future. After all, raising reputation requires genuine acknowledgement and time, and even if he managed to raise it, the hero's impact requirement would make progressing beyond a single rank nearly impossible for him. And points, of course, can only be earned through quests or by helping others, hardly the sort of system he could exploit, especially given how deeply he despises heroism. 10 times, Izuku muttered gloomily. I knew prices would increase, but 10 times? Why can't it be 2 or 3? How did you know this? Cementos asked. Nothing comes without a cost. Or as the Russians say, free cheese is found only in a mousetrap. All Might leaned forward. Sir, but as I've said, if All for One finds out about him, he'll do everything he can to get him. Are you planning to forbid him from participating in the sports festival? And how would we even explain his quirk? We can't let the true nature of his quirk leave this room. I'm sure everyone here agrees. And I admit, his quirk leans toward the heroic side and has great potential, but it's a double-edged knife. His voice grew heavier. Even if we assume All for One can't steal by myself, and I still don't understand why you think he can't, is it because of that possible connection to? He cut himself off, refusing to voice the thought. And even if he couldn't use it after stealing it, what about all the other quirks this young man buys? What if those can be stolen? Wouldn't All for One try to capture him and use him like a cash cow? Concern flickered across every face. Others nodded quietly, sharing the same unspoken worry. Midoriya simply stood there, listening intently. There was so much to process, so much to take in. Nizu raised a paw. Why don't we leave that discussion for later? Now that we understand Midoriya-kun's quirk and that he has no ties to All for One, let's finally move on to the main topic, he smiled warmly. And find out who Midoriya Izuku is. Midoriya-kun, why do you want to become a hero? Nizu asked. Ever since I was a kid, I admired heroes. I always thought it was amazing how they could save someone with a smile on their face. All Might's jaw tightened a little. I just wanted to be like them. To be as cool as them. I always hoped that someday I could be like you, saving people with a smile too. That was my dream? But only 10 months ago did I start to understand what that smile actually means. What my dream actually means. He looked down for a moment. Smiling in desperate times, hiding your fear, your pain, your doubts, that isn't easy. Izuku's voice wavered. I didn't understand that before. I was living in my own little world, thinking being a hero was simple. Just saving people with a smile, that's what I thought heroes did. He let out a shaky breath. And maybe I still don't understand everything. I definitely don't. I have a long way to go. But now I see things I didn't before, the gap between me and everyone else, the weight behind those smiles. He looked up, voice steadied. But even after understanding all that, the reason I want to be a hero hasn't changed. I still want to help people. I still want to save them. I want to be someone who brings hope when people feel like there's none left. He hesitated, searching for the right words. Why do I want to become a hero? Because, that's just how I feel. I don't have a better answer. But if you want a clearer one. Resolve sparked in his eyes. His fists tightened. There could be more light in this world. And I want to shine a light on the places everyone else overlooks. Nizu nodded approvingly. Midnight let out a delighted squeal. Ah, young, vigorous hearts like that make mine flutter too. Her blush returned as her playful demeanor slipped right back into place. What heroes do you admire the most? Nizu moved on. All Might. Midoriya shouted with such sudden passion that everyone flinched. Sorry. He bowed rapidly. All Might is the hero I admire the most. I grew up on his videos, I've watched every interview, every piece of footage, I have a full collecti. He slipped into rapid-fire muttering, his eyes going distant. He looked a bit creepy right now. The room collectively stiffened. Midoriya-kun, Nizu interjected gently, 10 months ago you asked All Might if someone without a quirk could become a hero. Is that correct? Yes. What was All Might's answer? All Might shot Nizu a disapproving look. He told me I should be more realistic, that the hero path was closed for me, but there were other paths I could take. And that I should know my limits. Do you disagree with that? I don't know. Izuku swallowed. My mind understands why he said it. But my heart wants to believe that limits can be broken, or that maybe you can find a way around them. Midnight tapped a finger against her chin, her eyes sharp with interest. Explain that last part. What do you mean by finding a way around? There are so many heroes with so many different kinds of quirks, Izuku said. Not every quirk is amazing on its own. Some are super situational. But to me, there's no such thing as a useless quirk. Every quirk is amazing in its own way. He took a breath. At the practical exam, when we were saving that examinee, all of us had to work together. And everyone contributed a lot. Izuku Goro-kun, for example, I heard some people making fun of his quirk. And maybe it doesn't look very strong or flashy, but it was really useful. If he hadn't been there, I don't think I would have risked flying toward the controller without even knowing if it could be shut down. His quirk helped a lot. And I'm sure that even if he doesn't become a hero here, he'll still find a place where his quirk shines. And it's the same with pros. Take the wild pussycats, for example. Mandalay-san's quirk is really helpful, but in combat it isn't as strong as her teammates. So she makes up for it with her leadership and her martial arts skill. He turned slightly toward Midnight. And you, Midnight-san, your quirk is amazing, but it has flaws too. You mentioned in an interview once that medium and long-range fights were challenging for you, so you mastered the whip to an incredible level to cover that gap and pull opponents toward you. And there are so many pros like that, people who try to adapt and work on their weaknesses. Midnight blinked, surprised and secretly flattered. Nizu tilted his head. But how does that relate to a quirkless person becoming a hero? Sorry, Izuku said quickly. Ever since that day with All Might? I kept thinking about it. Could I become a hero even without a quirk? What is a quirk, really? Why do we assume it's absolutely necessary? He paused. And the answer I came to was, that it's possible. Nizu's ears perked. How? Every quirk has a flaw. Some are extremely situational, sometimes heroes don't even use theirs at all. And there are heroes who save people without relying on their quirks, but that isn't my point. Izuku swallowed. What I'm trying to say is, if quirks have flaws, and heroes have to constantly train and compensate for those flaws, then what flaw does a quirkless person have to fix? The room went still. Nizu's smile widened faintly. Cementos and All Might's eyes widened. Midnight and Tsukachi blinked, taken aback by the angle. A quirkless person doesn't have a quirk flaw to compensate for, Izuku continued. Instead, they have to train their strengths. And then, maybe they can reinforce those strengths with support equipment. A lot of heroes use equipment, so for a quirkless person, he clenched his fist. Maybe their equipment becomes their quirk. I have some experience with that sort of thing, All Might said suddenly. Eh? Izuku jolted upright. All Might use support items? I didn't know that. I need to research this. After the interview as soon as possible. Izuku screamed internally. I have a close friend who works in that department, All Might confirmed. When I was in America, we cooperated a lot. He built some of my costumes. Yeah. I smashed up all that stuff really quick, All Might admitted, crossing his arms. My power was too much for them. But they were useful, I won't argue with you on that. But it's not 100% reliable. He narrowed his eyes. You don't see many heroes hanging off gadgets like a Christmas tree. And the reason's simple, if your gear breaks, you're on your own. If you have a quirk, you can still fight. Then I'll just have to find a way to make sure it doesn't break, Midoriya declared stubbornly. All Might gave him a grumpy look. A soft ripple of laughter passed around the room. Midoriya-kun, Nizu said warmly, you mentioned strengths earlier. Every aspiring hero must have some. So tell us, what are yours? Quirk or no quirk, what makes you stand out among others? Izuku faltered. Hagetame's words echoed in his mind. I can kick? Silence. Unbearably long silence. Kick, the panel blinked in unison. I mean my kicks. My friend said they're not bad, haha, Izuku rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. More silence. Is that it? During the practical exam you earned 7 points, Midoriya-kun, Nizu prompted gently. Yes, but that was just luck. You honestly believe that? Izuku's voice died in his throat. He fell silent, thinking back over the last 10 months. His strength? What was Midoriya Izuku's strength? He tried to replay the exam in his mind. He powered off the controller, but that wasn't strength, that was luck. Or, maybe the real thing wasn't defeating it, but how he got there. He froze for a moment. A small memory hit him. Everyone walking away. Him trying to stop them. And then him quickly piecing together a plan after hearing everyone's quirks. Could that be his strength? A small spark lit behind his eyes. I think, Izuku murmured. I'm not terrible at analyzing other people's quirks. Nizu nodded. Good. Anything else? Izuku hesitated. I don't know if this counts as a strength, but, when it really matters, I can fight. He looked down at his hands. Most of the time I don't feel that strength. I'm scared, a lot. He swallowed. But sometimes, I feel like I can push myself farther than I normally could. His fingers curled tighter. It's like something inside me starts overflowing. Even when I'm terrified, the moment someone's in danger, something in me just moves. My mind sharpens almost like it suddenly becomes iron, unshakable, and everything starts working faster. He breathed in. And when that happens, all I want to do is help. To save people. No matter what. Nothing can stop me. Nizu nodded, offering a small, warm smile. I have a question, Detective Tsukachi said suddenly, raising a hand and cutting through the gentle atmosphere. It's regarding another matter. Is that all right, Principal Nizu? Of course. Tsukachi turned to Izuku. Before I ask, I'd like Midoriya-kun to look me in the eyes and answer yes or no. I'm sorry for treating you this way truly. But I need your cooperation on this. I'd really appreciate it. Izuku nodded hesitantly. The question is about All Might. 10 months ago, your idol crushed your dream. Izuku's lips pressed into a thin line. You received a quirk afterward, but hearing something that painful from the person you admired your whole life, that couldn't have been an enjoyable experience. So tell me, have you built any resentment toward All Might since that day? No. No grudges at all? No. You aren't planning revenge on All Might? No. And you didn't come to UA to cause trouble for anyone? No. Izuku tried to steady himself, but the trembling only worsened. Now it really felt like an interrogation, like he was being treated as a criminal despite doing nothing wrong. And it hurt more than he expected. The way they looked at him, the way they questioned him. He'd been treated badly for being quirkless almost his entire life, but somehow, being treated even worse now because he had multiple quirks stung even deeper. He understood their suspicion, he really did. All for one sounded like a world-threatening monster. And Izuku's situation looked strange, to say the least. A boy who was quirkless 10 months ago suddenly showing up with multiple quirks, could he really blame them? But understanding didn't make it easier. He was just a teenager, and enduring something like this was so much harder than it seemed. If I had one normal quirk, he thought bitterly, nobody would laugh at me, nobody would treat me like a villain. But why is it so hard for everyone to accept someone different? What's so wrong with me being quirkless? Or with me having multiple quirks? Why can't I just be the way I am? Why can't I just exist without it being a problem? Tears slowly welled in his eyes. He quickly rubbed at them. Sorry, he whispered. He really tried his best to hold the tears back, but it was painfully hard. Midnight and Cementos both looked at Izuku with quiet sympathy. Midnight's hands curled into small, tense fists. She bit her lip and stared down at the table. Principal Nizu. All Might, what we're doing here is so far over the line. If anyone found out, we'd lose our licenses immediately. But more importantly, this is just cruel. Far too cruel for a boy like him. She clutched her wrist, trying to still the tremor running through her hand. I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun, Tsukachi said softly. I know this isn't easy to go through. I'm almost done, but if you need a minute or two, that's completely fine. Here, have some water. He poured water into a glass and offered it to Izuku. Izuku stepped forward. His hands shook so badly that the glass rattled when he took it. He drank slowly, trying to steady his breathing. Cementos looked away awkwardly. I'm going to need a drink after this. My doctor says I shouldn't, but today I might ignore that. I've already overstepped my bounds just by sitting here. One more slip won't make much difference. Izuku finished and handed the glass back. Thank you, he murmured, a little calmer. Are you okay to continue? Tsukachi asked gently. Izuku nodded. I just want to confirm one last thing. Tsukachi's voice remained gentle. You're still a fan of All Might, after everything he said, his very obvious distrust of you, and the fact that he didn't want you at UA or pursuing a hero career at all? Each word felt like a nail pressed into Izuku's chest. Yes, he answered quietly. Can I ask why? Because? I don't think All Might said anything wrong that day, Izuku murmured. He gave his honest opinion. He wasn't trying to hurt me, he was being objective. I didn't agree with him in the end, but that doesn't erase everything he's done. How cool he is. How amazing he is. How many people he's saved, how many villains he's stopped. All Might is. All Might. And I never felt any malice from his words. Even now, he's just doing his job as a hero. He doesn't want me to get hurt, or anyone else to get hurt. Izuku clutched his chest. All Might exhaled a long, heavy breath. I see, Tsukachi said softly. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. That's all from my side. He gave a small, sincere smile. You're a very strong person, Midoriya-kun, truly. You handled all this better than many adults I've met. Izuku managed a shy, fragile smile in return. He doesn't feel like a bad person, Midoriya thought. Okay. I've got a question. Midnight shot her hand up, her voice bright and bubbly, clearly trying to break the tension. You said your favorite hero is All Might, but what about the others? Who are the heroes that catch your eye, Give us your top 5, excluding him, and tell us why. Ooh. Izuku's eyes lit up instantly. Nizu glanced at Midnight with an approving smile. She beamed proudly back. There are so many amazing heroes, it's really hard to pick just a top 5, okay? No All Might, He slipped straight into muttering mode, his words firing out like bullets and his hands twitching in little circles. Mount Lady debuted not too long ago. Midnight flinched so hard that Cementos coughed into his sleeve, awkwardly looking away. She has amazing potential, but this isn't about potential, it's about who I like and admire. No All Might, top 5, no recency bias, it should be based on impact and technique, and maybe personal preference and maybe statistics and... Don't overthink it, Cementos said, his eyes softening into a tired little squint. Just tell us who you like. Izuku snapped upright. Why yes. Yes, Just who I like. Okay, then I'd say, Best Jeanist, Crust, Edgeshot, Lady Nagant, and Majestic. Izuku inhaled sharply, then the dam broke. Warning. Massive Izuku rumbling incoming. Feel free to skip it, it doesn't play any significant role in the story, and in all honesty, it's not a well-written segment. You can jump to the highlighted end of rumble. You won't miss anything if you do. I really like how versatile they all are. The way they use their quirks is just ingenious. He leaned forward without realizing it, words spilling out faster and faster. Best Jeanist, for example, his fiber control is just amazing. He doesn't just move threads, he uses them like extra limbs, like they're a part of his own body. His technique is so precise. He can restrain villains in ways that look effortless, but if you slow the footage down, frame by frame, he's doing 12 different things at once. Tightening one line, loosening another, redirecting tension, redirecting force while keeping civilians safe. That level of multitasking it's basically unmatched. He SCKED in a quick breath, excitement practically buzzing out of him. And during the checkered blanket warehouse incident 3 years ago, when part of the structure collapsed, he used whatever fibers he could grab to support a beam long enough for the pros to evacuate civilians. And at the same time, he captured checkered blanket. The amount of control that takes just to stabilize a collapsing section even for a moment, while still fighting, he's like the ultimate multitasker. A small, sheepish smile tugged Izuku's lips. And he always looks so calm and composed, never panicking even when everything around him is in total chaos. It's really cool and elegant. I have a lot to learn from him. He's amazing. And Edgeshot. Oh, Edgeshot. His adaptability is on another level. Even compared to Best Jeanist, he might be the most adaptable hero in the world. His quirk is close range, but he switches roles so fast: infiltration, recon, support, offense. He's really versatile. He can slip through attacks, through tiny openings, and he's really swift and agile. And he can turn himself into a blade. And the speed of his analysis Izuku's hands spun in frantic little circles. Almost instantaneous. His stealth is unmatched. He reads a battlefield like it's a textbook. He's amazing. Then of course Lady Nagant, Izuku's voice jumped. She has an amazing level of control just like the other two, but her approach is the opposite. She's a long-range fighter, but she never lets villains use that against her. Her aim is unmatchable. Her precision is unmatchable. He SCKED in a breath. But what I admire the most about her is her judgment. She always knows exactly where to aim, when to fire, how to avoid panic. She'll shoot to redirect danger instead of escalate it, or neutralize a threat without hurting anyone she doesn't have to. That kind of focus, that calm decision-making, that judgment. I really want to learn that. She's amazing. And Crust. Izuku brightened again. His shields aren't just shields. Most people would only think of using them for defense, but he uses them for everything. Offense, defense, movement. He even uses them as midair platforms. During a rescue operation in Kurusan, he created support points for everyone so fast. It's just incredible. And he's always smiling. Always uplifting. He brings joy everywhere he goes, just like All Might. No matter what the situation is, he keeps smiling. I really look up to him. He's amazing. All Might's stoic face cracked for a moment, his mouth twitching slightly. And Majestic. Izuku clasped his hands dramatically. He's so tactical. He uses his quirk in such a versatile way. It's all about mobility. People always focus on the floating aspect, but it's really the positioning. He lifts civilians out of danger, gets them onto safer ground, gives them better visibility. He's always thinking 3 steps ahead. And the way he adjusts his height mid-maneuver is so smooth. He's elegant, efficient, and calm. He never panics. He always looks so relaxed no matter what the situation is. He's another hero I really look up to. Trying to look and be relaxed is definitely something I need to work on. But he's amazing. They all are amazing. End of rumble. He finally ran out of breath, cheeks flushed bright pink. He paused, finally realizing how fast he'd been talking. The heat hit his face all at once, turning him into a complete tomato. He bowed his head in embarrassment. Sorry. I got carried away. The judges didn't look like they minded. Even All Might gave a small nod. That was an excellent analysis, Midoriya Izuku, Nizu commented. Thank you. You're very passionate about analyzing heroes, Cementos noted. Why yes. I even have a notebook where I analyze pro heroes' quirks. I really love heroes, Izuku muttered sheepishly. Oh? I would very much like to see one of those notebooks, Nizu said, eyes brightening with interest. I have one with me. It's my new one, so there aren't many pro heroes yet, mostly students from the practical exam or people I've met. Izuku carefully handed Nizu a notebook he seemed to pull out of nowhere. Nizu flipped it open and skimmed through it. His ears twitched, an approving little nod followed as he passed the notebook to Detective Tsukachi. Very interesting, Detective Tsukachi murmured, a faint, pleased glint in his eyes. He always appreciated good analysis, whether it was about heroes or criminals. If he didn't want to become a hero, I'd recruit him for my department in a heartbeat. With this level of detail, he'd make an excellent detective. Tsukachi thought as he passed the notebook to Midnight. But the moment Midnight saw Mount Lady's face sketched inside, she slammed the notebook shut instantly and handed it back with a stiff, strained smile. All Might? Cementos, who had been skimming it with genuine interest, held the notebook toward him. All Might waved a hand. No need. I saw it 10 months ago already. It's pretty good, he said quietly, clearing his throat afterward. All Might praised my notes? Izuku screamed internally, eyes going wide with disbelief. Nizu set the notebook down and folded his paws. Midoriya-kun, you've already passed our hero personality test with a high score. However, there was one answer you gave that particularly caught our attention. He lifted a sheet of paper. The question was, a family of 3, a 6-year-old daughter, a 30-year-old mother, and a 40-year-old father is being attacked by a powerful villain. You are the only one present who can help. The villain is far stronger than you expected, and if you choose to fight, there is a high chance you will lose your life. What do you do? Your answer was, rush at the villain and protect the family by diverting his attention, buying as much time as possible for them to escape even if it costs your life. Midoriya blinked slowly, processing where this was going. This is an acceptable answer, Nizu continued, but Midoriya-kun, how would you know you're capable of buying them even a single second? What if you charge in, the villain takes your life instantly, and then turns on the family anyway? Izuku's shoulders tightened. Your eagerness to save others is admirable, Nizu said softly. And such courage is highly valued here. But at UA, we also value something else just as much, students who value their own lives. We do not train heroes to throw themselves away. We train heroes to stay alive, to keep fighting, to keep saving, and to keep helping long after the first moment of danger has passed. A small, warm smile touched his face. Survival is part of being a hero. He leaned forward slightly. Tell me, Midoriya-kun, if you rushed in and died instantly, would that ease the family's fear? Would it protect them in any meaningful way? No. Izuku lowered his head. So, Nizu continued gently, what do you think might be a better answer here? Izuku fell silent, thinking. Try to assess the situation first, he whispered. Maybe figure out what I can do, and what I can't. Good. And after assessing the situation? Izuku hesitated. It depends on the villain's quirk. If it's a reinforcement type, then, maybe I should distract him. Make him focus on me. He swallowed. And run instead of fighting, since I'm better at speed than strength. If he chases me, the family can escape. And if he doesn't chase you? Izuku blinked, startled. If he doesn't, then I'd call for help from nearby heroes and try to buy time until they arrive. Nizu nodded. And what if he refuses to engage at all, if his only goal is to kill the family? Izuku's breath hitched. Then? I protect them with my life, he whispered, but his voice didn't waver. I'd find a way to make him target me. I can't let them die. He lowered his head, he knew this wasn't the answer Principal Nizu wanted. All Might dragged a hand down his face with a heavy sigh. Cementos shook his head faintly. The others kept their composure, but a faint tension flickered across their expressions. Midoriya-kun, why UA? Because it's my dream school. Izuku blurted automatically. Everyone flinched. Sorry. He bowed slightly, flustered. I mean, a lot of amazing heroes I admire graduated from here. No one looked particularly impressed. Cementos and Nizu even seemed a little disappointed. But also, Izuku swallowed. Sometimes you just feel something is right. Like you belong there, like it's the place where you'll meet people who understand you. That's how I felt. 10 months ago, before the exam, and now. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I'm sorry. I know that's not the answer you wanted to hear. But the truth is, I only researched UA properly this weekend after I got the acceptance letter. I didn't even know you were the principal, Principal Nizu. I'm really sorry. That caught everyone by surprise. You applied to a school without even knowing who the principal was? Cementos asked, stunned. Why yes, sorry. Izuku shrank a little. I just didn't think about it. I only knew I felt like this was the best place for me. But if I need a logical reason, then, after I did some research, I realized UA is really versatile. I mean how you accept students. Other schools usually focus on just one type of quirk like emitter types, or stealth types, or recon types and UA isn't like that at all. UA isn't built for just one kind of quirk. You actually shape your program around all kinds instead of trying to make everyone fit the same mold. And for someone like me, someone with multiple quirks, UA is the best match. His voice steadied for a moment. It's the place that can help me become the strongest hero I can be. Nizu and the others exchanged glances, their earlier disappointment melting into warm approval. The last question, then, Nizu said. What is your main dream and goal? There was also a question about what kind of hero you want to become, but you've partly answered that already. My dream? What am I doing? What am I afraid of? Why am I so scared? It's. Memories flashed in jagged fragments behind his eyes. You want to become a hero? Really? Stay in your loser line. Impossible. Some dreams should never be said out loud. The jeers. The laughter. Years of bullying all crashing over him at once in one suffocating wave. And now his idol sat right here. Real pro heroes were sitting right in front of him. And he was supposed to say that? The dream everyone called delusional. Absurd. A joke. Something a pathetic, quirkless kid once shouted and got laughed at for. But if he didn't say it now here, in the place he wanted to belong, then what was the point of dreaming about it at all? If he couldn't speak his dream in front of the greatest hero alive, how could he ever hope to become one? If he was too scared to say who he really was and what he truly wanted, then what was the point of standing here at all? Izuku clenched his fist. Resolve began burning behind his eyes. He remembered Kendo's words. He inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly, and lifted his head staring straight at All Might. I want to become the greatest hero in history. Cementos froze, pen suspended in the air. Midnight's smile vanished, her lips parted in surprise as she glanced at All Might. All Might didn't move, only the faint, rigid clench of his jaw gave him away. Tsukachi's eyebrows rose. Nizu tilted his head, ears flicking once. I want to surpass you, Izuku said, resolve burning in his voice. I want to save more people than you, to cheer more people than you. And someday, I want my presence to give people more hope than even your. And what about villains? All Might cut him off sharply. You speak of saving and cheering, but a hero's main duty is to fight villains. If you want to be the greatest hero, you must defeat more villains than I have. His eyes narrowed. Do you really think you can do that? Do you think you have the guts to do that? A sharp, explosive bang cracked through the room as All Might surged into his muscle form. A blonde titan stood where a thin man had been, eclipsing the room in sheer presence. Everyone at the table tensed. Chills shot down Midoriya's spine. He started shaking the moment he met the stare of the symbol of peace. The greatest hero. That smile tore across All Might's face, and its weight slammed down on Midoriya like a collapsing wall. His knees nearly buckled. That towering mass of muscle, with deep shadows carved into his eyes, pierced straight through Izuku, and behind that gaze he felt everything. Fear, pain, screams, years of suffering. All of All Might's battle seemed to stare straight into him. This was the smile that had endured more weakness and despair than Midoriya could ever imagine, the smile of a man who had faced more dangers and challenges than anyone in history. All Might was a battle-worn dragon looming over the mouth of a well, peering down at the little frog named Midoriya Izuku, the frog who dared to shout that he would surpass every dragon alive. A tiny, powerless frog trembling at the bottom, yet somehow still foolish enough to challenge the dragon above him. You couldn't even stand your ground against a one-pointer or against examinee 4449, who took every point from you like it was nothing. Like you were nothing. If you break that easily, how will you stand against real monsters? Izuku's lips trembled, but he didn't look away. All Might isn't mocking me. He isn't laughing. He's seriously asking how I think I can surpass him. How I can reach that level. Right now? I don't think I can, Izuku admitted quietly. Just imagining confronting Kaken made his stomach twist in fear. That was only one boy his age. Villains would be far, far worse than anything he could comprehend. But I know that if I want to become a hero, even just a normal hero, it can't stay that way. Maybe right now I can't do it, but I'm determined to work on it. He lifted his chin. I know I'm not perfect. I have a lot of flaws. I know that. But I came to UA to fix them, to work on them. His voice strengthened. And I will work. I will train. I will give everything I have. No, I'll go even beyond that. I'll push past my limits again and again. Midoriya slowly turned his head toward All Might. To become the greatest, I can't let myself walk at the same pace as everyone else when I'm so far behind. Everyone already has so much experience with their quirks, and I've only just started. That's why I have to run, and even when I feel like I'm about to fall, I have to keep running. Plus Ultra, the person I admire most, says that. Maybe it's just a catchphrase for the public and journalists, but for me, it's more than that. Go beyond. That's the only way. To open that door. Izuku's eyes finally locked onto All Might's. Emerald blazing with light met blue wrapped in shadow, resolve straining against pressure, hope and belief clashing with experience and reality. Midoriya's gaze still trembled, but All Might's stare was steady as iron, unyielding and absolute. All Might's jaw tightened as the words he'd once shot at the boy hammered back through his mind. This door is closed for you. And now the boy was biting back with those very same words. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, Nizu said serenely. Please wait outside for a few minutes. We'll make our decision and call you back in. Midoriya looked at Nizu with a mix of shock and rising panic. You'll make a decision? Nizu nodded pleasantly. Please wait for us in the hall. Izuku nodded weakly and stepped outside. He sank onto the bench beside the door, heart hammering so loudly it echoed in his ears. Didn't he say it was just a formality? That I shouldn't worry about anything? What if they tell me my acceptance is withdrawn? And I'll be standing right there while my idols say that's it for me. Should I just leave? The thought flickered through him like a spark. If they expel him, what's the point of sitting here and waiting for the sentence? No, Izuku clung to his knees, tightening his grip. This is a lesson too. If I can't endure fear, rejection, how can I ever become a hero? Running away now would make everything pointless. If I'm this thin-skinned, then I don't deserve to be a hero. Inside the room, Nizu folded his paws neatly. So, I'd like to hear everyone's opinions. Should Izuku Midoriya join UA, or should he not? I like him, Samantha said frankly. Straightforward kid with some guts. He's got some obvious flaws, but nothing we can't work through. All Might's eyebrow twitched. Cementos? I thought we agreed about the boy. You know what quirk he has. And you heard what he said about that family scenario. The boy is short-sighted. Reckless. We can't take him. He isn't suited for this school, or for hero work overall. I'm not sure I agree, Tsukachi spoke up calmly. All Might snapped his head toward him. Tsukachi? I don't view him the way pro-heroes do, the detective replied, resting his hands in his coat pockets. But I do know troubled kids. Leaving him alone with a quirk like that and with the emotional state he's in would be a terrible idea. Nizu nodded knowingly. And what is that supposed to mean? All Might demanded. Nizu simply turned to the next person. Midnight? Your opinion? Sir? Hello? Are you ignoring me? All Might sputtered. Midnight clasped her cheeks with both hands, blushing brightly. Ah, he's bursting with youthful energy. And that look in his eyes, nothing's going to stop him. She hugged her shoulders with a dreamy little wiggle. He'll become a hero with us or without us. Personally, I'd much rather it be with us. I like him. Midnight? All Might stared at the blushing, wiggling Midnight like she'd completely lost her mind. Nizu finally turned back to All Might, his tone relaxed and friendly. Let me explain, All Might. All the examinees we evaluate are like plants, Nizu began, paws folding neatly. But there are many kinds of plants. Some are fragile, they wither if you water them too much or too little. Some don't mind irregular watering, but a single strong breeze can topple them. Others can endure wind and ignore drought, but will wither without light. He paused, smile widening. And then, there is a very rare kind. One that appears only once in a long while. All Might frowned. And you're suggesting Midoriya Izuku is one of those? Bingo. Nizu's eyes glimmered. A plant so tenacious it can survive any environment. One that grows even without water. One that can live its entire life in darkness without receiving a single ray of light and still push upward. Not only can it withstand a strong wind, it can withstand a tornado. That is the kind of plant he is. Which is precisely why it would be dangerous not to accept him. All Might's expression hardened. This boy, are you suggesting he might become a vigilante? Very possibly so, Nizu replied without hesitation. In fact, I'd say it's extremely likely. All Might, he idolizes you, but even after everything you said to him 10 months ago and now, his resolve didn't waver. He has the eyes of someone who will help others no matter what, license or no license. Nizu's voice darkened, just slightly. All Might, you fear that All for One might find out about him? Well, if Midoriya-kun becomes a vigilante, then I can guarantee that All for One will find out about him, assuming that man is still alive, which remains unconfirmed. A quirk like Midoriya-kun's? A sense of justice like his? He'll be found. He'll be used. He'll be broken. And no one will ever know where he disappeared. Nizu's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. The worst things imaginable could happen to him. And no one would be able to find him. All for One would hide him in the deepest shadow he has. If Midoriya-kun is alone, that man will take him. But if Midoriya-kun stays with us, everything becomes far more difficult for him. All Might paled. His muscle form collapsed instantly, leaving him in his scrawny frame. If he joins UA, Nizu continued smoothly, he will be under our supervision. Under our guidance. Under our protection. He clasped his paws together. So unless you intend to lock Midoriya Izuku in a cage, All Might, the safest place for him and for society is UA. And I don't just suggest it, I insist. Let the boy live and grow in our environment. He already grew tremendously in just 10 months, all on his own. Imagine what he'll become with proper guidance. If we water him, support him, shield him from the wind, and give him even a little light. I cannot predict whether he'll become the greatest hero. But he does have the potential, at least enough to aim for such a thing. His quirk alone is remarkable. Its potential leaves even me speechless. And beyond the quirk he has the mind, the heart, the ambition. And he has no brakes, sir. All Might snapped, repeating an old fear. Then we install the brakes, Nizu replied calmly. By force if necessary. You, All Might, will help with that as his teacher. As will the rest of us. Together, we'll guide him toward the path he chooses. All Might's shoulders stiffened. Before you make the final call, he said quietly, I want one thing to be clear. His voice lowered. Whatever happens to him in the future, that'll be on you, sir. If he loses his life, you'll be the one who visits his parents. You'll be the one who hears their cries. Not me. I already have enough blood on my hands. He muttered the last part, staring down at his thin, bony hands marked with tiny, old scars. Nizu didn't flinch. Of course. That goes without saying. His smile was polite, but cold. But let's hope it never comes to that. We must all do our best to ensure it doesn't. All Might ground his teeth. The others nodded silently. Then, Nizu continued, if we all agree. Midnight, could you please call the boy? Midnight shot to her feet, excitement lighting up her face. She stepped out into the hall, and the moment the door opened, a shiver ran down Midoriya's spine. You can come in, she said with a playful wink. Izuku gulped, pushed himself up on stiff legs, and walked inside. The final decision has been made, Midoriya-kun, Nizu announced cheerfully. He hopped down from his seat like a delighted host. Congratulations, you are officially a UA student. Izuku froze. His mouth parted slightly, but nothing came out. He stood there, stunned, like someone had hit pause on him. I told you there was nothing to worry about, Nizu added lightly. Just a formality, haha. Izuku still couldn't form a coherent word, only a helpless mumble. Is it finally real? Nizu clasped his paws together. Now. Another important reason we invited you here was to officially update your file, the one that still lists you as quirkless, and to decide how you'll explain your quirk to everyone else. To everyone else? Izuku echoed weakly. Of course, Nizu said. You obviously can't hide that you have a quirk, that would be suspicious. But you also cannot tell anyone what your quirk truly is. That would be dangerous for everyone involved. He tilted his head. Midoriya-kun, tell me, are you a good liar? Izuku shook his head so fast it became a blur. I thought so, Nizu said without missing a beat. Then you will tell the truth, just with a few crucial omissions. Not lies, simply incomplete information. He gestured for Izuku to step closer. Listen carefully, and make sure you memorize everything I'm about to tell you. This is the explanation you will give to everyone who asks about your quirk. No exceptions. Nizu pulled a folder toward himself, one belonging to a recommended student. He flipped it open and glanced at the quirk section. First, let's talk about your quirk's name. The name there read, Creation. Class, I have some good and surprising news. The teacher announced, trying to suppress his shock, which only grew the more he looked at the paper in his hands. 2 students from our class were accepted to UA. Everyone immediately turned to Bakugo and began congratulating him. Good job, Bakugo. I didn't doubt you could do it. Of course he did. I'd be surprised if a guy with his quirk didn't get accepted. Praise exploded from every direction. Bakugo smirked, leaning back in his chair and putting his legs on the table until his eyes suddenly widened. Two, the class echoed, all coming to the same realization. Sensei, did you say 2 or did we mishear? The teacher nodded. Wait, did anyone else besides Midoriya apply for UA? Ishikawa, did you? Students asked the boy in the first row, the one with the stone quirk, second strongest in class after Bakugo. No. I don't really want to become a hero. Honestly, I was thinking about becoming a chef. Ishikawa rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sensei, the class turned to him with puzzled faces. It's Midoriya, he said like an actor forced to say a line he knew didn't sound believable. What? The entire class froze. Izuku's face turned scarlet, and he dropped his head onto the desk, burying it in his hands. Bakugo stared at him like he'd just witnessed a crime against nature. Hagetame, however, looked like a proud father, nodding in approval. Also, Midoriya, apparently you have a quirk, the teacher said, looking surprised and also unsure if he should believe what he was reading. The class gasped even louder, several jaws nearly hit the floor. Quirk Weaver? That's the name in the updated record, but we only have the name, everything else is classified. Quirk Weaver. Bakugo and Hagetame both widened their eyes. Well, judging by the footage I saw from the UA entrance exam when I was with him, his quirk is definitely different from the one he showed me. I don't think he would have been accepted to UA with a quirk like that. But why would he hide it? Hagetame's expression shifted, becoming serious. He looked at Midoriya, whose face had suddenly grown tense and nervous. Izuku was sweating heavily. Ah yes. You see, my quirk manifested very late. Midoriya blurted out, his voice stiff and unnatural, eyes wide and glassy like a malfunctioning robot. I'm a late bloomer. It all happened after the sludge incident, that's when I was able to use it for the first time. But shouldn't the doctor who diagnosed you have noticed it? The teacher asked, uncertainty flickering across his face. He couldn't have known. Izuku sputtered. It turns out my quirk is very unusual, impossible to diagnose. It's a deviation from regular quirks. His voice still sounded mechanical, every word too precise, like he was reading from invisible cue cards scrolling in front of his eyes. A memory of Principal Nizu flashed through Izuku's mind. Don't forget, Midoriya-kun. It's important that everyone in your middle school knows you have a quirk. Otherwise, it could cause some unpleasant rumors when you study here which may attract media attention and make things even worse. Do you understand? Izuku nodded. He did understand. He had even told his mom about his quirk already. But lying, even half-lying, still wasn't easy for him. After all, his quirk did manifest late, and he did use it for the first time after the sludge incident, even if those two events weren't actually connected. But Principal Nizu said the best approach wasn't to tell people everything, but to tell them enough, leaving the rest open to interpretation. People's imagination would fill the gaps better than any explanation Izuku or Nizu could come up with. He hadn't lied about the doctor's diagnosis either. It really had been impossible to diagnose his quirk because he didn't have it at the time. But even with that, the bitter taste crawling up his tongue made him feel sick, worse than drinking a whole bottle of chili. So, what's your quirk? What does it do? His classmates were finally calming down, gradually accepting what Midoriya was saying. Izuku cleared his throat. My quirk allows me to, he cleared his throat again, his voice cracking slightly. It allows me to manifest, to make quirks. Even the teacher, who had been trying to stay calm, nearly popped his eyes out. Oh, no. Right now it's not as strong as it sounds. I can only manifest low-grade quirks. Like, look. Izuku quickly took out a bottle of chili from his bag and drank it all. A moment later, a tiny puff of steam escaped from his mouth. The entire class blinked. Even Bakugo. What is this sheet? Bakugo winced. You're telling me this nerd got into UA with this trash? Like hell I'll believe that. But how did you get into UA then? The girl with glasses, the one with the telekinetic quirk, asked, voicing Bakugo's thoughts. Well, it's not the only quirk I can manifest. There are others. You remember when I told everyone that I slid on my knees? If sensei doesn't mind, I can show you. But, I'd need to slide on my knees in the hallway to show it properly. Usually, I would never allow such a thing, but considering that you got accepted to UA and everyone is curious, just this once. Izuku nodded, got up from his desk, and headed into the hallway. Everyone followed. Bakugo, at the back of the group, kept his arms crossed and his eyebrows knitting together. Izuku ran about 5 meters, dropped to his knees, and slid across the floor for another 5 meters, almost reaching the end of the hall. Everyone tilted their heads in unison, squinting. It was impressive. But also, that's it? Why yeah. Like I said, it's not as amazing as it sounds. And since I only recently started training it, I don't think I've unlocked its full potential yet. Midoriya scratched his cheek and looked away. It wasn't technically a lie, but still. But how does it work? Why can't you just make a sheet ton of quirks? The stretchy fingers asked, forgetting there was a literal teacher standing right there, though the teacher seemed to have forgotten he was a teacher too, listening as intently as everyone else. I'm sorry, I can't tell you the details, Izuku said. It's a little bit private. But what I can say is that manifesting each quirk comes with a great price. He lowered his head, making a pitiful, almost tragic expression. That was actually the only part Nizu and even Midnight had rehearsed with him. But it was more of a Midnight effort since she had a lot of experience in the acting industry. She was the one who had drilled the exact expression into him. A great price? Everyone stared at him in shock, their imaginations exploding in 10 different directions. This was another area Nizu told him to keep vague. It was normal, even expected, for people to hide sensitive details about their quirks like that, especially for the future heroes. What do you think it is? People started whispering. Creating quirks must cost a lot. Maybe the price is years? Like, the more years he gives up, the stronger the quirk he gets? Maybe that's why he only manifests low-grade ones. They cost less time, like a year or a month. A girl with a fire quirk suggested dramatically she wanted to be a shonen manga artist, after all. Wait, that actually sounds plausible. But that means Midoriya, he's willing to sacrifice his life just to become a hero. Many students now stared at Midoriya with glowing admiration and deep compassion. Or maybe he gives up emotions, someone whispered. Or senses. Or his future children. The teacher added, suddenly joining the conversation. Everyone turned to him with deadpan expressions. Oh, that reminded me, wasn't there a pro hero who paid with memories every time he activated his quirk? The guy who lost his license? There was a big scandal about it. I hope that won't happen to you, Midoriya. Why, yeah. I hope so too. Midoriya averted his eyes, avoiding eye contact and biting his lip. He was really worried he'd slip up and spill everything at any moment. Bullshit. Bakugo thought. I feel with my gut that this nerd is hiding something. He's obsessed with quirks. He'd never shut up about his if he could. TCH, Bakugo bit the side of his cheek and turned away, veins throbbing on his temples. I'm said. God damn it. I should have been the only one from this shitty school to get into UA. And now this nerd ruins everything. I don't care what his quirk is, I'll teach him a lesson for stealing my spotlight. After all the questions were over, Midoriya let out a heavy sigh of relief. Handling things like this was hard for him, but just as Principal Nizu said, it was necessary. Warning. You can't earn reputation when your reputation status is locked. A system window popped up in front of Izuku. He sighed again. That was unfortunate. If it appeared like that, it meant he could have earned some reputation here, but the lock prevented it. It probably wouldn't have been much, but still, it felt like someone had handed him money only for it to immediately blow away in the wind. There was at least some consolation. His classmates' glances now felt much warmer than before. Hey, Midoriya. Congratulations and good luck with UA, one of his classmates said, patting him on the shoulder as he left the room. Thank you. UA, huh? Man, I really envy you, but give it your all out there, yeah? Make our school proud. I want to tell my grandkids I went to school with Midoriya Izuku, another classmate said, lightly punching his shoulder with a smirk. Hey Midoriya, if you see Present Mike there, can you ask him for his autograph for me? For Kenji. I don't think Bakugo will do it if I ask him, Stretchy Fingers whispered, approaching him despite being part of Bakugo's gang. Midoriya nodded and smiled brightly. Stretchy Fingers grinned and ran off. Thanks, Midoriya. I knew you were a good dude. Midoriya couldn't believe it. Just because he had a quirk now and got accepted into UA, everyone's attitude toward him had completely changed. The eyes that once held mockery and contempt were gone. He felt happy, but also conflicted. So that's what it feels like on the other side, Izuku muttered, a faint melancholy in his eyes. He still wanted to become a hero and help people, but now he questioned society's fairness even more. So many people with no quirks or strange quirks were mistreated every day for simply existing. I wonder if I could change that. The thought drifted through his mind right before an explosion blasted toward him, interrupting it. Izuku barely dodged in time, stumbling back and hitting the wall. Kaken stood there, looking furious as hell, angrier than Izuku had ever seen him. Which was shocking, considering that ever since the sludge incident, Kaken had been quiet and hadn't really bothered him. Hey, Deku. You got a death wish, you DMN nerd? Bakugo snarled. You should have jumped off the roof when I told you. How dare you steal the spotlight from me? I don't know what kind of bullshit quirk you've got, but I'll do what I always do to anyone standing in my way, crush you. He grabbed Midoriya by the collar, lifting him and slamming him against the wall. I was supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to get into UA, but you had to go and screw that all up. I warned you not to apply. Bakugo shouted in his face. Thud. Izuku's hand shot up, grabbing Bakugo's wrist. Huh? Bakugo blinked. The thought of confronting Kaken terrifies me, but if I want to become a hero, I can't always be a pushover. Kaken. Bakugo's pupils shrank, a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. The nerds, talking back to me? Someone I look up to told me I couldn't become a hero, Izuku said, voice trembling. I never had support like you did. I was alone. Nobody believed in me. After that incident, I worked and worked and worked. There were people who helped me, but every step I took was mine. It was my choice. I have dreams too, Kaken. Huh? Like it or not, Izuku said, smiling shakily, you can't stop me. Smile through the fear. Smile even if you're scared. Bakugo's pupils shrank again. He stared for a beat, then without warning abruptly released Deku's collar. Izuku fell to the ground. Kaken took a step away and turned, not looking over his shoulder. "You'll regret this," he rasped. "At UA, I'll crush you and every stupid dream you've got." He stormed off, leaving the threat hanging in the air. Izuku let out a long, shaky breath, his forced smile finally dropping. "I did it. I confronted Kaken." Usually, a system window would appear at a moment like this, rewarding him, but this time, even without one, it felt good. Really good. He'd faced one of his biggest weaknesses, and he didn't run away. Even small steps were still steps. Less than a month remained before the start of his new life at UA. Vlad King suddenly slammed the door open to Nizu's principal office. "Principal Nizu, sir? Would you mind explaining to me why the hell I didn't get even one student from the top 5? He furiously threw the class lists for 1A and 1B students onto the desk. Nizu, completely unbothered, calmly sipped his tea. "What seems to be the problem? It's not goddamn fair. That's the problem." Vlad King stomped furiously. "Aizawa got everyone from the top 5. And he got FING Endeavor's son." He threw his hands up. "You know DMN well, Aizawa's going to get all the attention. And he'll absolutely hate it," Nizu added pleasantly. "Hate it or not, his class is leagues above mine. Teachers must believe in their students, Vlad King. Be patient, be objective. I've told you this many times. Maybe your students will surpass them one day. Be frank with me, do you actually believe what you're saying right now, with your quirk that predicts every possible scenario? I can't always rely on my quirk. Sometimes I need to consider the possibilities I cannot see. You just admitted it, sir. This is clear favoritism, that's what's happening here." "Favoritism?" Vlad jabbed a finger at him. "And what makes you think that?" Nizu asked with a neutral expression, holding and looking at the photo of him and Aizawa sitting and drinking beer at a bar. "I knew it was because I don't drink with you. I told you a million times, I can't drink because of my goddamn quirk. I don't drink alcohol. You can't be this petty because of that. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't eat sugar, but I can drink tea. So, can I have a cup, please? My throat's a little dry." "Of course not." "Wha? I meant of course it's not because you don't drink with me. That would be absurd." "Oh. And I also don't have much tea left, but I can offer you some boiling water. I suppose it would be better for your health." Nizu slid a cup of boiling water toward Vlad while pouring himself another cup of tea. "I knew it, you're petty because of that." Vlad snapped, and then drank the boiling water in one gulp like it was nothing. "Look, I can't drink with you, but I still come to the gambling nights with you all. And you still owe me money." Nizu smiled the kind of smile that could curdle milk. Vlad King winced. "Is it because of this? Because of the money? Are you serious? I don't owe you anything. If it were a fair game I'd pay everything. But you cheated. Do you have proof?" Vlad started grinding his teeth. "I don't need proof. You had 5 goddamn flush royals in a row. I don't understand how, but you definitely cheated. Without proof, that's only suspicion, not a fact. The fact is that you still owe me money." A vein pulsed on Vlad's forehead. "So because of that you made the class distribution this unfair? Didn't you say teachers must be objective? I think that applies to principals too. Even if you like Aizawa, there should be some balance in classes, not that. I got only 2 students from the top 10 and 0 from the top 5. Does that sound normal to you?" "There's balance," Nizu replied calmly. "Vlad King, I always try to be as objective as possible, especially when it concerns our dearest students. Here, look. Aizawa received most of the students from the top, but he also received most from the bottom, while your class mostly consists of students from the middle." Vlad opened his mouth to argue, then froze. Because annoyingly, it was true. Still, his gut told him Nizu was scamming him somehow. Just like those 5 royal flushes. "Fine. Then give me only 1 student from the top 5. Just 1. And in exchange Aizawa can take 2 of mine from the middle, and I'll also take 1 from the bottom." "No," Nizu said calmly. 1. I just need 1. Not even top 3. Give me Itsuka Kendo. Or Eijiro Kirishima. Just give me one of them and I'll forget everything. Please. No. Why? Because I don't want to," Nizu said with a beaming smile. Vlad lowered his head, fists trembling. "GHH, then just 1 more from the top 10. 1 more. Anyone. Ochako Uraraka? No. Fumikage Tokoyami? No. Himi? No." Vlad King let out a strangled noise of frustration. He wanted to say a lot of unkind things now, but decided not to irritate the smiling devil. "Okay, then how about this," he said finally. "I'm not asking for anyone from the top 10. Give me Midoriya Izuku. He's not even in the top 15. "Oh?" Nizu's ears twitched. Midoriya Izuku piqued your interest, Vlad King? Vlad nodded firmly. He has an interesting quirk and a strategic mind. I have a student similar to him, Nito Monoma. Together, they could become a lethal duo. Midoriya with Quirk Weaver, Monoma with Copy, and with their analytical brains, Class 1B might actually be able to give 1A a fair fight. Interesting. Nizu tapped his teacup. Nito Monoma, even with his Copy quirk, he still managed to place 11th with high villain points. While Midoriya passed through thanks to his high rescue points. They could complement each other. I can see some logic behind your idea. So will you? Should I transfer Monoma to Class 1A as well? Wah. I think Aizawa might be a good teacher for him. You can't be serious. You can't? Tell me, do you really hate me that much? Vlad King, Nizu said gently, you know how parents always claim they love all their children equally? Huh? Vlad King stared at him deadpan. That's a lie. Every parent has a favorite. That's a law of nature. Nizu produced another teapot from nowhere and poured himself more tea. What do I have to do to get Midoriya Izuku? Vlad begged. Do you really want to force me to pay money you say I owe you? Vlad King, you shouldn't worry about the money. The money you owe me, you will give it to me. And it does not depend on your will. I can take it anytime. Vlad went pale. Why you wouldn't? Oh yes, I would, Nizu said sweetly. I'm your superior, after all. And since you're so concerned about your health, perhaps living on bread and water for a while would help. Cold sweat ran down Vlad's back like a waterfall. You hellish creature. No, even hell would think you're too much for them. I'll take that as a compliment. You don't have to do that. Vlad cried. I'll repay everything, I'll force myself to drink with you, I'll even start smoking if you want me to. Just give me Midoriya or anybody in top 10, please. I can't give you Midoriya Izuku because I need him and Bakugo Katsuki in the same class. They're from the same school, they have history. The greatest heroes are always born from the greatest rivalries. The same goes for Yaoyorozu Momo and Kendo Itsuka. Ida Tenya could become a strong rival for Midoriya Izuku, and Todoroki Shoto would be a natural goal for everyone. A mixture of such spicy rivalries will make all of them stronger. Then what about Kirishima and Tetsu? Aren't they perfect rivals? Their quirks are too similar. Better to keep them apart. Rivals grow faster when their strengths and weaknesses don't overlap. Vlad deflated. He wanted to argue, but, annoyingly, Nizu made sense again. There was nothing he could object to. And his gut was quiet now too. You have great students, Vlad King. I was serious about believing in them and not underestimating them. Be objective, that way maybe you will have a chance to surpass Class 1A at some point. Compared to Class 1A, your class will be more united, which will make the work much easier for you as well, while Eraserhead will have a lot of headaches to deal with. Vlad King's shoulders slumped. He sighed again. All right, I understand. Can I at least have some tea? Not boiling water. Nizu smiled, poured him tea, and slid the cup forward. Vlad took a long sip and let out a satisfied, drawn-out ah. That's good tea. Thank you. You weren't serious about moving Monoma to 1, right? I wasn't, Nizu replied calmly. Your idea of him and Midoriya becoming a lethal duo is interesting, but you didn't consider their personalities. They're like fire and water. They'd clash horribly. And more importantly, their quirk limits are incompatible. According to that file, Nito Monoma can copy only 4 quirks at a time now. There's a risk that if he tries to copy Midoriya, his body won't withstand so many quirks, even if they're low grade. Midoriya Izuku could become Nito Monoma's Achilles heel, the one flaw that makes his light dim. He'll shine and grow much more on his own. Vlad King nodded thoughtfully. I can't drink beer with you, but if you don't mind, sir, we could have tea together again sometime. That sounds good. I'd love that. Vlad King nodded with a smile and turned to leave. You still owe me money, though, Nizu said calmly, making Vlad King flinch. I don't want to take the measures we discussed, so I hope you'll return it by the end of next month. Vlad King trembled with anger, veins bulging across his face and arms. Why yes, he uttered, gnashing his teeth and opening the door. You know, Vlad King Aizawa, Nizu paused. Vlad King glanced back over his shoulder. Always pays back every yen he owes me. Vlad King's eyes bulged. He exhaled furiously and slammed the door with a loud thud, leaving the unflinching Nizu to enjoy his tea in peace. Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Midoriya stood among the junk heap, or what some people still called that. Now, it was almost clean. In just 1 month, he had cleared more than he had in the previous 3. Only a single broken car remained, the final step between him and completion. He pushed it inch by inch. Shove. Rest. Shove again. 2 hours had already passed, and he'd only managed to drag it a little over half a meter. He had dismantled some parts, the doors, the trunk, the tires, but a car was still a car. Izuku gasped for air and dropped to the ground, drenched in sweat. It was tough, but he was just one step away from finishing a job he'd been doing for nearly a year. And yet, even now, it wasn't really what occupied his mind. What kept flickering through his thoughts was his quirk-free coupon, expiring tomorrow. He dragged a hand down his face, smearing sweat across his cheek. He still hadn't used it. He hadn't even spent the points he'd earned almost a month ago from all his quests. And the extra help points he'd gotten from assisting random people on the street? Not that those meant much now compared to the price of even a low-grade E-rank quirk. He opened his status window. Status. Izuku Midoriya. Points 1557. Quirks by myself, UR, Def Mode, F, Steam Breath, F, Mark, F+, Bleeder, F, The Tornado, F+, Knee Slider, F, Turn, F, Spice Eater, F, Pressure, F. Heroes Impact 26100, F. Reputation 0-1000, E, Locked. Items Quirk-free coupon, expiration date, April 1st. Izuku exhaled shakily. He had enough points to buy 2 E-rank quirks or 3 E quirks, and with the coupon, even one more E-rank for free. It would have been smarter to buy them a month ago. Then he would have had time to train before UA. He looked down at his trembling hands. Now, he would only have barely a day. What was I even hoping for? Hero's Impact wasn't easy to raise. In 11 months, he'd earned only 26 points. Hoping for 75 more in a single month was insane, but even then, he still couldn't help but hope. The thought made his chest tighten. If there was even a slight chance the beach cleanup counted toward Hero's Impact, then maybe, just maybe, he had a shot. And even if he didn't really have any alternative at all. He glanced back at the enormous stretch of sand behind him. Clearing the beach was all he had left. If a miracle happened and he unlocked Hero's Impact rank E, he would gain access to E+ quirks and upgrades. And with the coupon, he could buy an E+ quirk worth 1,000 points. He knew it was risky and maybe even a little greedy, and he didn't have the slightest clue what E+ quirks actually did. Their descriptions were locked, unlike the E and E ones he'd memorized by now. It was easily one of the most reckless decisions he'd made in a month? But if he really managed to pull it off, it would all be worth it. He also wanted to upgrade some of his existing quirks, at least 2 of them. But he didn't know how much an upgrade would cost, and there was a chance he wouldn't have enough points left to buy anything afterward. Even so, strengthening the quirks he already understood was probably far more useful than picking up a new one he'd only have a single day to master. And even if he had bought new quirks a month ago, he doubted it would have made much difference. Mastering several new E-rank abilities in a month versus improving the ones he already understood wasn't a hard comparison. The answer was obvious. However, even with all the logic on his side, he still wasn't sure he was making the right choice. He knew only one thing for sure: this was the only way he'd ever catch up to the others at UA, all of them already miles ahead of him with years of quirk experience. To catch up, he needed to make his quirks feel like familiar tools, something he could control, understand, and rely on instead of piling on new abilities he barely knew. Every new quirk he bought was another unpredictable ticking time bomb. What he needed was to break down the ones he already had, study them, analyze every detail, and turn them into tools he could truly master. That was his plan. He shook his head. He had no time for distractions. The coupon expired tomorrow. The only thing that mattered now was finishing the beach. I need to put everything into this. All of it. Pressure off. Instantly, his body felt lighter. The 40 kilograms of added weight vanished. Midoriya tensed his muscles, glared at the car like it had just insulted All Might. And pushed again. 3 hours later. Izuku stood atop the car, overlooking the sand below. Aewiawa! He screamed from the top of his lungs, louder than he ever had before. After 11 months he had finally done it. The beach was clean. He fell backward onto the car, panting, soaked in sweat. It was noon. Sunday. Finally, it was done. A few glowing messages appeared before his eyes. Help quest completed, Trash Hero. Tra. Izuku froze. His eyes went blank. You have restored the Takoba beach to its former beauty. Through sheer willpower and grit, you've reshaped not only the coastline but yourself. Processing reward. Processing again? Wasn't I just supposed to get another 75 points? Congratulations. You've received 675 help points as a reward. SS6W what? Congratulations. Your hero's impact has increased by plus 75 points. Congratulations. You've reached the maximum hero's impact level. Your hero's impact has ranked up to E. Congratulations. E+ rank quirks and upgrades have been unlocked. New feature. Unlocked, Quirk Sell. Quirk Sell. The user may sell their quirks for half price. Izuku's entire body trembled. He forgot how to breathe, how to blink. He just stood there, paralyzed. I did it, he muttered. I did it. I did it. He clenched his fists, then raised one triumphantly toward the sky. I did it. Tears welled up in his eyes, spilling down onto the car. Awaya. Another exultant scream echoed across the beach. When he finally caught his breath, a bright smile spread across his face. Status. Status. Izuku Midoriya. Points 2232. Quirks by myself, UR, Def Mode, F, Steam Breath, F, Mark, F+, Bleeder, F, The Tornado, F+, Knee Slider, F, Turn, F, Spice Eater, F, Pressure, F. Heroes Impact 1000 E. Reputation 0 1000 E. Items Quirk Free Coupon, expiration date, April 1st. It really changed? My reputation unlocked my hero's impact? I can upgrade quirks. I can upgrade quirks. I can upgrade. Izuku blurted out, bouncing on his feet, eyes sparkling like an overexcited rabbit. Ding. Upgrade details. To upgrade a quirk, select it and say, Upgrade. Upgrade cost 3/4 of the next rank's quirk price. Example. X upgrade price 3/4 of Y, quirk price. X upgrade price 3/4 of Y, quirk price. X plus upgrade price 3/4 of Y plus quirk price. Izuku stared at the panel, stunned, letting out a half-audible noise of disbelief. Then suddenly with firm resolve he dropped to his knees and bowed until his forehead touched the car in a full dejiza. Thank you very much. He thanked the empty beach. There wasn't much proof, but Izuku suspected the system wasn't just a programmed interface. The way it reacted, the quest names, the timing, the choices, it all felt almost human. And if it wasn't just a system, then maybe someone was behind it. Yet somehow, Izuku wasn't afraid. His instincts whispered to him that whoever this person was, meant no harm. If this power wanted him to destroy, it would reward violence and crime, not heroism. But even if no one was listening, he still wanted to express his gratitude. The system screen suddenly flickered. A message appeared. Izuku blinked. There's nothing worth thanking me for. I can barely control or interfere with the system's power. The rewards, prices, and everything else, it's not me. But I'm the one who gave you the power. Izuku stopped breathing for a moment. It was the first time the system had ever spoken to him so directly. Who are you? Why did you choose me? You gave me this incredible power. You must want something from me. And if it's not illegal, I'll do it anything. I just want to thank you for everything you've given me, everything you've done for me. There wasn't a hint of fear in his voice, only desperate gratitude. He didn't even realize his eyes were filling with tears until they finally overflowed. My interference is limited. I don't think we'll be able to talk for long. Wait. Please. Answer something, anything. I really want to. If you want to thank me, grow more. I helped you, and in doing so, you'll help me. Izuku stared at the glowing text, wide-eyed. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the digital void, the unknown figure smiled faintly, watching the green-haired boy on his small screen, looking utterly lost. The afternoon sun shimmered over the quiet training field. Hagetame ducked and swung his left arm in a fast jab, but Midoriya raised his knee high, blocking the blow. Hagetame immediately shifted, aiming to sweep Midoriya's free leg with a low kick, but Izuku threw a jab of his own, forcing Hagetame to step back into a defensive stance. Izuku used the moment to leap backward, regaining his balance, then launched forward again, a sharp high kick cutting through the air. Hagetame barely had time to react. He raised his arms to shield himself, but Midoriya's kick smashed through his guard, driving him a step sideways. Hagetame shouted, straining to resist. Midoriya roared back, throwing his whole weight behind the kick. Hagetame grunted as the kick blasted through his guard. He stumbled, boots skidding in the dirt, before the force finally dropped him onto his back. Midoriya's final strike had done it. For a few seconds, only their ragged breathing filled the air. Hagetame sat on the ground, panting. Midoriya stood above him, just as exhausted. The sunlight gleamed against his hair. After all these months of sparring, Midoriya had finally won. A hand appeared before Hagetame. Are you all right? Midoriya asked, worry in his voice. Hagetame smiled, taking the hand and pulling himself up. Man. I'll give it to you, Midoriya. I underestimated you. It took you less than a year to beat me and you didn't even use any of your quirks, huh? Your kicks are really something, and your punches, well, they're not as embarrassing as they were back then. Especially your jabs. You learn faster than I thought. It's all thanks to you, H-Ten-Kun, Midoriya said, smiling a little sheepishly. I know. Don't forget that when you're at UA, H-Tame laughed, bumping Midoriya's shoulder with his fist. Izuku nodded. This was our last training, Midoriya. He replied quietly. By the way, H-Tame paused. You remember that painting you liked? The one with the boy in the rain? During my interview, the committee said they really loved it. That's amazing, H-Tame-kun. I mean, if they didn't, maybe it'd be better for them to change their profession, Midoriya muttered awkwardly. H-Tame chuckled. Yeah, and they liked my other two as well. Just like you said, their opinions were split. Some preferred your A+1, and others liked the one you gave an A. But the reason I'm saying all this is, they suggested I hang all my paintings in their art gallery. Midoriya's eyes widened as a soft breeze drifted past, carrying the quiet of the field with it. It's not a big deal, really just a small gallery called Promising Stars. They have only student pieces there. Though I think I'm one of the only first years, which is pretty cool. It's nothing huge, but still. It's an actual art gallery. He couldn't help but smile. H-Tame-kun, I'm really happy for you, Midoriya said, genuinely. It'll be in 2 months, and I wanted to invite you. Izuku's pupils shrank. I mean, if you have time. I know UA is busy, but I'll come no matter what. Izuku blurted out passionately, startling him. If you have exams or something, you really shouldn't. I'll come, Midoriya repeated, his voice burning with energy. No, I mean really man. IWILLBETHERE. Midoriya stared at H-Tame with unyielding resolve. All right? H-Tame smiled softly, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you for all the training, H-Tame-kun. Midoriya bowed deeply, tears welling up. I really. Stop it. Like I said, it was a fair deal. You helped me, I helped you. Midoriya froze for a moment, his eyes growing distant. The same words echoed through his mind, the ones he'd heard from the unknown person behind the system earlier today. Are you all right, Midoriya? Ah yes, I'm fine. I just wanted to say that even if it was beneficial for both of us, I'm still really grateful. And if you don't mind, I'd still like to be friends with you. Midoriya squinted, cheeks pink. Man, I just invited you to my gallery showing. You think I'd invite just anyone? I didn't even invite my dad. I should be the one saying that. Who knows, maybe after 2 months at UA, you'll look at my paintings and go, H-Tame-kun, these are trash. Eh? I would never. Who knows? UA is elite. Some people start thinking too highly of themselves after graduating. I'm scared to imagine what Bakugo's gonna turn into there. Maybe you two will even end up best friends. Midoriya pictured it for a split second, him and Bakugo walking side by side, spitting insults and calling everyone extras. I'm from UA, and who are you? You extras wanna die? He imagined himself speaking in Bakugo's voice. He shook his head so fast that it made H-Tame smirk. Anyway, we'll have time to chat. See you around. H-Tame turned and began walking away. Midoriya watched him, baffled. Am I the only one who feels sad here? He thought. But then he saw H-Tame's shoulders tremble. The boy bit his lips, barely holding back tears. Suddenly, he spun around and shouted from across the field. Hey, Midoriya. You're the coolest guy I know. You're really cool, don't forget that. You're gonna be a way better hero than that shithead Bakugo. And you got this? Tears streamed down his face as he raised a shaky thumbs up with a bright, trembling smile. Midoriya's eyes watered in an instant, but a wide, happy smile broke through anyway. You too, he shouted back, returning the gesture. H-Tame blushed, turned away, and ran off, waving as he went. Midoriya stood there for a while, the wind brushing through his sweat-soaked hair. His smile lingered, even as his chest tightened. Thank you, H-Tame-kun, he murmured softly. The empty field around him suddenly felt bigger than before. But somehow, he didn't feel alone. April 1st. The day had finally come, UA's first day of classes. Izuku was excited, and painfully nervous, with so many emotions bubbling up inside him. It was his first day. UA. He stood in his bathroom, facing the mirror. He stared at his reflection. Then he tried to smile. It didn't work. He even used his index fingers to push the corners of his mouth upward, forcing a grin that still looked awkward and unconvincing. A terrible smile. Hopelessly terrible. Izuku sighed and furrowed his brows. Just as he'd thought, the distance between him and that smile was enormous. He was miles behind him. How did All Might even do it? Was he born smiling like that? Or, had even All Might practiced it? Izuku tried again. Yeah, maybe compared to All Might his smile was still weak, shaky, and unreliable, but compared to the one he'd had 11 months ago, there was progress. Very small progress, but regardless, it was progress. He lifted his hand and gave himself a small thumbs up in the mirror. "You've got this," he muttered with a small, trembling smile. 1 hour later, Izuku stood in his new uniform near the doorway, ready to leave. His mother stood beside him to see him off. "Izuku, have you got your pocket tissues?" "Yeah." "And your handkerchief?" "Have you got that?" "Yes. I've got it." "No time, I gotta hurry." Izuku quickly tied his sneakers. "Izuku." "What?" He glanced back, halfway out the door. Inko lowered her head, smiled faintly, and then looked up at him with eyes already filling with tears. "You look really cool." Izuku gasped, blushing a bit. Then he forced a nervous little smile. "See you later." Izuku stepped into UA High School. He still couldn't believe he was walking through the same halls so many amazing pro heroes had once walked. Only 1 in 300 applicants gets in each year. Or fewer. For enroll by recommendation, and 36 are accepted through exams. Divided into 2 classes of 1A? 1A, Izuku muttered as he hurried down the hall, checking every classroom sign he passed. "This place is huge. I'm really here." A strange, refreshing feeling washed over him, like every bit of dirt, disappointment, and bitterness he'd ever carried had been scrubbed away. Like he was running toward a new home. "I found it!" Midoriya exclaimed. "The door is so huge." He stared up at the door towering before him, nearly 7 meters tall, big enough for even a giant mutant-type student to walk through. "Has to be accessible for everyone," Izuku muttered. He stood there for a moment, hesitating. A flood of memories washed over him, everything he had done for the past 11 months, everything he wanted and dreamed of. All of it was behind this door. "You can't become a hero." "You? A hero, really? Such a disappointment." "I will cheer for you. Let's talk more about All Might. See you in UA." "Thank you, Midoriya. This is my best. I want to give him my points. 1,000 points. E rank. 19th place. UA. Art School. Congratulations, you are officially a UA student. If you want to thank me, grow more. You're really cool, don't forget that." Everything he did, every tear, every bit of suffering, pain, and effort, it had all paid off. And the result stood right in front of him. The path that was once closed, the door that once felt unreachable, his future and his dream were waiting on the other side. With a nervous but excited smile, Midoriya Izuku finally opened the door. Midoriya Izuku Stats Update. End of Arc 1, morning of March 31st. Rank, F+. Power, 25, D. Speed, 45, B. Technique, 35, C+. Intelligence, 45, B+. Smile, 15, E+. 1st of April. Class 1A. Midoriya. Kendo-san? Izuku nearly jumped. Kendo was rushing at him like a bull charging at a red rag. "You made it." Kendo's eyes shone like 2 bright suns at the moment Izuku stepped into the classroom. "I can't believe we're both in the same class." "Oh, and I saw your results. You made it into the top 5. You really are amazing." "Kendo-san." "No, you are. You're a real man, Midoriya. You kept your promise. I knew my faith in you wasn't for nothing. My gut was right." Kendo grinned and bumped his shoulder. "Haha. I'm not sure about that, but Kendo-san," Midoriya's voice dropped to a careful whisper. "Did something happen? Or, was I being too clingy? You didn't answer any of my messages." About that? Sorry, I was." "You!" Ida Tenya shouted. He blurred across the floor, closing the gap in a split second, leaving an annoyed Bakugo behind. "My apologies for interrupting, but this is a matter of great importance." "Huh? You're Ida Tenya-kun from the exam." Izuku's eyes lit up. "I'm so glad we're in the same class. And thank you for trying to help me with the points. I'll never forget it." Izuku bowed deeply. "Sharing points?" Kendo blinked, looking between the two. As expected of a prestigious high school like UA. They must have recorded everything and shared the footage of my petition with you. However, that is not the most pressing matter. I asked you a question earlier and have yet to receive an answer. Please, tell me your name." "Midoriya Izuku." Izuku blurted, getting overwhelmed by Ida's sheer intensity. Ida adjusted his glasses. "Midoriya Izuku. I shall remember that name. During the exam, you stood out more than I did. Judging by your acceptance, I assume you earned a significant number of rescue points, meaning you surpassed me as a hero. For a member of the Ida family, this is unacceptable. Perhaps fate brought us together to create the greatest." "Ah, that curly hair. The racer boy." Uraraka interrupted them, clapping her hands in excitement. Ida nearly lost his balance from the abrupt intrusion. "It's the nice girl? She looks so cute in that uniform." Izuku thought, blushing slightly. "You got in. Just like Present Mike said. It makes sense, Though you were so heroic back then. Uraraka chirped. You're pitching. And you're racing. Do you like sports? I really liked your moves. Pitch, pitch, pitch. That was so cool. Uraraka tried to mimic Midoriya's, the tornado, though it looked like something else entirely. Oh, and are your knees okay? I'm still so sorry about that. No, no. My knees are fine, just a few small scars. But I'm still sorry about your tracksuit. Oh, come on, forget the tracksuit. How do you even remember that? Scars sound like a much bigger deal. Midoriya, it seems you've become quite popular while I wasn't looking. Kendo watched him, her smile becoming pointedly polite. Ah, no that's not. Izuku started frantically waving his hands. Uraraka tilted her head, looking at Kendo who stood behind Midoriya. Surrounded by Kendo, Ida, and Uraraka, Izuku broke into a cold sweat, acutely aware of all the attention on him. Do you guys know each other? Uraraka asked curiously. Yeah, we actually ran into each other just before the exam. We're friends. I'm Kendo Itsuka, nice to meet you. Uraraka Ochako. I actually met him during the exam. And you too, Uraraka looked at Ida. I am Ida Tenya. I recall our encounter, you were the one who overextended yourself during the exam. It was a highly dangerous situation for Midoriya-kun. Uraraka hung her head in guilt. It was true, and she had no defense for that. It wasn't Uraraka-san's fault, Midoriya said quickly. As I told you back then, it was my plan. I was responsible, and I was reckless. But I came to UA to change that side of me. To become the best hero I can be, I must change. He clenched his fist, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. Uraraka, Kendo, and Ida stared at him in surprise. Midoriya. I haven't seen you in a month, but it looks like a lot has happened to you since then. I wonder what is the story here. Kendo's polite smile faltered for a moment. Nice words, troublesome kid. But will you be able to back them up with actions? Suddenly, a yellow caterpillar spoke up, or rather, a man in a yellow sleeping bag with heavy bags under his eyes. He lazily sked on a jelly pouch like a vampire draining the last drop from a victim, then fixed Midoriya with a deadpan, grave stare. It doesn't matter how much you want to change. If there's no potential, then no matter how intense your drive, you'll just hit your ceiling before everyone else. The man unzipped his yellow cocoon and stood up. It took 8 seconds for you to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. You lot aren't very rational, are you? Is he our teacher? He doesn't look familiar. This haggard-looking guy, Midoriya thought. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleased to meet you. Homeroom teacher? Quickly now. Aizawa pulled a sports uniform out of his sleeping bag and extended it towards Izuku. Change into your gym clothes and head out to the grounds. We'll see what your words are actually worth. Midoriya clutched the uniform to his chest. After everyone finished dressing and began walking towards the grounds, Midoriya walked with Uraraka, scanning his new classmates' faces. I don't see Hipuru-kun, Isejo-kun, or Tojimi-san. Could they be in another class? Izuku wondered. I don't know. I hope so, Uraraka muttered. She glanced at Aizawa, who was trudging along lazily ahead of them. His words worried her a bit. What did he mean by testing potential? And wasn't there supposed to be an opening ceremony? I find that unlikely, Ida suddenly interjected, joining their side. From what I witnessed, they didn't earn many villain points. And compared to you, Midoriya-kun, I highly doubt they earned many rescue points either. It is highly probable that they simply didn't pass. Midoriya lowered his head for a moment. He was thinking the same thing, despite hoping for the best. After all, attending school with people he already knew and trusted would have been ideal, especially considering the synergy they'd found during the exam. They were the only ones who had stayed to support his plan, and not seeing them here stung. He wasn't sure if he wanted to see Raketsu Junichiro here too, considering everything the boy had done. But then again, Raketsu had been willing to share his points, so perhaps they could have made it work. Regardless, what's done was done. Izuku wasn't responsible for the admissions process, there was no use feeling guilty about it. Then, out of the blue, Midoriya caught a familiar glimpse of someone in the crowd. She was trying to hide in the back, but since she was wearing the same uniform as everyone else, she actually stood out, her head and hands were completely invisible. It was like a ghost in a suit of clothes trying to blend in hard not to notice. Izuku slowed his pace and drifted towards the back of the group. Midoriya? Kendo looked back at him. Yeah, you guys go ahead. I'll catch up. I just remembered something. Izuku stopped near the invisible girl. She hadn't said hello or even looked his way. Was she pretending she didn't know him? Or was this another girl with the same quirk? But what were the chances of that? Quirks were genetically inherited, there could be similar manifestations, but rarely identical ones. So it was either her or, maybe a sister? I mean, he knew for sure it was a girl and her height. And her proportions were similar. Not that Izuku was some creep who stared at that specifically. But it was really hard not to notice. I mean that's not what. Anyway, the only way to know for sure was to talk to her. Hello? I'm Midoriya Izuku. Have we or you, by any chance that? Hi. I'm Hagakure Toru. I know my quirk is pretty eye-catching, a lot of people ask about it, but yeah, it's a mutation. I've been invisible from birth, it was actually pretty hard for my parents to find me, haha. Is that what you wanted to ask, Midoriya-kun? Izuku was baffled. It's her, right? Their voices are similar, only hers is so bubbly and upbeat now for some reason. The other invisible girl had never spoken to him like that. She had called him a slug, not Midoriya-kun. Yet this one remembered his name immediately. What was happening? I'm sorry, Hagakure-san, but do you by any chance have a sister? I've met someone with a similar quirk. I'm sorry if that's a rude question. Haha, that's okay, Midoriya-kun. Don't worry. As far as I know, I don't have a sister. I have a brother, though. But no sisters. It would be nice to have one, though it would make things so much more fun. Have you really met someone like me, or is this some new pickup line? PPP pickup line? Izuku squeaked. He looked around, a few of his new classmates were giving him strange looks. No. Sorry, it's just that I thought I trained with you or someone similar not long ago. I wanted to thank that person for her help, she gave me a tip that really saved me. If it wasn't you, I'm sorry. It's just that you both have similar quirks and vo. Izuku gasped all of a sudden as someone firmly pinched his side. He turned his head, he couldn't see the hand, but he could see an empty sleeve pressed against his ribs. The invisible girl had moved much closer to him than before. A cold whisper hissed in his ear. If you're really grateful for that tip, then shut up. Don't ruin my life here, slug. Pretend you don't know me and be on your way, understand? Now, repeat after me. Oh, I guess I mistook you for someone else. Sorry. Repeat it. Oh. I guess I mistook you for someone else. Sorry, Midoriya repeated, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Haha, no worries. But if you meet that person again, please, let us get to know each other. I would love to meet her. Why yeah, Izuku gulped, bowed quickly to Hagakure, and rushed to catch up with Uraraka and the others. Midoriya Izuku. I really didn't expect to see him here, Hagakure thought. How did he even get accepted? With his abilities and quirk, I was sure I'd never see him again. I was really careless back then, I should never have shown him that side of me. He doesn't look like the type to expose me, but if he does, she bit her tongue. That annoying nerd. It's only his first day and he's already making friends, Bakugo growled to himself, walking behind the group. He glared at Izuku's back. I can't let this BSTRD steal my spotlight. I need to crush him, he looked ready to explode at any moment. Finally, they stepped onto the training ground. It was a massive field. The class quickly lined up in front of Aizawa. All right, it's time to test your quirks. A test of our quirks, the class exclaimed. What about the entrance ceremony? Or the guidance sessions? Uraraka shouted. No time to waste on that stuff if you want to become heroes, Aizawa replied flatly. UA is known for its freestyle educational system. That applies to the teachers as well. Softball throwing. The standing long jump. The 50-meter dash. Endurance running. Grip strength. Side-to-side stepping. Upper body training. Seated toe touch. You did all these in middle school, right? Your standard, quirkless gym tests. This country still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating those records. It's not rational. The Department of Education is just procrastinating. Bakugo, Aizawa glanced at the set-off blonde teenager, how far could you throw in middle school? 67 meters, Bakugo responded. 67. Right now, without using the tornado, my maximum is maybe 55? Maybe 59 if I really try? Even without a quirk, Kaken is still so far ahead of me, Izuku thought, knitting his brows. Great. Now try it with your quirk. Do whatever you need to. Just don't leave the circle. Give it all you've got. Bakugo caught the ball and gave his arms a quick stretch. He gripped the ball tight. Awesome. He swung his hand like a whip, bent down and... I'll add a bit of boom to this pitch. Fa-boom. Die, he yelled as the ball blasted off, soaring into the sky. Die? Bakugo's words echoed in Izuku's head as the shockwave whipped against his face. Beep. Beep. The ball hit the ground, and Aizawa's device chirped at the same time. He turned the screen towards the class. It's important for us to know our limits. That's the first rational step to figuring out what kind of heroes you will be. The screen showed 705.2 m. Whoa! This is awesome! 705 meters? Seriously? So we can use our quirks for real. Man, the hero course is great. This test, could it by any chance mean? Izuku tensed up. Suddenly, the system quest window flickered in front of him. Just as I thought. Awesome, you say? You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here. And you think it'll all be fun and games? Aizawa surveyed the class with his tired, grave eyes. Right. The one with the lowest score across all the events will be judged hopeless and will be expelled. What? The class exclaimed. Aizawa's gaze shifted to Midoriya, who for some reason was beaming, looking much more driven than almost all his panicked classmates. You're right. Maybe the last place is a bit cruel. After all, some quirks are better suited for physical tests than others, and that would be unfair. To some of you. So, let's not make this about rank. Any student I deem to have no potential who isn't suited for this course will be expelled. It doesn't matter if you're in last place, first place, or third, if you don't show me any promise, I'll expel you. Everyone froze. Izuku's faint smile melted. Is he serious? What kind of test is that? Aizawa brushed the hair from his eyes and grinned. Your fates are in our hands. Welcome to the hero course at UA High. Izuku gulped. The quest appearing before him, combined with Aizawa's words, sent his heart into overdrive. I've only had 1 day to practice. And I already have to put them to use. But it looks like I have no choice. He clenched his fists.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.